Section 1 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 1. Introductory. I am beginning to write this book on board the brig trading between Kingston in Jamaica and Cienfuegos on the southern coast of Cuba. At the present moment there is not a puff of wind, neither land breeze nor sea breeze. The sails are flapping idly against the masts. There is not motion enough to give us the command of the rudder. The tropical sun is shining through upon my head into the miserable hole which they have deluded me into thinking was a cabin. The marine people, the captain and his satellites, are bound to provide me, and all that they have provided is yams, salt pork, biscuit, and bad coffee. I should be starved but for the small ham. Would that it had been a large one, which I thoughtfully purchased in Kingston, and had not a kind medical friend, as he grasped me by the hand at Port Royal, stuffed a box of sardines into my pocket. He suggested 2 boxes. Would that I had taken them. It is now the 25th of January, 1859, and if I do not reach Cienfuegos by the 28th, all this misery will have been in vain. I might as well in such case have gone to St. Thomas, and spared myself these experiences of the merchant navy. Let it be understood by all men that in these latitudes the respectable, comfortable, well-to-do route from every place to every other place is via the little Danish island of St. Thomas. From Deramara to the Isthmus of Panama you go by St. Thomas. From Panama to Jamaica and Honduras you go by St. Thomas. From Honduras and Jamaica to Cuba and Mexico you go by St. Thomas. From Cuba to the Bahamas you go by St. Thomas, or did when this was written. The Royal Mail Steam Packet Company dispenses all their branches from that favored spot. But I was ambitious of a quicker transit and a less beaten path, and here I am lying under the lee of the land, in a dirty, hot, motionless tub, expiating my folly. We shall never make Cienfuegos by the 28th, and then it will be 8 days more before I can reach the Havana. May God forgive me all my evil thoughts. Motionless, I said. I wish she were. Progressless should have been my word. She rolls about in a nauseous manner, disturbing the 2 sardines which I have economically eaten, till I begin to fear that my friend's generosity will become altogether futile, to which result greatly tends to the stench left behind it by the cargo of salt fish with which the brig was freighted when she left St. John, New Brunswick, for these ports. "We brought but very small quantity," the skipper says. If so, that very small quantity was stowed above and below the very bunk which has been given up to me as a sleeping place. Ugh! "We are very poor," said the blue-nosed skipper, when he got me on board. "Well, poverty is no disgrace," said I, as one does when cheering a poor man. "We are very poor indeed. I cannot even offer you a cigar." My cigar-case was immediately out of my pocket. After all, cigars are but as coals going to Newcastle when one intends to be in Cuba in 4 days. "We are very poor indeed," said the blue-nosed skipper again, when I brought out my solitary bottle of brandy, for I must acknowledge to a bottle of brandy as well as to the small ham. "We have not a drop of spirits of any kind on board." Then I altered my mind, and began to feel that poverty was a disgrace. What business had this man to lure me into his stinking boat, telling me that he would take me to Cienfuegos and feed me on the way, when he had not a mouthful to eat or a drop to drink, and could not raise a puff of wind to fill his sails? "Sir," said I, "brandy is dangerous in these latitudes, unless it be taken medicinally. As for myself, I take no other kind of physic. I think that poverty on shipboard is a disgrace, and should not be encouraged. Should I ever be on shore again, my views may become more charitable." Oh, for the good ship Atrato, which I used to abuse with such objurgations, because the steward did not come at my very first call, because the claret was only half iced, because we were forced to close our little whist at 11 p.m., the sergeant-at-arms at that hour inexorably extinguishing all the lights. How rancorous were our tongues! "This comes of monopoly," said a stern and eloquent neighbor at the dinner-table, holding up to sight a somewhat withered apple. "And dis," said a grinning Frenchman from Martinique with a curse, exhibiting a rotten walnut, "dis, they give me dis for my moneys, and for 35 pounds." And glancing around with angry eye, he dropped the walnut on to his plate. Apples and walnuts! What I would give for the Atrato now, for my berth, then thought so small, for its awning, for a bottle of its soda-water, for one cut from one of its legs of mutton, for 2 hours of its steam movement. And yet it is only now that I am learning to forgive that withered apple and that ill-iced claret. Having said so much about my present position, I shall be glad to be allowed to say a few words about my present person. There now exists an opportunity for doing so, as I have before me the Spanish passport, for which I paid 16 shillings in Kingston the day before I left it. It is simply signed Pedro Badan, but it is headed Don Pedro Badan Calderon de la Barca, which sounds to me very much as though I were to call myself Mr. Anthony Trollope Ben Jonson. To this will be answered that such might have been my name, but then I should not have signed myself Anthony Trollope. The gentleman, however, has doubtless been right according to his Spanish lights, and the name sounds very grand, especially as there is added to it 2 lines declaring how that Don Pedro Badan is a caballero. He was as dignified a personage as a Spanish don should be, and seemed somewhat particular about the 16 shillings, as Spanish and other dons generally are. He has informed me as to my talla, that is alta. I rather like the old man on the whole. Never before this have I obtained in a passport any more dignified description of my body than robust. I certainly like the word alta. Then my eyes are azure. This he did not find out by the unassisted guidance of personal inspection. "Ojos blue," he suggested to me, trying to look through my spectacles. Not understanding ojos, I said, "Yes." "My cejas are castañas, and so is my cabello also." Castañas must be chestnut, surely. Cejas may mean eyebrows. Cabello is certainly hair. Now any but a Spaniard would have declared that as to hair I was bald, and as to eyebrows nothing in particular. My color is sano. There is great comfort in that. I like the word sano. Mens sana in corpore sano. What has a man to wish for but that? I thank thee once more, Don Pedro Badan Calderon de la Barca. But then comes the mystery. If I have any personal vanity, it is wrapped up in my beard. It is a fine, manly article of dandyism that wears well in all climates, and does not cost much, even when new. Well, what has the Don to say of my beard? It is poblada. I would give 5 shillings for the loan of a Spanish dictionary at this moment. Poblada. Well, my first effort, if ever I do reach Cuba, shall be made with reference to that word. Oh, we are getting into the trade winds, are we? Let Elos be thanked at last. I should be glad to get into a monsoon or simoon at the present moment, if there be monsoons and simoons in these parts. Yes, it comes rippling down upon us with a sweet, cool, airy breeze. The sails flap rather more loudly, as though they had some life in them, and then fill themselves with a grateful motion. Our 3 or 4 sailors rise from the deck where they have been snoring, and begin to stretch themselves. "You may put her about," says the skipper, "for be it known that for some hours past her head has been lying back towards Port Royal. We shall make fine track now, sir," he says, turning to me. "And be it Cienfuegos on the 28th?" I demanded. "Perhaps, sir, perhaps. We've lost 24 hours, sir, doing nothing, you know." Oh, wretched man that I am! The conveyance from Cienfuegos to the Havana is but once a week. The sails are still flopping against the yard. It is now noon on the 29th of January, and neither captain, mate, crew, nor the one solitary passenger have the least idea when the good brig Blank will reach the port of Cienfuegos, not even whether she will reach it at all. Since that time we have had wind enough in all conscience, lovely breezes, as the mate called them. But we have oversailed our mark, and by how much no man on board this vessel can tell. Neither the captain nor the mate were ever in Cienfuegos before, and I begin to doubt whether they ever will be there. No one knows where we are. An old stove has, it seems, been stowed away right under the compass, giving a false bias to the needle, so that our only guide guides us wrong. There is not a telescope on board. I very much doubt the skipper's power of taking an observation, though he certainly goes through the form of holding a machine like a brazen spider up to his eye about midday. My brandy and cigars are done, and altogether we are none of us jolly. Flap, 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 roll, roll, roll. The time passes in this way very tediously. And then there has come upon us all a feeling not expressed, though seen in the face of all, of utter want of confidence in our master. There is none of the excitement of danger, for the land is within a mile of us. None of the exhaustion of work, for there is nothing to do. Of pork and biscuits and water there is, I believe, plenty. There is nothing tragic to be made out of it, but comic misery wears one quite as deeply as that of a sterner sort. It is hardly credible that men should be sent about a job for which they are so little capable, and as to which want of experience must be so expensive. Here we are, beating up the coast of Cuba against the prevailing wind, knowing nothing of the points which should guide us, and looking for a harbor without a sea-glass to assist our eyes. When we reach port, be it Cienfuegos or any other, the first thing we must do will be to ask the name of it. It is incredible to myself that I should have found my way into such circumstances. I have been unable not to recount my present immediate troubles. They press with such weight upon my spirits. But I have yet to commence my journeyings at their beginning. Hitherto I have but told under what circumstances I began the actual work of writing. On the 17th of November, 1858, I left the port of Southampton in the good ship Atrato. My purposed business, O cherished reader, was not the writing of these pages for thy delectation, but the accomplishment of certain affairs of state, of import grave or trifling, as the case may be, with which neither thou nor I shall have further concern in these pages. So much it may be well that I should say, in order that my apparently purposeless wanderings may be understood to have had some method in them. And in the good ship Atrato I reached the Emporium of Travellers, St. Thomas, on the 2nd of December. We had awfully bad weather, of course, and the ship did wonders. When men write their travels, the weather has always been bad, and the ship has always done wonders. We thought ourselves very uncomfortable. I, for one, now know better, and abuse the company, and the captain, and the purser, and the purveyor, and the stewards every day at breakfast and dinner, not always with the eloquence of the Frenchman and his walnut, but very frequently with quite equal energy. But at the end of our journey we were all smiles, and so was the captain. He was tender to the ladies, and cordial to the gentlemen, and we, each in our kind, reciprocated his attention. On the whole, O my readers, if you are going to the West Indies, you may do worse than go in the Atrato. But do not think too much of your withered apples. I landed at St. Thomas, where we lay for some hours, and as I put my foot on the tropical soil for the first time, a lady handed me a rose, saying, "That's for love, dear." I took it and said that it should be for love. She was beautifully, nay, elegantly dressed. Her broad-brimmed hat was as graceful as are those of Ryde or Brighton. The well-starched skirts of her muslin dress gave to her upright figure that look of easily compressible bulk, which, let Punch do what it will, has become so sightly to our eyes. Pink gloves were on her hands. "That's for love, dear." "Yes, it shall be for love, for thee and thine, if I can find that thou deservest it." What was it to me that she was as black as my boot, or that she had come to look after the ship's washing? I shall probably have a word or two to say about St. Thomas, but not now. It is a niggery Hispano Donald Yankee Doodle place. in which perhaps the Yankee Doodle element, declaring itself in nasal twang and sherry cobblers, seems to be of the strongest flavor, as undoubtedly will be the case in many of these parts as years go on revolving. That nasal twang will sound as the Bocca Romana in coming fashionable Western circles. Those sherry cobblers will be the Falernian drink of a people masters of half the world. I dined at the hotel, but should have got a better dinner on board the Atrato, in spite of the withered apples. From St. Thomas we went to Kingston, Jamaica, in the Derwent. We were now separated from the large host of Spaniards who had come with us, going to Peru, the Spanish Main, Mexico, Cuba, or Puerto Rico, and to tell the truth, we were not broken-hearted on the occasion. Spaniards are bad fellow-travelers, the Spaniard, at least, of the Western Hemisphere. They seize the meats upon the table somewhat greedily. Their ablutions are not plentiful, and their timidity makes them cumbersome. That they are very lions when facing an enemy on terra firma, I do not doubt. History, I believe, tells so much for them. But half a gale of wind lays them prostrate, at all hours except feeding time. We had no Spaniards in the Derwent, but a happy, jovial little crew of Englishmen and Englishwomen, or of English subjects, rather, for the majority of them belonged to Jamaica. The bad weather was at an end, and all our nautical troubles nearly over, so we ate and drank and smoked and danced, and swore mutual friendship, till the officer of the Board of Health visited us as we rounded the point at Port Royal, and again ruffled our tempers by delaying us for some 30 minutes under a broiling sun. Kingston Harbour is a large lagoon, formed by a long narrow bank of sand which runs out into the sea, commencing some 3 or 4 miles above the town of Kingston, and continuing parallel with the coast, on which Kingston is built till it reaches a point some 5 or 6 miles below Kingston. This sandbank is called the Palisades, and the point or end of it is Port Royal. This is the seat of naval supremacy for Jamaica, and, as far as England is concerned, for the surrounding islands and territories. And here lies our flagship, and here we maintain a commodore, a dockyard, a naval hospital, a pile of invalided anchors, and all the usual adjuncts of such an establishment. Some years ago, I am not good at dates, but say as 70, if you will, Port Royal was destroyed by an earthquake. Those who are geographically inclined should be made to understand that the communication between Port Royal and Kingston, as indeed between Port Royal and any other part of the island, is by water. It is, I believe, on record that hardy subs and hardier mids have ridden along the Palisades and not died from sunstroke in the effort. But the chances are much against them. The ordinary ingress and egress is by water. The ferry boats usually take about an hour, and the charge is a shilling. The writer of these pages, however, has been 2 hours and a quarter in the transit. End of section 1.
Section 2 of The West Indies and the Spanish Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 2, Jamaica Town. Word arranged by fate that my future residence should be in Jamaica, I should certainly prefer the life of a country mouse. The town mice, in my mind, have but a bad time of it. Of all towns that I ever saw, Kingston is perhaps on the whole the least alluring, and is the more absolutely without any point of attraction for the stranger than any other. It is built down close to the sea, or rather on the lagoon which forms the harbor, has a southern aspect, and is hot even in winter. I have seen the thermometer considerably above 80 in the shade in December, and the mornings are peculiarly hot, so that there is no time at which exercise can be taken with comfort. At about 10 a.m. a sea breeze springs up, which makes it somewhat cooler than it is 2 hours earlier, that is, cooler in the houses. The sea breeze, however, is not of nature to soften the heat of the sun, or to make it even safe to walk far at that hour. Then in the evening there is no twilight, and when the sun is down it is dark. The stranger will not find it agreeable to walk much about Kingston in the dark. Indeed, the residents in the town and in the neighborhood of the town never walk. Men, even young men whose homes are some mile or half-mile distant from their offices, ride or drive to their work as systematically as a man who lives at Watford takes the railway. Kingston on a map, for there is a map even of Kingston, looks admirably well. The streets all run in parallels. There is a fine large square, plenty of public buildings, and almost a plethora of places of worship. Everything is named with propriety, and there could be no nicer town anywhere. But this word of promise to the ear is strangely broken when the performance is brought to the test. More than half the streets are not filled with houses. Those which are so filled and those which are not have an equally rugged, disreputable, and bankrupt appearance. The houses are mostly of wood and are unpainted, disjointed, and going to ruin. Those which are built with brick, not unfrequently, appear as though the mortar had been diligently picked out from the interstices. But the disgrace of Jamaica is the causeway of the streets themselves. There never was so odious a place in which to move. There is no pathway or trottier to the streets, though there is very generally some such, I cannot call it accommodation, before each individual house. But as these are all broken from each other by steps up and down, as they are of different levels, and sometimes terminate abruptly without any steps, they cannot be used by the public. One is driven, therefore, into the middle of the street. But the street is neither paved nor macadamized, nor prepared for traffic in any way. In dry weather it is a bed of sand, and in wet weather it is a watercourse. Down the middle of this the unfortunate pedestrian has to wade with a tropical sun on his head, and this he must do in a town which from its position is hotter than almost any other in the West Indies. It is no wonder that there should be but little walking. But the stranger does not find himself naturally in possession of a horse and carriage. He may have a saddle horse for 8 shillings, but that is expensive as well as dilatory if he merely wishes to call at the post office or buy a pair of gloves. There are articles which they call omnibuses, and which ply cheap enough and carry men to any part of the town for 6d. That is, they will do so if you can find them. They do not run from any given point to any other, but meander about through the slush and sand, and are as difficult to catch as the mosquitoes. The city of Havana in Cuba is lighted at night by oil lamps. The little town of Cienfuegos in the same island is lighted by gas, but Kingston is not lighted at all. We all know that Jamaica is not thriving as once it throve, and that one can hardly expect to find there all the energy of a prosperous people. But still I think that something might be done to redeem this town from its utter disgrace. Kingston itself is not without wealth. If what one hears on such subjects contains any indications towards the truth, those in trade there are still doing well. There is a mayor and there are aldermen. All the paraphernalia for carrying on municipal improvements are ready. If the inhabitants have about themselves any pride in their locality, let them, in the name of common decency, prepare some sort of causeway in the streets, with some drainage arrangements by which rain may run off into the sea without lingering for hours in every corner of the town. Nothing could be easier, for there is a fall towards the shore through the whole place. As it is now, Kingston is a disgrace to the country that owns it. One is peculiarly struck also by the ugliness of the buildings, those buildings, that is, which partake in any degree of a public character, the churches and places of worship, the public offices, and such like. We have no right, perhaps, to expect good taste so far away from any school in which good taste is taught. And it may, perhaps, be said by some that we have sins enough of our own at home to induce us to be silent on this head. But it is singular that any man who could put bricks and stones and timber together should put them together in such hideous forms as those which are to be seen here. I never met a wider and a kinder hospitality than I did in Jamaica, but I never ate nor drank in any house in Kingston except my hotel, nor, as far as I can remember, did I enter any house except in the way of business. And yet I was there, necessarily there, unfortunately, for some considerable time. The fact is that hardly any Europeans or even white Creoles live in the town. They have country seats, pens, as they call them, at some little distance. They hate the town, and it is no wonder they should do so. That which tends in part to the desolation of Kingston, or rather, to put the proposition in a juster form, which prevents Kingston from enjoying those advantages which would naturally attach to the metropolis of the island, is this. The seat of government is not there, but at Spanish Town. Then our naval establishment is at Port Royal. When a city is in itself thriving, populous, and of great commercial importance, it may be very well to make it wholly independent of the government. New York probably might be no whit improved were the National Congress to be held there, nor Amsterdam perhaps if the Hague were abandoned, but it would be a great thing for Kingston if Spanish Town were deserted. The governor lives at the latter place, as do those satellites or moons who revolve round the larger luminary, the secretaries, namely, and executive officers. These in Jamaica are now so reduced in size that they could not perhaps do much for any city, but they would do a little, and to Kingston any little would be acceptable. Then the Legislative Council and the House of Assembly sit at Spanish Town, and the members, at any rate of the latter body, are obliged to live there during some 3 months of the year, not generally in very comfortable lodgings. Respectable residents in the island, who would pay some attention to the governor if he lived at the principal town, find it impossible to undergo the nuisance of visiting Spanish Town, and in this way go neither to the one nor the other unless when passing through Kingston on their biennial or triennial visits to the old country. And those visits to Spanish Town are indeed a nuisance. In saying this, I reflect in no way on the governor or the governor's people. Were Gabriel governor of Jamaica with only £5,000 a year, and had he a dozen angels with him as secretaries and aides-de-camp, mortal men would not go to them at Spanish Town after they had once seen of what feathers their wings were made. It is like the city of the dead. There are long streets there in which no human inhabitant is ever seen. In others, a silent old Negro woman may be sitting at an open door, or a child playing solitary in the dust. The governor's house, King's House as it is called, stands on one side of a square. Opposite is the House of the Assembly. On the left, as you come out from the governor's, are the executive offices and House of the Council, and on the right some other public buildings. The place would have some pretension about it did it not seem to be stricken with an eternal death. All the walls are of a dismal, dirty yellow, and a stranger cannot but think that the color is owing to the dreadfully prevailing disease of the country. In this square there are no sounds. Men and women never frequent it. Nothing enters it but sunbeams, and such sunbeams. The glare from those walls seems to forbid that men and women should come there. The parched, dusty, deserted streets are all hot and perfectly without shade. The crafty Italians have built their narrow streets so that the sun can hardly enter them except when he is in the mid-heaven. But there has been no such craft at Spanish Town. The houses are very low, and when there is any sun in the heavens it can enter those streets, and in those heavens there is always a burning, broiling sun. But the place is not wholly deserted. There is here the most frightfully hideous race of pigs that ever made a man ashamed to own himself a bacon-eating biped. I have never done much in pigs myself, but I believe that pigly grace consists in plumpness, comparative shortness, in shortness above all, of the face and nose. The Spanish Town pigs are never plump. They are the very ghosts of swine, consisting entirely of bones and bristles. Their backs are long, their ribs are long, their legs are long, but above all their heads and noses are hideously long. These brutes prowl about in the sun and glare at the unfrequent strangers with their starved eyes, as though doubting themselves whether by some little exertion they might not become beasts of prey. The necessity which exists for white men going to Spanish Town to see the governor results, I do not doubt in some deaths every year. I will describe the first time I was thus punished. Spanish Town is 13 miles from Kingston, and the journey is accomplished by railway in somewhat under an hour. The trains run about every 4 hours. On my arrival, a public vehicle took me from the station up to King's House, and everything seemed to be very convenient. The streets certainly were rather dead, and the place hot, but I was under cover, and the desolation did not seem to affect me. When I landed on the steps of the government house, the first idea of my coming sorrows flitted across my mind. "Where shall I call for you?" said the driver. "The train goes at 4:15. It was then 1, and where was he to call for me? And what was I to do with myself for 3 hours? "Here," I said, "on these steps. What other place could I name? I knew no other place in Spanish Town." The governor was all that was obliging, as governors nowadays always are, and made an appointment for me to come again on the following day to see someone or say something, who or which could not be seen or said on that occasion. Thus, some 20 minutes were exhausted, and there remained 2 hours and 50 minutes more upon my hands. How I wish that big man's big men had not been so rapidly courteous, that they had kept me waiting for some hour or so to teach me that I was among big people, as used to be done in the good old times. In such event, I should at any rate have had a seat, though a hard one, and shelter from the sun. But not a moment's grace had been afforded me. At the end of 20 minutes, I found myself again standing on those glaring steps. What should I do? Where should I go? Looking all around me, I did not see as much life as would serve to open a door if I asked for shelter. I stood upon those desolate steps till the perspiration ran down my face with the labor of standing. Where was I to go? What was I to do? In hospitalem Caucasium, I exclaimed as I slowly made my way down into the square. When an Englishman has nothing to do and a certain time to wait, his one resource is to walk about. A Frenchman sits down and lights a cigar, an Italian goes to sleep, a German meditates, an American invents some new position for his limbs as far as possible, asunder from that intended for them by nature, but an Englishman always takes a walk. I had nothing to do. Even under the full fury of the sun, walking is better than standing still. I would take a walk. I moved slowly round the square, and by the time that I had reached an opposite corner, all my clothes were wet through. On I went, however, down one dead street and up another. I saw no one but the pigs, and almost envied them their fleshlessness. I turned another corner, and I came upon the square again. That seemed to me to be the lowest depth of all that fiery pandemonium, and with a quickened step I passed through but a corner of it. But the sun blazed even fiercer and fiercer. Should I go back and ask for a seat, if it were but on a bench in the government scullery among the female negroes? Something I must do, or there would soon be an end of me. There must be some inn in the place if I could only find it. I was not absolutely in the midst of the Great Sahara. There were houses on each side of me, though they were all closed. I looked at my watch and found that 10 minutes had passed by since I had been on my legs. I thought I had wandered for an hour. And now I saw an old woman, the first human creature I had seen since I left the light of the governor's face. The shade, I should say, meaning to speak of it in the most complimentary terms. "Madam," said I, "is there an inn here, and if so, where may it be?" "Inn," repeated the ancient negress, looking at me in a startled way. "Me know notting, massa." And so she passed on. Inns in Jamaica are called lodging-houses or else taverns, but I did not find this out till afterwards. And then I saw a man walking quickly with a basket across the street, some way in advance of me. If I did not run, I should miss him, so I did run, and I hallooed him. I shall never forget the exertion. "Is there a public house," I exclaimed feverishly, "in this place?" I forget the exact word which should fill up the blank, but I think it was blessed. "Public house, massa, in dis damn place," said the grinning negro, repeating my words after me, only that I know he used the offensive phrase which I have designated. "Public house, what dat?" And then he adjusted his basket on his head and proceeded to walk on. By this time I was half blind, and my head reeled through the effects of the sun. But I could not allow myself to perish there in the middle of Spanish Town without an effort. It behoved me, as a man, to do something to save my life. So I stopped the fellow, and at last succeeded in making him understand that I would give him 6 pence if he would conduct me to some house of public entertainment. "Oh, the Wellington Tavern," he said, and taking me to a corner 3 yards from where we stood, he showed me the signboard. "And now the 2 quaddies," he said. I know nothing of quaddies then, but I gave him the 6 pence, and in a few minutes I found myself within the Wellington. It was a miserable hole, but it did afford me shelter. Indeed, it would not have been so miserable had I known at first, as I did some few minutes before I left, that there was a better room upstairs. But the people of the house could not suppose but what every one knew the Wellington, and thought, doubtless, that I preferred remaining below in the dirt. I was over 2 hours in this place, and even that was not pleasant. When I went up into the fashionable room above, I found there, among others, a negro of exceeding blackness. I do not know that I ever saw skin so purely black. He was talking eagerly with his friends, and after a while I heard him say in a voice of considerable dignity, "I shall bring forward a motion on de subject in de house to-morrow," so that I had not fallen into bad society. But even under these circumstances, 2 hours spent in a tavern, without a book, without any necessity for eating or drinking, is not pleasant, and I trust that when I next visit Jamaica I may find the seat of government moved to Kingston. The governor would do Kingston some good, and it is on the cards that Kingston might return the compliment. The inns in Kingston rejoice in the grand names of halls. Not that you ask which is the best hall, or inquire at what hall your friend is staying, but such is the title given to the individual house. One is the Date Tree Hall, another Blundell's Hall, third Berkeley Hall, and so on. I took up my abode at Blundell Hall, and found that the landlady in whose custody I had placed myself was a sister of good Mrs. Seacole. My sister wanted to go to India, said my landlady, with the army, you know, but Queen Victoria would not let her. Her life was too precious. So that Mrs. Seacole is a prophet even in her own country. Much cannot be said for the West Indian hotels in general. By far the best that I met was at Cienfuegos in Cuba. This one, kept by Mrs. Seacole's sister, was not worse, if not much better, than the average. It was clean and reasonable as to its charges. I used to wish that the patriotic lady who kept it could be induced to abandon the idea that beefsteaks and onions and bread and cheese and beer compose the only diet proper for an Englishman. But it is to be remarked all through the island that the people are fond of English dishes, and that they despise or affect to despise their own productions. They will give you oxtail soup when turtle would be much cheaper. Roast beef and beefsteaks are found at almost every meal. An immense deal of beer is consumed. When yams, avocado, pears, the mountain cabbage, plantains, and 20 other delicious vegetables may be had for the gathering, people will insist on eating bad English potatoes, and the desire for English pickles is quite a passion. This is one phase of that love for England which is so predominant a characteristic of the white inhabitants of the West Indies. At the inns, as at the private houses, the household servants are almost always black. The manners of these people are to a stranger very strange. They are not absolutely uncivil, except on occasions, but they have an easy, free, patronizing air. If you find fault with them, they insist on having the last word, and are generally successful. They do not appear to be greedy of money, rarely ask for it, and express but little thankfulness when they get it. At home in England, one is apt to think that an extra shilling will go a long way with boots and chambermaid, and produce hotter water, more copious towels, and quicker attendance than is ordinary. But in the West Indies a similar result does not follow in a similar degree, and in the West Indies it is absolutely necessary that these people should be treated with dignity, and it is not always very easy to reach the proper point of dignity. They like familiarity, but are singularly averse to ridicule, and though they wish to be on good terms with you, they do not choose that they shall be reached without the proper degree of antecedent ceremony. "Halloo, old fellow, how about that bath?" I said one morning to a lad who had been commissioned to see a bath filled for me. He was cleaning boots at the time, and went on with his employment sedulously as though he had not heard a word. But he was over sedulous, and I saw that he heard me. "I say, how about that bath?" I continued, but he did not move a muscle. "Put down those boots, sir," I said, going up to him, "and go and do as I bid you." "Who you call, feller? You speak to a gentleman gentlemanly, and den he filled a bath." "James," said I, "might I trouble you to leave those boots and see the bath filled for me?" And I bowed to him. "Es, sir," he answered, returning my bow. "Go at once." And so he did, perfectly satisfied. Had he imagined, however, that I was quizzing him, in all probability he would not have gone at all. There will be those who will say that I had received a good lesson, and perhaps I had. But it would be rather cumbersome if we were forced to treat our juvenile servants at home in this manner, or even those who are not juvenile. I must say this for the servants, that I never knew them to steal anything, or heard of their doing so from anyone else. If anyone deserves to be robbed, I deserve it, for I leave my keys and my money everywhere, and seldom find time to lock my portmanteau. But my carelessness was not punished in Jamaica, and this, I think, is the character of the people as regards absolute personal property that has been housed and garnered, that has, as it were, been made the possessor's very own. There can be no more diligent thieves than they are in appropriating to themselves the fruits of the earth while they are still on the trees. They will not understand that this is stealing, nor can much be said for their honesty in dealing. There is a great difference between cheating and stealing in the minds of many men, whether they be black or white. There are good shops in Kingston, and I believe that men in trade are making money there. I cannot tell on what principle prices range themselves as compared with those in England. Some things are considerably cheaper than with us, and some much, very much dearer. A pair of excellent duck trousers, if I may be excused for alluding to them, cost me 18 shillings when made to order, whereas a pair of evening white gloves could not be had under 4 and 6 pence. That at least was the price charged, though I am bound to own that the shop-boy considerately returned me 6 pence, discount for ready money. The men in the shops are generally of the colored race, and they are also extremely free and easy in their manners. From them this is more disagreeable than from the negroes. 4 and 6 pence for white gloves, I said. Is that not high? Not at all, sir, by no means. We consider it rather cheap, but in Kingston, sir, you must not think about little economies. And he leered at me in a very nauseous manner as he tied his parcel. However, I ought to forgive him, for did he not return to me 6 pence discount unasked? There are various places of worship in Kingston, and the negroes are fond of attending them, but they love best that class of religion which allows them to hear the most of their own voices. They are therefore fond of Baptists, and fonder of the Wesleyans than of the Church of England. Many also are Roman Catholics. Their singing classes are constantly to be heard as one walks through the streets. No religion is worth anything to them which does not offer the allurement of some excitement. Very little excitement is to be found in the Church of England, Kingston Parish Church. The church itself, with its rickety pews and creaking doors and wretched seats made purposely so as to render genuflection impossible, and the sleepy, droning, somnolent service are exactly what was so common in England 20 years since, but which are common no longer, thanks to certain much-abused clerical gentlemen. Not but that it may still be found in England, if diligently sought for. But I must not finish my notice on the town of Kingston without a word of allusion to my enemies, the mosquitoes. Let no European attempt to sleep there at any time of the year without mosquito curtains. If he do, it will only be an attempt, which will probably end in madness and fever before morning. Nor will mosquito curtains suffice unless they are brushed out with no ordinary care, and then tucked in, and unless also the would-be sleeper, after having cunningly crept into his bed at the smallest available aperture, carefully pins up that aperture. Your Kingston mosquito is the craftiest of insects and the most deadly. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Faith Abiola-Ellison. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Section 3, Chapter 3, Jamaica, Country, Part 1. I have spoken in disparaging terms of the chief town in Jamaica, but I can atone for this by speaking in very high terms of the country. In that island, one would certainly prefer the life of the country mouse. There is scenery in Jamaica which almost equals that of Switzerland and the Tyrol, and there is also, which is more essential, a temperature among the mountains in which a European can live comfortably. I travelled over the greater part of the island, and was very much pleased with it. The drawbacks on such a tour are the expensiveness of the locomotion, the want of hotels, and the badness of the roads. As to cost, the tourist always consoles himself by reflecting that he is going to take the expensive journey once, and once only. The badness of the roads forms an additional excitement, and the want of hotels is cured, as is probably has been caused, by the hospitality of the gentry, and they are very hospitable, and hospitable too under adverse circumstances. In olden times, when nobody anywhere was so rich as a Jamaica planter, it was not surprising that he should be always glad to see his own friends, and his friends' friends, and their friends. Such visits dissipated the ennui of his own life, and the expense was not appreciable, or, at any rate, not undesirable. An open house was his usual rule of life. But matters are much altered with him now. If he be a planter of the olden days, he will have passed through fire and water in his endeavours to maintain his position. If, as is more frequently the case, he be a man of new date on his estate, he will probably have established himself with a small capital, and he also will have to struggle. But nevertheless, the hospitality is maintained, perhaps not on the olden scale, yet on a scale that by no means requires to be enlarged. "It is rather hard on us," said a young planter to me, with whom I was on terms of sufficient intimacy to discuss such matters. "We send word to the people at home that we are very poor. They won't quite believe us. So they send out somebody to see. The somebody comes, a pleasant-mannered fellow, and we kill our little fatted calf for him. Probably it is only a ewe lamb. We bring out our bottle or two of the best that has been put by for a gala day, and so we make his heart glad. He goes home, and what does he say of us? These Jamaican planters are princes, the best fellows living. I liked them amazingly, but as for their poverty, don't believe a word of it. They swim in claret and usually bathe in champagne. Now, that is hard, seeing that our common fare is saltfish and rum and water. I advised him in future to receive such inquirers with his ordinary fare only. Oh, yes, said he, and then we should get it on the other cheek. We should be abused for our stinginess. No Jamaica man could stand that. It is of course known that the sugar cane is the chief production of Jamaica, but one may travel for days in the island and only see a cane piece here and there. By far the greater portion of the island is covered with wild wood and jungle, what is there called bush. Through this, on an occasional favourable spot, and very frequently on the roadsides, one sees the gardens or provision grounds of the negroes. These are spots of land cultivated by them, for which they either pay rent, or on which, as is quite as common, they have squatted without payment of any rent. These provision grounds are very picturesque. They are not filled as a peasant's garden in England or in Ireland is filled, with potatoes and cabbages or other vegetables similarly uninteresting in their growth, but contain cocoa trees, breadfruit trees, oranges, mangoes, limes, plantains, jackfruit, soursop, avocado pears, and a score of others, all of which are luxuriant trees, some of considerable size, and all of them of great beauty. The breadfruit tree and the mango are especially lovely, and I know nothing prettier than a grove of oranges in Jamaica. In addition to this, they always have the yam, which is with the Negro somewhat as the potato is with the Irishman, only that the Irishman has nothing else, whereas the Negro generally has either fish or meat, and has also a score of other fruits besides the yam. The yam, too, is picturesque in its growth. As with the potato, the root alone is eaten, but the upper part is fostered and cared for as a creeper, so that the ground may be unencumbered by its thick tendrils. Support is provided for it as for grapes or peas. Then one sees also in these provision grounds patches of coffee and arrowroot, and occasionally also patches of sugar cane. A man wishing to see the main features of the whole island, and proceeding from Kingston as his headquarters, must take two distinct tours, one to the east and the other to the west. The former may be best done on horseback, as the roads are, one may say, non-existent for a considerable portion of the way, and sometimes almost worse than non-existent in other places. One of the most remarkable characteristics of Jamaica is the copiousness of its rivers. It is said that its original name, Zemaka, signifies a country of streams, and it certainly is not undeserved. This copiousness, though it adds to the beauty, as no doubt it does also to its salubrity and fertility, adds something too to the difficulty of locomotion. Bridges have not been built, or, sad to say, have been allowed to go to destruction. One hears that this river or that river is quote-unquote down, whereby it is signified that the waters are swollen, and some of the rivers, when so down, are certainly not easy of passage. Such impediments are more frequent in the east than elsewhere, and on this account travelling on horseback is safest as well as the most expeditious means of transit. I found 4 horses to be necessary, 1 for the groom, 1 for my clothes, and 2 for myself. A lighter weight might have done with 3. An Englishman feels some bashfulness in riding up to a stranger's door with such a cortege, and bearing as an introduction a message from somebody else to say that you are to be entertained. But I always found that such a message was a sufficient passport. "It is our way," one gentleman said to me in answer to my apology, "when 4 or 5 come in for dinner after 10 o'clock at night, we do not think it hard, seeing that meat won't keep in this country." Hotels, as an institution, are, on the whole, a comfortable arrangement. One prefers perhaps ordering one's dinner to asking for it, and many men delight in the wide capability of finding fault which an inn affords. But they are very hostile to the spirit of hospitality. The time will soon come when the backwoodsman will have his tariff for public accommodation, and an Arab will charge you a fixed price for his pipe and cup of coffee in the desert. But that era has not yet been reached in Jamaica. Crossing the same river 24 times is tedious, especially if this is done in heavy rain, when the road is a narrow track through thickly wooded ravines, and when an open umbrella is absolutely necessary. But so often had we to cross the Wag water in our route from Kingston to the northern shore. It was here that I first saw the full effect of tropical vegetation, and I shall never forget it. Perhaps the most graceful of all the woodland productions is the bamboo. It grows either in clusters like clumps of trees in an English park, or, as is more usual when found in its indigenous state, in long rows by the riversides. The trunks of the bamboo is a huge hollow cane, bearing no leaves except at its head. One such cane alone would be uninteresting enough, but their great height, the peculiarly graceful curve of their growth, and the excessive thickness of the drooping foliage of hundreds of them clustered together produce an effect which nothing can surpass. The cotton tree is almost as beautiful when standing alone. The trunk of this tree grows to a magnificent height and with magnificent proportions. It is frequently straight, and those which are most beautiful throw out no branches till they have reached a height greater than that of any ordinary tree with us. Nature, in order to sustain so large a mass, supplies it with a huge spurs at the foot, which act as buttresses for its support, connecting the roots immediately with the trunk as much as 20 feet above the ground. I measured more than one, which, including the buttresses, were over 30 feet in circumference. Then from its head the branches break forth in most luxurious profusion, covering an enormous extent of ground with their shade. But the most striking peculiarity of these trees consists in the parasite plants by which they are enveloped, and which hang from their branches down to the ground with tendrils of wonderful strength. These parasites are of various kinds, the fig being the most obdurate with its embraces. It frequently may be seen that the original tree has departed wholly from sight, and I should imagine almost wholly from existence, and then the very name is changed, and the cotton tree is called a fig tree. In others the process of destruction may be observed, and the interior trunk may be seen to be stayed in its growth and stunted in its measure by the creepers which surround it. This pernicious embrace the natives describe as, quote unquote, the Scotchman hugging the Creole. The metaphor is sufficiently satirical upon our northern friends, who are supposed not to have thriven badly in their visits to the Western Islands. But it often happens that the tree has reached its full growth before the parasites have fallen on it, and then, in place of being strangled, it is adorned. Every branch is covered with a wondrous growth, with plants of 1,000 colours and 1,000 sorts. Some droop with long and graceful tendrils from the boughs, and so touch the ground, while others hang in a ball of leaves and flowers which swing for years, apparently without changing their position. The growth of these parasite plants must be low, though it is so very rich. A gentleman with whom I was staying, and in whose grounds I saw by far the most lovely tree of this description that met my sight, assured me that he had watched it closely for more than 20 years, and that he could trace no difference in the size or arrangement of the parasite plants by which it was surrounded. We went across the island to a little village called Anotta Bay, traversing the Wag Water 24 times, as I have said, and from thence through the marshes of Metcalfe and St. George to Port Antonio. Quote unquote, fuit ilium et ingens gloria. This may certainly be said of Port Antonio and the adjacent district. It was once a military station, and the empty barracks, standing so beautifully over the sea on an extreme point of land, are now waiting till time shall reduce them to ruin. The place is utterly desolate, though not yet broken up in its desolation, as such buildings quickly become when left wholly untenanted. A rusty cannon or two still stand at the embrasures, watching the entrance to the fort, and among the grass we found a few metal balls, the last remains of the last ordnance supplies. But Port Antonio was once a goodly town, and the country round it, the parish of Portland, is as fertile as any in the island. But now there is hardly a sugar estate in the whole parish. It is given up to the growth of yams, cocoas, and plantains. It has become a provision ground for negroes, and the palmy days of the town are of course gone. Nevertheless, there was a decent little inn at Port Antonio, which will always be memorable to me on account of the love sorrows of a young maiden whom I chanced to meet there. The meeting was in this wise. I was sitting in the parlour of the inn after dinner, when a young lady walked in, dressed altogether in white. And she was well dressed, and not without the ordinary decoration of crinoline and ribbons. She was of the coloured race, and her jet-black, crisp yet wavy hair was brushed back in a becoming fashion. Whence she came, or who she was, I did not know, and never learnt. That she was familiar in the house, I presumed from her moving the books and little ornaments on the table, and arranging the cups and shells upon a shelf. "Oh, hey-ho," she ejaculated, when I had watched her for about a minute. I hardly knew how to accost her, for I object to the word miss as standing alone, and yet it was necessary that I should accost her. "Ah, well, hey-ho," she repeated. It was easy to perceive that she had a grief to tell. "Lady," said I. I felt that the address was somewhat stilted, but in the lack of any introduction I knew not how else to begin. "Lady, I fear that you are in sorrow?" "Sorrow enough," said she. "I's in the deepest sorrow. Hey ho, me, well, the world will end some day. And turning her face full upon me, she crossed her hands. I was seated on a sofa, and she came and sat beside me, crossing her hands upon her lap, and looking away to the opposite wall. I am not a very young man, and my friends have told me that I show strongly that steady married appearance of a paterfamilias, which is so apt to lend assurance to maiden timidity. It will end some day for us all, I replied, but with you it has hardly yet had its beginning. 'Tis a very bad world, and sooner over the better. To be treated so's enough to break any girl's heart. It is. My heart's clean broke. I know that. And as she put both her long, thin, dark hands to her side, I saw that she had not forgotten her rings. It is love, then, that ails you? No. She said this very sharply, turning full round upon me and fixing her large black eyes upon mine. No, I don't love him one bit. Not now, never again. No, if he were down there begging. And she stamped her little foot upon the ground as though she had an imaginary neck beneath her heel. But you did love him? Yes. She spoke very softly now, and shook her head gently. I did love him. Oh, so much. He was so handsome, so nice. I shall never see such a man again. Such eyes, such a mouth. Then his nose. He was a Jew, you know. I had not known it before, and received the information perhaps with some little start of surprise. Served me right, didn't it? And I's a Baptist, you know. They'd have read me out, I know that. But I didn't seem to mind it then. And then she gently struck one hand with the other, as she smiled sweetly in my face. The trick is customary with the coloured women in the West Indies, when they have entered upon a nice, familiar, pleasant bit of chat. At this period I felt myself to be sufficiently intimate with her to ask her name. Josephine, that's my name. Do you like that name? It's as pretty as its owner, nearly. Pretty? No, I's not pretty. If I was pretty, he'd not have left me so. He used to call me Feeny. What, the Jew did? I thought it might be well to detract from the merit of the lost admirer. A girl like you should have a Christian lover. That's what them all say. Of course they do. You ought to be glad it's over. I ain't, though. Not a bit. Though I do hate him so. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him worse than poison. And again her little foot went to work. I must confess that it was a pretty foot, and as for her waist, I never saw one better turned or more deftly clothed. Her little foot went to work upon the floor, and then clenching her small right hand, she held it up before my face as though to show me that she knew how to menace. I took her hand in mine and told her that those fingers had not been made for threats. You are a Christian, said I, and should forgive. I's a Baptist, she replied, and in course I does forgive him. I does forgive him, but he'll be wretched in this life, I know. And she be wretcheder. And when he dies, ho, 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 ho. In that prolonged expression there was a curse as deep as any that Ernulphus ever gave. Alas, such is the forgiveness of too many a Christian. As for me, I wouldn't demean myself to touch the hem of her garment. Poor fellow, what a life he'll have, for she's a Virgo with a vengeance. This at the moment astonished me, but from the whole tenor of the lady's speech I was at once convinced that no satirical allusion was intended. In the hurry of her fluttering thoughts she had merely omitted the letter A. It was her rival's temper, not her virtue, that she doubted. The Jew is going to be married, then? He told her so, but perhaps he'll jilt her too, you know. It was easy to see that the idea was not an unpleasant one. And then he'll come back to you? Yes, yes. And I'll spit at him. And in the fury of her mind she absolutely did perform the operation. Oh, I wish she would. I'd sit so and listen to him. And she crossed her hands and assumed an air of dignified quiescence which well became her. I'd listen, every word he say. Just so, every word, till he done. And I'd smile, and she did smile. And then, when he offered me his hand, and she put out her own, I'd spit at him and leave him so. And rising majestically from her seat, she stalked out of the room. As she fully closed the door behind her, I thought that the interview was over, and that I should see no more of my fair friend. But in this I was mistaken. The door was soon reopened, and she again seated herself on the sofa beside me. Your heart would permit of your doing that, said I, and he with such a beautiful nose. Yes, it would. I'd spise myself to take him now, if he was ever so beautiful. But I's sure of this, I'll never love no other man, never again. He did dance so genteelly. A Baptist dance? I exclaimed. Well, it wasn't the thing, was it? And I knew I'd be read out. Oh, but it was so nice. I'll never have no more dancing now. I've just taken up with a class now, you know, since he's gone. Taken up with a class? Yes, I teaches the nigger children, and I has a card for the minister. I got $4 last week, and you must give me something. Now I hate Baptists, as she did her lover, like poison. And even under such pressure as this, I could not bring myself to aid in their support. You very stingy man. Caspar Isaacs, he was her lost lover, gave me $1. But perhaps you gave him a kiss. Perhaps I did, said she. But you may be quite sure of this, quite. I'll never give him another. And she again slapped one hand upon the other and compressed her lips and gently shook her head as she made the declaration. I'll never give him another kiss, that's sure as fiat. I had nothing further to say, and began to feel that I ought not to detain the lady longer. We sat together, however, silent for a while, and then she arose and spoke to me standing. I's in a regular difficulty now, however, and it's just about that I am come to ask you. Well, Josephine, anything that I can do to help you? 'Tain't much. I only want your advice. I's going to Kingston, you see. Ah, you'll find another lover there? It's not for that, then, for I don't want none. But I's going anyways, 'cause I live there. Oh, you live in Kingston? Course I does, and I's no ways to go but just in the Drogher. The West Indian coasting vessels are so called. Don't you like going in the Drogher? I asked. Oh yes, I likes it well enough. Are you seasick? Oh no. Then what's the harm of the Drogher? Why, you see, and she turned away her face and looked towards the window. Why, you see, Isaacs is the captain of her, and 'twill be so odd-like. You could not possibly have a better opportunity for recovering all that you have lost. You think so? Certainly. then you know nothing about it. I will never recover nothing of him, never. Bah! But I tell you what I'll do. I'll pay him my £1 for my passage, and then it be a purely mercial transaction. On this point I agreed with her, and then she offered me her hand with the view of bidding me farewell. "Good-bye, Josephine," I said. "Perhaps you would be happier with a Christian husband." "Perhaps I would. Perhaps better with none at all. But I don't think I'll ever be happy no more. 'Tis so dull. Good-bye." Were I a girl, I doubt whether I also would not sooner dance with a Jew than pray with a Baptist. "Good-bye, Josephine." I pressed her hand, and so she went, and I never saw nor heard more of her. There was not about my Josephine all the pathos of Maria, nor can I tell my story as Sterne told his. But Josephine, in her sorrow, was, I think, more true to human nature than Maria. It may perhaps be possible that Sterne embellished his facts. I, at any rate, have not done that. End of section 3. Section 4 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Faith Abiola-Ellison. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Section 4, Chapter 3, Jamaica, Country, Part 2. I had another adventure at Port Antonio. About 2 o'clock in the morning there was an earthquake, and we were all nearly shaken out of our beds. Someone rushed into my room, declaring that not a stone would be left standing of Port Royal. There were 2 distinct blows, separated by some seconds, and a loud noise was heard. I cannot say that I was frightened, as I had not time to realise the fact of the earthquake before it was all over. No harm was done, I believe, anywhere beyond the disservice of a little plaster from the walls. The largest expanse of unbroken cane fields in Jamaica is at the extreme south-east, in the parish of St. George's in the east. Here I saw a plain of about 4,000 acres under canes. It looked to be prosperous, but I was told by the planter with whom I was staying that the land had lately been deluged with water, that the canes were covered with mud, and that the crops would be very short. Poor Jamaica! It seems as though all the elements are in league against her. I was not sorry to return to Kingston from this trip, for I was tired of the saddle. In Jamaica everybody rides, but nobody seems to get much beyond a walk. Now to me there is no pace on horseback so wearying as an unbroken walk. I did goad my horse into trotting, but it was clear that the animal was not used to it. Shortly afterwards I went to the west. The distances here were longer, but the journey was made on wheels and was not so fatiguing. Moreover, I stayed some little time with a friend in one of the distant parishes of the island. The scenery during the whole expedition was very grand. The road goes through Spanish Town and then divides itself, one road going westward by the northern coast and the other by that to the south. I went by the former and began my journey by the bog or bogue walk, a road through a magnificent ravine, and then over Mount Diablo. The devil assumes to himself all the finest scenery in all countries. Of a delicious mountain tarn he makes his punch bowl. He loves to leap from crag to crag over the wildest ravines. He builds picturesque bridges in most impassable sites, and makes roads over mountains at gradients not to be attempted by the wildest engineer. The road over Mount Diablo is very fine, and the view back to Kingston very grand. From thence I went down into the parish of St. Anne's on the northern side. They all speak of St. Anne's as being the most fertile district in the island. The inhabitants are addicted to grazing rather than sugar making, and thrive in that pursuit very well. But all Jamaica is suited for a grazing ground, and all the West Indies should be the market for their cattle. On the northern coast there are two towns, Falmouth and Montego Bay, both of which are, at any rate in appearance, more prosperous than Kingston. I cannot say that the streets are alive with trade, but they do not appear to be so neglected, desolate, and wretched as the metropolis or the seat of government. They have jails and hospitals, mayors and magistrates, and are, except in atmosphere, very like small country towns in England. The two furthermost parishes of Jamaica are Hanover and Westmoreland, and I stayed for a short time with a gentleman who lives on the borders of the two. I certainly was never in a more lovely country. He was a sugar planter, but the canes and sugar, which after all are ugly and by no means savoury appurtenances, were located somewhere out of sight. As far as I myself might know, from what I saw, my host's ordinary occupations were exactly those of a country gentleman in England. He fished and shot and looked after his estate and acted as a magistrate, and over and above this was somewhat particular about his dinner and the ornamentation of the land immediately around his house. I do not know that fate can give a man a pleasanter life. If, however, he did at unseen moments inspect his cane holes, and employ himself among the sugar hogsheads and rum puncheons, it must be acknowledged that he had a serious drawback on his happiness. Country life in Jamaica certainly has its attractions. The day is generally begun at 6 o'clock, when a cup of coffee is brought in by a sable minister. I believe it is customary to take this in bed, or rather on the bed, for in Jamaica one's connection with one's bed does not amount to getting into it. One gets within the mosquito net and then plunges about with a loose sheet, which is sometimes on and sometimes off. With the cup of coffee comes a small modicum of dry toast. After that, the toilette progresses, not at a rapid pace. A tub of cold water and a dilettante dressing will do something more than kill an hour, so that it is 7:30 or 8 before one leaves one's room. When one first arrives in the West Indies, one hears much of early morning exercise, especially for ladies, and for ladies early morning exercise is the only exercise possible. But it appeared to me that I heard more of it than I saw, and even as regards early travelling, the eager promise was generally broken. An assumed start at 5 a.m. usually meant 7, and one at 6, 8:30. This, however, is the time of day at which the sugar grower is presumed to look at his canes, and the grazier to inspect his kine. At this hour, 8 o'clock that is, the men ride, and sometimes also the ladies. And when the latter ceremony does take place, there is no pleasanter hour in all the 24. At 10:30, the nation sits down to breakfast, not to a meal, my dear Mrs. Jones, consisting of tea and bread and butter, with 2 eggs for the master of the family and 1 for the mistress, but a stout, solid banquet consisting of fish, beefsteaks. A breakfast is not a breakfast in the West Indies without beefsteaks and onions, nor is a dinner so to be called without bread and cheese and beer, potatoes, yams, plantains, eggs, and half a dozen quote-unquote tinned productions, namely meats sent from England in tin cases. Though they have every delicacy which the world can give them of native production, all these are as nothing unless they also have something from England. Then there are tea and chocolate upon the table, and on the sideboard beer and wine, rum and brandy. 'Tis so that they breakfast at rural quarters in Jamaica. Then comes the day. Ladies may not subject their fair skin to the outrages of a tropical sun, and therefore, unless on very special occasions, they do not go out between breakfast and dinner. That they occupy themselves well during the while, charity feels convinced. Sarcasm, however, says that they do not sin from over-energy. For my own part, I do not care a dote for sarcasm. When their lords reappear, they are always found smiling, well-dressed, and pretty. And then after dinner they have but one sin. There is but one drawback. They will go to bed at 9 o'clock. But by the men, during the day, it did not seem to me that the sun was much regarded, or that it need be much regarded. One cannot and certainly should not walk much, and no one does walk. A horse is there as a matter of course, and one walks upon that. Not a great beast 16 hands high, requiring all manners of levers between its jaws, capricoling and prancing about, and giving a man a deal of work merely to keep his seat and look stately, but a canny little quiet brute, fed chiefly on grass, patient of the sun, and not inclined to be troublesome. With such legs under him, and at a distance of some 20 miles from the coast, a man may get about in Jamaica pretty nearly as well as he can in England. I saw various grazing farms, pens they are here called, while I was in this part of the country, and I could not but fancy that grazing should in Jamaica be the natural and most beneficial pursuit of the proprietor, as on the other side of the Atlantic it certainly is in Ireland. I never saw grass to equal the guinea grass in some of the parishes, and at Knockalva I looked at Hereford cattle which I have rarely, if ever, seen beaten at any agricultural show in England. At present the island does not altogether supply itself with meat, but it might do so, and supply, moreover, nearly the whole of the remaining West Indies. Proprietors of land say that the sea transit is too costly. Of course it is at present, the trade not existing, for indeed at present there is no means of such transit. But screw steamers now always appear quickly enough wherever freight offers itself, and if the cattle were there, they would soon find their way down to the Windward Islands. But I am running away from my day. The inspection of a pen or two, perhaps occasionally of the sugar-works when they are about, soon wears through the hours, and at 5 preparations commence for the 6 o'clock dinner. The dressing again is a dilettante process, even for the least dandified of mankind. It is astonishing how much men think, and must think, of their clothes when within the tropics. Dressing is necessarily done slowly, or else one gets heated quicker than one has cooled down, and then one's clothes always want airing, and the supply of clean linen is necessarily copious, or at any rate should be so. Let no man think he can dress for dinner in 10 minutes, because he is accustomed to do so in England. He cannot brush his hair, or pull on his boots, or fasten his buttons at the same pace he does at home. He dries his face very leisurely, and sits down gravely to rest before he draws on his black pantaloons. Dressing for dinner, however, is de rigueur in the West Indies. If a black coat, etc., could be laid aside anywhere as barbaric, and light, loose clothing adopted, this should be done here. The soldiers, at least the privates, are already dressed as zouaves, and children and negroes are hardly dressed at all. But the visitor, victim of tropical fashionable society, must appear in black clothing, because black clothing is the thing in England. "The governor won't see you in that coat," was said to me once on my way to Spanish Town, "even on a morning." The governor did see me, and as far as I could observe, did not know whether or no I had on any coat. Such, however, is the feeling of the place. But we shall never get to dinner. This, again, is a matter of considerable importance, as, indeed, where is it not? While in England we are all writing letters to the Times to ascertain how closely we can copy the vices of Apicius on £800 a year, and complaining because in our perverse stupidity we cannot pamper our palates with sufficient variety, it is not open to us to say a word against the luxuries of a West Indian table. We have reached the days when a man not only eats his best, but complains bitterly and publicly because he cannot eat better. When we sigh out loud because no Horace will teach us where the sweetest cabbage grows, how best to souse our living poultry, so that their fibres when cooked may not offend our teeth. These lessons of Horace are accounted among his satires. But what of that? That which was satire to Augustine Rome shall be simple homely teaching to the subject of Victoria with his 1,000 a year. But the cook in the Jamaica country house is a person of importance, and I am inclined to think that the lady whom I have accused of idleness does, during those vacant interlunar hours, occasionally peer into her kitchen. The results, at any rate, are good, sufficiently so to break the hearts of some of our miserable 800 a year men at home. After dinner, no wine is taken, none at least beyond 1 glass with the ladies, and if you choose it, 1 after they are gone. Before dinner, as I should have mentioned before, a glass of bitters is as much de rigueur as the black coat. I know how this will disgust many a kindly friend in dear, good, old, thickly prejudiced native England. Yes, ma'am, bitters. No, not gin and bitters, such as the cabmen take at the gin palaces. Not gin and bitters at all, unless you specially request it, but sherry and bitters. And a very pretty habit it is for a warm country. If you don't drink your wine after dinner, why not take it before? I have no doubt that it is the more wholesome habit of the two. Not that I recommend, even in the warmest climate, a second bitter or a third. There are spots in the West Indies where men take third bitters, and long bitters, in which the bitter time begins when the soda water and brandy time ends, in which the latter commences when the breakfast beer bottles disappear. There are such places, but they must not be named by me in characters plainly legible. To kiss and tell is very criminal, as the whole world knows. But while on the subject of bitters, I must say this. Let no man ever allow himself to take a long bitter, such as men make at. It is beyond the power of man to stop at one. A long bitter, duly swiggled, is your true West Indian siren. And then men and women saunter out on the veranda, or perhaps, if it be starlight or moonlight, into the garden. Oh, what stars they are, those in that western tropical world! How beautiful a woman looks by their light! How sweet the air smells! How gloriously legible are the constellations of the heavens! And then one sips a cup of coffee, and there is a little chat, the lightest of the light, and a little music, light enough also, and at 9 one retires to one's light slumbers. It is a pleasant life for a short time, though the flavour of the dolce far niente is somewhat too prevalent for Saxon energies fresh from Europe. End of section 4. Section 5 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Faith Abiola-Ellison. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Section 5, Chapter 3, Jamaica, Country, Part 3. Such are the ordinary evenings of society. But there are occasions when no complaint can be made of lack of energy. The soul of a Jamaica lady revels in a dance. Dancing is popular in England, is popular almost everywhere. But in Jamaica, it is the elixir of life, the Medea's cauldron, which makes old people young, the cup of Circe, which neither man nor woman can withstand. Look at that lady who has been content to sit still and look beautiful for the last 2 hours. Let but the sound of a polka meet her, and she will awake to life as lively, to motion as energetic as that of a Scotch sportsman on the 12th of August. It is singular how the most listless girl, who seems to trail through her long days almost without moving her limbs, will continue to waltz and polk and rush up and down a gallopade from 10 till 5, and then think the hour's all too short. And it is not the girls only, and the boys, begging their pardon, who rave for dancing. Steady matrons of 45 are just as anxious, and grave senators, whose years are past naming. See that gentleman with the bald head and grizzled beard, how sedulously he is making up his card. "Madam, the fourth polka," he says to the stout lady in the turban and the yellow slip, who could not move yesterday because of her rheumatism. "I'm up for the fifth," she replies, looking at the MS hanging from her side. "But shall be so happy for the sixth, or perhaps the second schottische." And then, after a little grave conference, the matter is settled between them. "I hope you dance quick dances," the lady said to me. "Quick?" I replied in my ignorance. "Has not one to go by the music in Jamaica?" "Oh, you goose! Don't you know what quick dances are? I never dance anything but quick dances. Quadrilles are so deadly dull." I could not but be amused at this new theory as to the quick and the dead, new at least to me, though, alas, I found myself tabooed from all the joys of the night by this invidious distinction. In the West Indies, polkas and the like are quick dances. Quadrilles and their counterparts are simply dead. A lady shows you no compliment by giving you her hand for the latter. In that you have merely to amuse her by conversation. Flirting, as any practitioner knows, is spoilt by much talking. Many words make the amusement either absurd or serious, and either alternative is to be avoided. And thus I soon became used to quick dances and long drinks. That is in my vocabulary. Will you have a long drink or a short one? It sounds odd, but is very expressive. A long drink is taken from a tumbler, a short one from a wine glass. The whole extent of the choice thus becomes intelligible. Many things are necessary and many changes must be made before Jamaica can again enjoy all her former prosperity. I do not know whether the total abolition of the growth of sugar be not one of them, but this I do know, that whatever be their produce, they must have roads on which to carry it before they can grow rich. The roads through the greater part of the island are very bad indeed, and those along the southern coast, through the parishes of St. Elizabeth, Manchester, and Clarendon, are by no means among the best. I returned to Kingston by this route, and shall never forget some of my difficulties. On the whole, the south-western portion of the island is by no means equal to the northern. I took a third expedition up to Newcastle, where are placed the barracks for our white troops, to the Blue Mountain Peak, and to various gentlemen's houses in these localities. For grandeur of scenery, this is the finest part of the island. The mountains are far too abrupt, and the land too much broken for those lovely park-like landscapes of which the parishes of Westmoreland and Hanover are full, and of which Stuttlestone, the property of Lord Howard de Warden, is perhaps the most beautiful specimen. But nothing can be grander, either in colour or grouping, than the ravines of the Blue Mountain ranges of hills. Perhaps the finest view in the island is from Raymond Lodge, a house high up among the mountains, in which, so local rumour says, Tom Cringle's log was written. To reach these regions, a man must be an equestrian, as must also a woman. No lady lives there so old, but what she is to be seen on horseback, nor any child so young. Babies are carried up there on pillows, and whole families on ponies. 'Tis here that bishops and generals love to dwell, that their daughters may have rosy cheeks and their sons stalwart limbs. And they are right. Children that are brought up among these mountains, though they live but 12 or 18 miles from their young friends down at Kingston, cannot be taken as belonging to the same race. I can imagine no more healthy climate than the mountains round Newcastle. I shall not soon forget my ride to Newcastle. 2 ladies accompanied me, and my excellent friend who was pioneering me through the country, and they were kind enough to show us the way over all the breakneck passes in the country. To them and their horses, these were like easy high roads, but to me, it was manifestly a disappointment to them that my heart did not faint visibly within me. I have hunted in Carmarthenshire, and a man who has done that ought to be able to ride anywhere. But in riding over some of these razor-back crags, my heart, though it did not faint visibly, did almost do so invisibly. However, we got safely to Newcastle, and our fair friends returned over the same route with no other escort than that of a black groom. In spite of the crags, the ride was not unpleasant. One would almost enlist as a full private in one of Her Majesty's regiments of the line if one were sure of being quartered for ever at Newcastle. At Newcastle, Jamaica, I mean. Other Newcastles of which I wot have by no means equal attraction. This place also is accessible only by foot or by horseback, and is therefore singularly situated for a barrack. But yet it consists now of a goodly village, in which live colonels and majors and chaplains and surgeons and purveyors, all in a state of bliss, as it were in a second Eden. It is a military paradise, in which war is spoken of, and dinners and dancing abound. If good air and fine scenery be dear to the heart of the British soldier, he ought to be happy at Newcastle. Nevertheless, I prefer the views from Raymond Lodge to any that Newcastle can afford. And now I have a mournful story to tell. Did any man ever know of any good befalling him from going up a mountain? Always excepting Albert Smith, who, we are told, has realised 500,000 by going up Mont Blanc. If a man can go up his mountains in Piccadilly, it may be all very well. In so doing, he perhaps may see the sun rise, and be able to watch nature in her wildest vagaries. But as for the true ascent, the nasty, damp, dirty, slippery, boot-destroying, shin-breaking, veritable mountain, let me recommend my friends to let it alone, unless they have a gift for making 500,000 in Piccadilly. I have tried many a mountain in a small way, and never found one to answer. I hereby protest that I will never try another. However, I did go up the Blue Mountain Peak, which ascends, so I was told, to the respectable height of 8,000 feet above the sea level. To enable me to do this, I provided myself with a companion, and he provided me with 5 negroes, a supply of beef, bread, and water, some wine and brandy, and what appears to me to be about 10 gallons of rum, for we were to spend the night on the Blue Mountain Peak, in order that the rising sun might be rightly worshipped. For some considerable distance we rode, till we came indeed to the highest inhabited house in the island. This is the property of a coffee planter who lives there, and who divides his time and energies between the growth of coffee and the entertainment of visitors to the mountain. So hospitable an old gentleman, or one so droll in speech, or singular in his mode of living, I shall probably never meet again. His tales as to the fate of other travellers made me tremble for what might some day be told of my own adventures. He feeds you gallantly, sends you on your way with a Godspeed, and then hands you down to derision with the wickedest mockery. He is the gibing spirit of the mountain, and I would at any rate recommend no ladies to trust themselves to his courtesies. Here we entered and called for the best of everything: beer, brandy, coffee, ring-tailed doves, saltfish, fat fowls, English potatoes, hot pickles, and Worcester sauce. What? No Worcester sauce? Gammon! Make the fellow go and look for it. 'Tis thus hospitality is claimed in Jamaica, and in process of time the Worcester sauce was forthcoming. It must be remembered that every article of food has to be carried up to this place on mules' backs over the tops of mountains for 20 or 30 miles. When we had breakfasted and drunk and smoked and promised our host that he should have the pleasure of feeding us again on the morrow, we proceeded on our way. The 5 negroes each had loads on their heads and cutlasses in their hands. We ourselves travelled without other burdens than our own big sticks. I have nothing remarkable to tell of the ascent. We soon got into a cloud and never got out of it, but that is a matter of course. We were soon wet through up to our middles, but that is a matter of course also. We came to various dreadful passages, which broke our toes and our nails and our hats, the worst of which was called Jacob's Ladder, also a matter of course. Every now and then we regaled the negroes with rum, and the more rum we gave them, the more they wanted, and every now and then we regaled ourselves with brandy and water, and the oftener we regaled ourselves, the more we required to be regaled, all which things are matters of course. And so we arrived at the Blue Mountain Peak. Our first 2 objects were to construct a hut and collect wood for firing. As for any enjoyment from the position, that for that evening was quite out of the question. We were wet through and could hardly see 20 yards before us on any side. So we set the men to work to produce such mitigation of our evil position as was possible. We did build a hut, and we did make a fire, and we did administer more rum to the negroes, without which they refused to work at all. When a black man knows that you want him, he is apt to become very impudent, especially when backed by rum, and at such times they altogether forget, or at any rate disregard, the punishment that may follow in the shape of curtailed gratuities. Slowly and mournfully we dried ourselves at the fire, or rather did not dry ourselves, but scorched our clothes and burnt our boots in a vain endeavour to do so. It is a singular fact, but one which experience has fully taught me, that when a man is thoroughly wet, He may burn his trousers off his legs and his shoes off his feet, and yet they will not be dry, nor will he. Mournfully we turned ourselves before the fire, slowly, like badly roasted joints of meat. And the result was exactly that. We were badly roasted and raw at the same time. And then we crept into our hut and made one of these wretched repasts in which the collops of food slop down and get sat upon, in which the salt is blown away and the bread saturated in beer, in which one gnaws one's food as Adam probably did, but as men need not do now, far removed as they are from Adam's discomforts. A man may cheerfully go without his dinner and feed like a beast when he gains anything by it. But when he gains nothing and has his boots scorched off his feet into the bargain, it is hard then for him to be cheerful. I was bound to be jolly, as my companion had come there merely for my sake. But how it came to pass that he did not become sulky, that was a miracle. As it was, I know full well that he wished me safe in England. Having looked to our fire and smoked a sad cigar, we put ourselves to bed in our hut. The operation consisted in huddling on all the clothes we had, but even with this the cold prevented us from sleeping. The chill, damp air penetrated through 2 shirts, 2 coats, 2 pairs of trousers. It was impossible to believe that we were in the tropics. And then the men got drunk and refused to cut more firewood, and disputes began which lasted all night, and all was cold, damp, comfortless, wretched, and endless. And so the morning came. That it was morning, our watches told us, and also a dull dawning of muddy light through the constant mist. But as for sunrise, the sun may rise for those who get up decently from their beds in the plains below, but there is no sun rising on Helvellyn or Rihi or the Blue Mountain Peak. Nothing rises there, but mists and clouds are forever falling. And then we packed up our wretched traps and again descended. While coming up, some quips and cranks had passed between us and our sable followers, and now all was silent as grim death. We were thinking of our sore hands and bruised feet, were mindful of the dirt which clogged us, and the damp which enveloped us, were mindful also a little of our spoilt raiment and ill-requited labours. Our wit did not flow freely as we descended. A second breakfast with the man of the mountain, and a glorious bath in a huge tank somewhat restored us, and as we regained our horses, the miseries of our expedition were over. My friend fervently and loudly declared that no spirit of hospitality, no courtesy to a stranger, no human eloquence should again tempt him to ascend the Blue Mountains, and I cordially advised him to keep his resolution. I made no vows aloud, but I may here protest that any such vows were unnecessary. I afterwards visited another seat, Flamstead, which, as regards scenery, has rival claims to those of Raymond Lodge. The views from Flamstead were certainly very beautiful, but on the whole I preferred my first love. End of section 5. Chapter 4, Part 1 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 4, Part 1. Jamaica, Black Men. To an Englishman who has never lived in a slave country, or in a country in which slavery once prevailed, the Negro population is of course the most striking feature of the West Indies. But the eye soon becomes accustomed to the black skin and the thick lip, and the ear to the broken patois, which is the nearest approach to English which the ordinary Negro ever makes. When one has been a week among them, the novelty is all gone. It is only by an exercise of memory and intellect that one is enabled to think of them as a strange race. But how strange is the race of Creole Negroes, of Negroes, that is, born out of Africa. They have no country of their own, yet have they not hitherto any country of their adoption. For, whether as slaves in Cuba or as free labourers in the British Isles, they are in each case a servile people in a foreign land. They have no language of their own, nor have they as yet any language of their adoption, for they speak their broken English as uneducated foreigners always speak a foreign language. They have no idea of country, and no pride of race. For even among themselves, the word, quote, nigger, unquote, conveys their worst term of reproach. They have no religion of their own, and can hardly as yet be said to have, as a people, a religion by adoption, and yet there is no race which has more strongly developed its own physical aptitudes and inaptitudes, its own habits, its own tastes, and its own faults. The West Indian Negro knows nothing of Africa, except that it is a term of reproach. If African immigrants are put to work on the same estate with him, he will not eat with them, or drink with them, or walk with them. He will hardly work beside them, and regards himself as a creature immeasurably the superior of the newcomer. But yet he has made no approach to the civilization of his white fellow creature, whom he imitates as a monkey does a man. Physically, he is capable of the hardest bodily work, and that probably with less bodily pain than men of any other race. But he is idle, unambitious as to worldly position, sensual, and content with little. Intellectually, he is apparently capable of but little sustained effort. But singularly enough, here he is ambitious. He burns to be regarded as a scholar, puzzles himself with fine words, addicts himself to religion for the sake of appearance, and delights in aping the little graces of civilization. He despises himself thoroughly, and would probably be content to starve for a month if he could appear as a white man for a day. But yet he delights in signs of respect paid to him, black man as he is, and is always thinking of his own dignity. If you want to win his heart for an hour, call him a gentleman. But if you want to reduce him to a despairing obedience, tell him that he is a filthy nigger, assure him that his father and mother had tails like monkeys, and forbid him to think that he can have a soul like a white man. Among the West Indies one may frequently see either course adopted towards them by their unreasoning ascendant masters. I do not think that education has as yet done much for the black man in the Western world. He can always observe and often read, but he can seldom reason. I do not mean to assert that he is absolutely without mental power, as a calf is. He does draw conclusions, but he carries them only a short way. I think that he seldom understands the purpose of industry, the object of truth, or the results of honesty. He is not always idle, perhaps not always false, certainly not always a thief, but his motives are the fear of immediate punishment, or hopes of immediate reward. He fears that and hopes that only. Certain virtues he copies because they are the virtues of a white man. The white man is the God present to his eye, and he believes in him with a qualified faith, and imitates him with a qualified constancy. And thus I am led to say, and I say it with sorrow enough, that I distrust the Negro's religion. What I mean is this, that in my opinion, they rarely take in and digest the great and simple doctrines of Christianity, that they should love and fear the Lord their God and love their neighbours as themselves. Those who differ from me, and the number will comprise the whole clergy of these western realms, and very many beside the clergy, will ask, among other questions, whether these simple doctrines are obeyed in England much better than they are in Jamaica. I would reply that I am not speaking of obedience. The opinion which I venture to give is that the very first meaning of the terms does not often reach the Negro's mind, not even the minds of those among them who are enthusiastically religious. To them, religious exercises are in themselves the good thing desirable. They sing their psalms and believe, probably, that good will result. But they do not connect their psalms with the practice of any virtue. They say their prayers, but having said them, have no idea that they should therefore forgive offences. They hear the commandments and delight in the responses, but those commandments are not in their hearts connected with abstinence from adultery or calumny. They delight to go to church or meeting. They are energetic in singing psalms. They are constant in the responses, and, which is saying much more for them, they are wonderfully expert at scripture texts, but, and I say it with grief of heart, and with much trembling also at the reproaches which I shall have to endure, I doubt whether religion does often reach their minds. As I greatly fear being misunderstood on this subject, I must explain that I by no means think that religious teaching has been inoperative for good among the Negroes. Were I to express such an opinion, I should be putting them on the same footing with the slaves in Cuba, who are left wholly without such teaching, and who, in consequence, are much nearer the brute creation than their more fortunate brethren. To have learnt the precepts of Christianity, even though they be not learnt faithfully, softens the heart and expels its ferocity. That theft is esteemed a sin, that men and women should live together under certain laws, that blood should not be shed in anger, that an oath should be true, that there is one God, the Father, who made us, and one Redeemer, who would willingly save us. These doctrines a Negro in a general way has learnt, and in them he has a sort of belief. He has so far progressed that by them he judges of the conduct of others. What he lacks is a connecting link between these doctrines and himself, an appreciation of the fact that these doctrines are intended for his own guidance. But though he himself wants the link, circumstances have in some measure produced it. As he judges others, so he fears the judgment of others, and in this manner of Christianity has prevailed with him. In many respects, the Negro's phase of humanity differs much from that which is common to us, and which has been produced by our admixture of blood and our present extent of civilization. They are more passionate than the white men, but rarely vindictive, as we are. The smallest injury excites their eager wrath, but no injury produces sustained hatred. In the same way, they are seldom grateful, though often very thankful. They are covetous of notice, as is a child or a dog, but they have little idea of earning continual respect. They best love him who is most unlike themselves, and they despise the coloured man who approaches them in breed. When they have once recognised a man as their master, they will be faithful to him. But the more they fear that master, the more they will respect him. They have no care for tomorrow, but they delight in being gaudy for today. Their crimes are those of momentary impulse, as are also their virtues. They fear death, but if they can lie in the sun without pain for the hour, they will hardly drag themselves to the hospital, though their disease be mortal. They love their offspring, but in their rage will ill use them fearfully. They are proud of them when they are praised, but will sell their daughter's virtue for $1. They are greedy of food, but generally indifferent as to its quality. They rejoice in finery, and have in many cases begun to understand the benefit of comparative cleanliness. But they are rarely tidy. A little makes them happy, and nothing makes them permanently wretched. On the whole, they laugh and sing and sleep through life. And if life were all, they would not have so bad a time of it. These, I think, are the qualities of the Negro. Many of them are in their way good, but are they not such as we have generally seen in the lower spheres of life? Much of this is strongly opposed to the idea of the Creole Negro, which has lately become prevalent in England. He has been praised for his piety, and especially praised for his consistent gratitude to his benefactors and faithful adherence to his master's interests. On such subjects, our greatest difficulty is perhaps that of avoiding an opinion formed by exceptional cases. That there are and have been pious Negroes, I do not doubt. That many are strongly tinctured with the language and outward bearing of piety, I am well aware. I know that they love the Bible, love it as the Roman Catholic girl loves the doll of a Madonna which she dresses with muslin and ribbons. In a certain sense, this is piety, and such piety they often possess. And I do not deny their family attachments, but it is the attachment of a dog. We have all had dogs whom we have well used and have prided ourselves on their fidelity. We have seen them to be wretched when they lose us for a moment, and have smiled at their joy when they again discover us. We have noted their patience as they wait for food from the hand they know will feed them. We have seen with delight how their love for us glistens in their eyes. We trust them with our children as the safest playmates, and teach them in mocking sport the tricks of humanity. In return for this, the dear brutes give us all their hearts, but it is not given in gratitude, and they abstain with all their power from injury and offence, but they do not abstain from judgment. Let his master ill use his dog ever so cruelly, yet the animal has no anger against him when the pain is over. Let a stranger save him from such ill usage, and he has no thankfulness after the moment. Affection and fidelity are things of custom with him. I know how deep will be the indignation I shall draw upon my head by this picture of a fellow creature and a fellow Christian. Man's philanthropy would wish to look on all men as walking in a quick path towards the perfection of civilization, and men are not happy in their good efforts unless they themselves can see their effects. They are not content to fight for the well-being of a race, and to think that the victory shall not come till the victors shall for centuries have been mingled with the dust. The friend of the Negro, when he puts his shoulder to the wheel and tries to rescue his black brother from the degradation of an inferior species, hopes to see his client rise up at once with all the glories of civilization round his head. There, behold my work. How good it is! That is the reward to which he looks. But what if the work be not as yet good? What if it be God's pleasure that more time be required before the work be good? Good in our finite sense of the word, in our sense which requires the show of an immediate effect. After all, what we should desire first and chiefly, is it not the truth? It will avail nothing to humanity to call a man a civilized Christian, if the name be not deserved. Philanthropy will gain little but self-flattery and gratification of its vanity by applying to those whom it would serve a euphemistic but false nomenclature. God, for his own purposes which are already becoming more and more intelligible to his creatures, has created men of inferior and superior race. Individually, the state of an Esquimau is grievous to an educated mind. But the educated man, taking the world collectively, knows that it is good that the Esquimau should have been made such as he is. Knows also that that state admits of improvement, but should know also that such cannot be done by the stroke of a wand, by a speech in Exeter Hall, by the mere sounds of gospel truth, beautiful as those sounds are. We are always in such a hurry, although as regards the progress of races, history so plainly tells us how vain such hurry is. At 30, a man devotes himself to proselytizing the people, and if the people be not proselytized, when he has reached 40, he retires in disgust. In early life we have aspirations for the freedom of an ill-used nation, but in middle life we abandon our protégé to tyranny and the infernal gods. The process has been too long. The nation should have arisen free at once upon the instant. It is hard for man to work without hope of seeing that for which he labours. But to return to our sable friends, the first desire of a man in a state of civilization is for property. Greed and covetousness are no doubt vices, but they are the vices which have grown from cognate virtues. Without a desire for property, man could make no progress. But the Negro has no such desire, no desire strong enough to induce him to labour for that which he wants. In order that he may eat today and be clothed tomorrow, he will work a little. As for anything beyond that, he is content to lie in the sun. Emancipation and the last change in the sugar duties have made land only too plentiful in Jamaica, and enormous tracts have been thrown out of cultivation as unprofitable. And it is also only too fertile. The Negro, consequently, has had unbounded facility of squatting, and has availed himself of it freely. To recede from civilization and become again savage as the laws of the community will permit, has been to his taste. I believe that he would altogether retrograde if left to himself. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Read by Faith Abiola-Ellison, London, 2024. Chapter 4, Part 2 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 4, Part 2. Jamaica. Black men. I shall now be asked, having said so much, whether I think that emancipation was wrong. By no means. I think that emancipation was clearly right. But I think that we expected far too great and far too quick a result from emancipation. These people are a servile race, fitted by nature for the hardest physical work, and apparently at present fitted for little else. Some 30 years since they were in a state when such work was their lot, but their tasks were exacted from them in a condition of bondage abhorrent to the feelings of the age, and opposed to the religion which we practised. For us, thinking as we did, slavery was a sin. From that sin we have cleansed ourselves. But the mere fact of doing so has not freed us from our difficulties, nor was it to be expected that it should. The discontinuance of a sin is always the commencement of a struggle. Few probably will think that Providence has permitted so great an exodus as that which has taken place from Africa to the West without having wise results in view. We may fairly believe that it has been a part of the Creator's scheme for the population and cultivation of the earth. A part of that scheme which sent Asiatic hordes into Europe and formed, by the admixture of nations, that race to which it is our pride to belong. But that admixture of blood has taken tens of centuries. Why should we think that Providence should work more rapidly now in these latter ages? No Englishman, no Anglo-Saxon, could be what he now is, but for that portion of wild and savage energy which has come to him from his Vandal forefathers. May it not then be fair to suppose that a time shall come when a race will inhabit those lovely islands, fitted by nature for their burning sun, in whose blood shall be mixed some portion of northern energy, and which shall owe its physical powers to African progenitors, a race that shall be no more ashamed of the name of Negro than we are of the name of Saxon. But in the meantime, what are we to do with our friend, lying as he now is at his ease under the cotton tree, and declining to work after 10 o'clock in the morning? Quote, "No, thank you, master. Me tired now. Me no want more money." Unquote. Or perhaps it is, quote, "No, working no more, money no enough, working up here," end quote. These are the answers which the suppliant planter receives when at 10 o'clock he begs his Negro neighbours to go a second time into the cane fields and earn a second shilling, or implores them to work for him more than 4 days a week, or solicits them at Christmas time to put up with a short 10 days holiday. His canes are ripe and his mill should be about, or else they are foul with weeds, and the hogsheads will be very short if they be not cleansed. He is anxious enough, for all his world depends upon it. But what does a Negro care? Quote, "No, me no more worky now," end quote. The busher, overseer, elide the O and change V into B, and the word will gradually explain itself. The busher, who remembers slavery and former happy days, damns him for a lazy nigger, and threatens him with coming starvation, and perhaps with returning monkeydom. Quote, "No, massa, no starve, no. God send plenty yam. No more monkey now, massa." End quote. The black man is not in the least angry, though the busher is, and as for the canes, they remain covered with dirt, and the return of the estate is but 130 hogshead instead of 190. Let the English farmer think of that, and in realizing the full story, he must imagine that the plenteous food alluded to has been grown on his own ground and probably planted at his own expense. The busher was wrong to curse the man, and wrong to threaten him with the monkey's tail. But it must be admitted that the position is trying to the temper. And who can blame the black man? He is free to work, or free to let it alone. He can live without work, and roll in the sun, and suck oranges, and eat breadfruit, aye, and ride a horse perhaps, and wear a white waistcoat and plaited shirt on Sundays. Why should he care for the busher? I will not dig cane holes for 1/2 a crown a day, and why should I expect him to do so? I can live without it, so can he. But nevertheless, it would be very well if we could so contrive that he should not live without work. It is clearly not nature's intention that he should be exempted from the general lot of Adam's children. We would not have our friend a slave, but we would fain force him to give the world a fair day's work for his fair day's provender, if we knew how to do so without making him a slave. The fact, I take it, is that there are too many good things in Jamaica for the number who have to enjoy them. If the competitors were more in number, more trouble would be necessary in their acquirement. And now, just at this moment, philanthropy is again busy in England protecting the Jamaica Negro. He is a man and a brother, and shall we not regard him? Certainly, my philanthropic friend. Let us regard him well. He is a man, and, if you will, a brother. But he is the very idlest brother with which a hard-working workman was ever cursed, intent only on getting his mess of pottage without giving anything in return. His petitions about the labour market, my excellently soft-hearted friend, and his desire to be protected from undue competition are, oh, my friend, I cannot tell you how utterly they are, gammon. He is now eating his yam without work, and in that privilege he is anxious to be maintained. And you, are you willing to assist him in his views? The Negro slave was ill-treated. Ill-treated at any rate in that he was a slave, and therefore by that reaction which prevails in all human matters, it is now thought necessary to wrap him up in cotton and put him under a glass case. The wind must not blow on him too roughly, and the rose leaves on which he sleeps should not be ruffled. He has been a slave, therefore now let him be a sybarite. His father did an ample share of work, therefore let the son be made free from his portion in the primeval curse. The friends of the Negro, if they do not actually use such arguments, endeavour to carry out such a theory. But one feels that the joke has almost been carried too far when one is told that it is necessary to protect the labour market in Jamaica and save the Negro from the dangers of competition. No immigration of labourers into that happy country should be allowed, lest the rate of wages be lowered and the unfortunate labourer be made more dependent on his master. But if the unfortunate labourers could be made to work, say, 4 days a week and on an average 8 hours a day, would not that in itself be an advantage? In our happy England, men are not slaves, but the competition of the labour market forces upon them long days of continual labour. In our own country, 10 hours of toil, repeated 6 days a week, for the majority of us will barely produce the necessaries of life. It is quite right that we should love the Negroes, but I cannot understand that we ought to love them better than ourselves. But with the most sensible of those who are now endeavouring to prevent immigration into Jamaica, the argument has been not the protection of the Jamaican Negro, but the probability of ill usage to the immigrating African. In the first place, it is impossible not to observe the absurdity of acting on petitions from the Negroes of Jamaica on such a pretence as this. Does anyone truly imagine that the black men in Jamaica are so anxious for the welfare of their cousins in Africa that they feel themselves bound to come forward and express their anxiety to the English Houses of Parliament? Of course nobody believes it. Of course it is perfectly understood that those petitions are got up by far other persons and with by far other views, and that not one Negro in 50 of those who sign them understands anything whatsoever about the matter, or has any wish or any solicitude on such a subject. Lord Brougham mentions it as a matter of congratulation that so large a proportion of the signatures should be written by the subscribers themselves, that there should be so few marksmen. But is it a matter of congratulation that this power of signing their names should be used for so false a purpose? And then comes the question as to these immigrants themselves. Though it is not natural to suppose that their future fellow labourers in Jamaica should be very anxious about them, such anxiety on the part of others is natural. In the first place, it is for the government to look to them, and then, lest the government should neglect its duty, it is for such men as Lord Brougham to look to the government. That Lord Brougham should, to the last, be anxious for the welfare of the African is what all men would expect and all desire. But we would not wish to confide even to him the power of absolutely consummating the ruin of the Jamaica planter. Is it the fact that labourers immigrating to the West Indies have been ill-treated, whether they be Portuguese from Madeira, coolies from India, Africans from the western coast, or Chinese? In Jamaica, unfortunately, their number is as yet but scanty, but in British Guiana they are numerous. I think I may venture to say that no labourers in any country are so cared for, so closely protected, so certainly saved from the usual wants and sorrows incident to the labouring classes. And this is equally so in Jamaica as far as the system has gone. What would be the usage of the African introduced by voluntary contribution may be seen in the usage of him who has been brought into the country from captured slave ships. Their clothing, their food, their house accommodation, their hospital treatment, their amount of work and obligatory period of working with one master, all these matters are under government surveillance. And the planter who has allotted to him the privilege of employing such labour becomes almost as much subject to government inspection as though his estate were government property. It is said that an obligatory period of labour amounts to slavery, even though the contract shall have been entered into by the labourer of his own free will. I will not take on myself to deny this, as I might find it difficult to define the term slavery. But if this be so, English apprentices are slaves, and so are indentured clerks, so are hired agricultural servants in many parts of England and Wales, and so certainly are all our soldiers and sailors. But in the ordinary acceptation of the word slavery, that acceptation which comes home to us all, whether we can define it or no, men subject to such contracts are not slaves. There is much that is prepossessing in the ordinary good humour of the Negro, and much also that is picturesque in his tastes. I soon learnt to think the women pretty, in spite of their twisted locks of wool, and to like the ring of their laughter, though it is not exactly silver sounding. They are very rarely surly when spoken to, and their replies, though they seldom are absolutely witty, contain either in the sound or in the sense something that amounts to drollery. The unpractised ear has great difficulty in understanding them, and I have sometimes thought that this indistinctness has created the fun which I have seemed to relish. The tone and look are humorous, and the words which are hardly heard and are not understood get credit for humour also. Nothing about them is more astonishing than the dress of the women. It is impossible to deny to them considerable taste and great power of adaptation. In England, among our housemaids and even haymakers, crinoline, false flowers, long waists, and flowing sleeves have become common, but they do not wear their finery as though they were at home in it. There is generally with them, when in their Sunday best, something of the hog in armour. With the Negro woman there is nothing of this. In the first place, she is never shamefaced. Then she has very frequently a good figure, and having it, she knows how to make the best of it. She has a natural skill in dress, and will be seen with a bodice fitted to her as though it had been made and laced in Paris. Their costumes on fête days and Sundays are perfectly marvellous. They are by no means contented with coloured calicoes, but shine in muslin and light silks at heaven only knows how much a yard. They wear their dresses of an enormous fullness. One may see of a Sunday evening 3 ladies occupying a whole street by the breadth of their garments, who on the preceding day were scrubbing pots and carrying weights about the town on their heads. And they will walk in full dress too, as though they had been used to go in such attire from their youth up. They rejoice most in white muslin with coloured sashes, in light brown boots, pink gloves, parasols, and broad-brimmed straw hats with deep veils and glittering bugles. The hat and the veil, however, are mistakes. If the Negro woman thoroughly understood effect, she would wear no headdress but the coloured handkerchief which is hers by right of national custom. Some of their efforts after dignity of costume are ineffably ludicrous. One Sunday evening, far away in the country, as I was riding with a gentleman, the proprietor of the estate around us, I saw a young girl walking home from church. She was arrayed from head to foot in virgin white. Her gloves were on, and her parasol was up. Her hat also was white, and so was the lace, and so were the bugles which adorned it. She walked with a stately dignity that was worthy of such a costume, and worthy also of higher grandeur. For behind her walked an attendant nymph, carrying the beauty's prayer book on her head. A Negro woman carries every burden on her head, from a tub of water weighing 100 weight down to a bottle of physic. When we came up to her, she turned towards us and curtsied. She curtsied, for she recognised her massa, but she curtsied with great dignity, for she recognised also her own finery. The girl behind with the prayer book made the ordinary obeisance, crooking her leg up at the knee, and then standing upright quicker than thought. "Who on earth is that princess?" said I. "They are two sisters who both work at my mill," said my friend. "Next Sunday they will change places. Polly will have the parasol and the hat, and Jenny will carry the prayer book on her head behind her." I was in a shoemaker's shop at St. Thomas, buying a pair of boots, when a Negro entered quickly and in a loud voice said he wanted a pair of pumps. He was a labouring man, fresh from his labour. He had on an old hat, what in Ireland men would call a cubeen. He was in his shirt sleeves and was barefooted. As the only shopman was looking for my boots, he was not attended to at the moment. "Want a pair of pumps? Directly!" he roared out in a very dictatorial voice. "Sit down for a moment," said the shopman, "and I will attend to you." He did sit down, but did so in the oddest fashion. He dropped himself suddenly into a chair, and at the same moment rapidly raised his legs from the ground, and as he did so fastened his hands across them just below his knees, so as to keep his feet suspended from his arms. This he contrived to do in such a manner that the moment his body reached the chair, his feet left the ground. I looked on in amazement, thinking he was mad. "Give I a bit of carpet!" he screamed out, still holding up his feet, but with much difficulty. "Yes, yes," said the shopman, still searching for the boots. "Give I a bit of carpet directly!" he again exclaimed. The seat of the chair was very narrow, and the back was straight, and the position was not easy, as my reader will ascertain if he attempt it. He was half choked with anger and discomfort. The shopman gave him the bit of carpet. Most men and women will remember that such bits of carpet are common in shoemakers' shops. They are supplied, I believe, in order that they who are delicate should not soil their stockings on the floor. The gentleman in search of the pumps had seen that people of dignity were supplied with such luxuries, and resolved to have his value for his money. But as he had on neither shoes nor stockings, the little bit of carpet was hardly necessary for his material comfort. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Read by Faith Abiola-Ellison, London, 2024. Chapter 5, Part 1. Of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 5, Part 1. Jamaica, Coloured Men. If in speaking of the Negroes I have been in danger of offending my friends at home, I shall be certain in speaking of the coloured men to offend my friends in Jamaica. On this subject, though I have sympathy with them, I have no agreement. They look on themselves as the ascendant race. I look upon those of colour as being so, or at any rate as about to become so. In speaking of my friends in Jamaica, it is not unnatural that I should allude to the pure-blooded Europeans, or European Creoles, to those in whose veins there is no admixture of African blood. Similia similibus. A man from choice will live with those who are of his own habits and his own way of thinking. But as regards Jamaica, I believe that the light of their star is waning, that their ascendancy is over. In short, that their work, if not done, is on the decline. Ascendancy is a disagreeable word to apply to any two different races whose fate it may be to live together in the same land. It has been felt to be so in Ireland when used either with reference to the Saxon Protestant or Celtic Roman Catholic, and it is so with reference to those of various shades of colour in Jamaica. But nevertheless, it is the true word. When two rivers come together, the waters of which do not mix, the one stream will be stronger, will overpower the other, will become ascendant. And so it is with people and nations. It may not be pretty spoken to talk about ascendancy, but sometimes pretty speaking will not answer a man's purpose. It is almost unnecessary to explain that by coloured men I mean those who are of a mixed race, of a breed mixed, be it in what proportion it may, between the white European and the black African. Speaking of Jamaica, I might almost say between the Anglo-Saxon and the African, for there remains, I take it, but a small tinge of Spanish blood. Of the old Indian blood there is, I imagine, hardly a vestige. Both the white men and the black dislike their coloured neighbours. It is useless to deny that as a rule such is the case. The white men now, at this very day, dislike them more in Jamaica than they do in other parts of the West Indies because they are constantly driven to meet them and are more afraid of them. In Jamaica one does come in contact with coloured men. They are to be met at the governor's table. They sit in the House of Assembly. They cannot be refused admittance to state parties or even to large assemblies. They have forced themselves forward and must be recognised as being in the van. Individuals decry them, will not have them within their doors, affect to despise them. But in effect, the coloured men of Jamaica cannot be despised much longer. It will be said that we have been wrong if we have ever despised these coloured people, or indeed if we have ever despised the Negro or any other race. I can hardly think that anything so natural can be very wrong. Those who are educated and civilised and powerful will always, in one sense, despise those who are not. And the most educated and civilised and most powerful will despise those who are less so. Euphuists may proclaim against such a doctrine, but experience, I think, teaches us that it is true. If the coloured people in the West Indies, can overtop contempt, it is because they are acquiring education, civilization, and power. In Jamaica, they are, I hope, in a way to do this. My theory, for I acknowledge to a theory, is this: that Providence has sent white men and black men to these regions in order that from them may spring a race fitted by intellect for civilization, and fitted also by physical organization for tropical labor. The Negro, in his primitive state, is not, I think, fitted for the former, and the European white Creole is certainly not fitted for the latter. To all such rules there are, of course, exceptions. In Puerto Rico, for instance, one of the two remaining Spanish colonies in the West Indies, the peons, or free peasant labourers, are of mixed Spanish and Indian blood, without, I believe, any Negro element, and there are occasional Negroes whose mental condition would certainly tend to disprove the former of the two foregoing propositions, were it not that in such matters exceptional cases prove and disprove nothing. Englishmen, as a rule, are stouter than Frenchmen. Were a French Falstaff and an English Slender brought into a room together, the above position would be not a whit disproved. It is probable also that the future race who shall inhabit these islands may have other elements than the two already named. There will soon be here, in the teeth of our friends of the Anti-Slavery Society, thousands from China and Hindustan. The Chinese and the coolies, immigrants from India are always called coolies, greatly excel the Negro in intelligence, and partake, though in a limited degree, of the Negro's physical abilities in a hot climate. And thus the blood of Asia will be mixed with that of Africa, and the necessary compound will, by God's infinite wisdom and power, be formed for these latitudes, as it has been formed for the colder regions in which the Anglo-Saxon preserves his energy and works. I know it will be said that there have been no signs of a mixture of breed between the Negro and the coolie and the Negro and the Chinese. The instances hitherto are, I am aware, but rare. But then the immigration of these classes is as yet but recent, and custom is necessary, and the language commonly understood and habits which the similitude of position will also make common before such races will amalgamate. That they will amalgamate if brought together, all history teaches us. The Anglo-Saxon and the Negro have done so, and in 200 years have produced a population which is said to amount to a fifth of that of the whole island of Jamaica, and which probably amounts to much more. 200 years with us is a long time, but it is not so in the world's history. From 1660 to 1860 AD is a vast lapse of years. But how little is the lapse from the year 1660 to the year 1860, dating from the creation of the world? Or rather, how small appears such lapse to us? In how many pages is its history written? And yet God's races were spreading themselves over the earth then as now. Men are in such a hurry. They can hardly believe that they will come to pass, of which they have evidence, but it will not come to pass in their own days. But then comes the question whether the mulatto is more capable of being educated than the Negro, and more able to work under a hot sun than the Englishman, whether he does not rather lose the physical power of the one and the intellectual power of the other. There are those in Jamaica who have known them long and who think that as a race they have deteriorated both in mind and body. I am not prepared to deny this. They probably have deteriorated in mind and body, and nevertheless my theory may be right. Nay, I will go further and say that such deterioration on both sides is necessary to the correctness of my theory. In what compound are we to look for the full strength of each component part? Should punch be as strong as brandy or as sweet as sugar? Neither the one nor the other. But in order to be good and efficient punch, it should partake duly of the strength of the spirit and of the sweetness of the saccharin, according to the skill and will of the Gnostic fabricator, who in mixing knows his own purposes. So has it even been also in the admixture of races. The same amount of physical power is not required for all climates, nor the same amount of mental energy. But the mulatto, though he has deteriorated from the black man in one respect, and from the white in another, does also excel the black man in one respect, and also excel the white in another. As a rule, he cannot work as a Negro can. He could not probably endure to labour in the cane fields for 16 hours out of the 24, as is done by the Cuban slave. But he can work safely under a tropical sun, and can in the day go through a fair day's work. He is not liable to yellow fever, as is the white man, and enjoys as valid a protection from the effects of heat as the heat of these regions requires. Nor, as far as we yet know, have Galileos, Shakespeares, or Napoleons been produced among the mulattoes. Few may probably have been produced who are able even to form an accurate judgment as to the genius of such men as these. But that the mulatto race partakes largely of the intelligence and ambition of their white forefathers, it is, I think, useless, and moreover wicked, to deny. Wicked because the denial arises from an unjust desire to close against them the door of promotion. Let any stranger go through the shops and stores of Kingston and see how many of them are either owned or worked by men of colour. Let him go into the House of Assembly and see how large a proportion of their debates is carried on by men of colour. I don't think much of the parliamentary excellence of these debates, as I shall have to explain by and by, but the coloured men, at any rate, hold their own against their white colleagues. How large a portion of the public service is carried on by them. How well they thrive, though the prejudices of both white and black are so strong against them. I just now spoke of these coloured men as mulattoes. I did so because I was then anxious to refer to the exact and equal division of black and white blood. Of course, it is understood that the mulatto, technically so called, is the child of parents, one of whom is all white and the other all black. And to judge exactly of the mixed race, one should judge probably from such an equal division. But no such distinction can be effectually maintained in speaking or even in thinking of these people. The various gradations of coloured blood range from all but perfect white to all but perfect black, and the dispositions and capabilities are equally various. In the lower orders, among those who are nearest to the African stock, no attempts, I imagine, are made to preserve an exact line. One is at first inclined to think that the slightest infusion of white blood may be traced in the complexion and hair and heard in the voice. But when the matter is closely regarded, one often finds it's difficult to express an opinion even to oneself. Colour is frequently not the safest guide. To an inquirer really endeavouring to separate the races, should so thankless a task ever be attempted, the speech, I think, and the intelligence would afford the sources of information on which most reliance could be placed. But the distinction between the white and the coloured men is much more closely looked into, and those are the unfortunate among the latter who are tempted, by the closeness of their relationship to Europe, to deny their African parentage. Many do, if not by lip, at any rate by deed, stoutly make such denial. Not by lip, for the subject is much too sore for speech, but by every wile by which a white quadroon can seek to deny his ancestry. Such denial is never allowed. The crisp hair, the sallow skin, the known family history, the thick lip of the old remembered grandam, a certain languor in the eye, all or some, or perhaps but one of these, tells the tale. But the tale is told, and the life struggle is made always and always in vain. This evil, for it is an evil, arises mainly from the white man's jealousy. He who seeks to pass for other than he is makes a low attempt. All attempts at falsehood must of necessity be low. But I doubt whether such energy of repudiation be not equally low. Why not allow the claim, or seem to allow it, if practicable? White art thou, my friend? Be a white man if thou wilt, or rather if thou canst. All we require of thee is that there remains no Negro ignorance, no Negro cunning, no Negro apathy of brain. Forbear those vain attempts to wash out that hair of thine and make it lank and damp. We will not regard at all that little wave in thy locks, not even that lisp in thy tongue. But struggle, my friend, to be open in thy speech. Any wave there we cannot but regard. Speak out of the thought that is in thee, for if thy thoughts lisp Negro-wards, our verdict must be against thee. Is it not thus that we should accept their little efforts? But we do not accept them so. In lieu thereof, we admit no claim that can by any evidence be rejected, and worse than that, we impute the stigma of black blood where there is no evidence to support such imputation. A nice fellow, Jones, eh? Very intelligent, well-mannered, some stranger says, who knows nothing of Jones's antecedents. Oh, yes, indeed, answers Smith of Jamaica. A very decent sort of fellow. They do say that he's coloured. Of course you know that. The next time you see Jones, you observe him closely, and can find no trace of the Ethiop. But should he presently descant on purity of blood, and the insupportable impudence of the coloured people, then, and not till then, you would begin to doubt. But these are evils which beset merely the point of juncture between the two races. With 9/10 of those of mixed breed, no attempts at concealment are by any means possible, and by them, of course, no such attempts are made. They take their lot as it is, and I think that on the whole they make the most of it. They are, of course, jealous of the assumed ascendancy of the white men, and affect to show, sometimes, not in the most efficacious manner, that they are his equal, in external graces as in internal capacities. They are imperious to the black men, and determined on that side to exhibit and use their superiority. At this, we can hardly be surprised. If we cannot set them a better lesson than we do, we can hardly expect the benefit which should arise from better teaching. But the great point to be settled is this: whether this race of mulattoes, quadroons, musts, and whatnot are capable of managing matters for themselves, of undertaking the higher walks of life, of living, in short, as an independent people with a proper share of masterdom, and not necessarily as a servile people, as hewers of wood and drawers of water. If not, it will fare badly for Jamaica, and will probably also fare badly in coming years for the rest of the West Indies. Whether other immigration be allowed or no, of one kind of immigration the supply into Jamaica is becoming less and less. Few European white men now turn thither in quest of fortune. Few Anglo-Saxon adventurers now seek her shores as the future home of their adoption. The white man has been there and has left his mark. The Creole children of these Europeans of course remain, but their numbers are no longer increased by newcomers. But I think there is no doubt that they are fit, these coloured people, to undertake the higher as well as lower paths of human labour. Indeed, they do undertake them and thrive well in them now, much to the disgust of the so esteemed ascendant class. They do make money and enjoy it. They practice as statesmen, as lawyers, and as doctors in the colony, and though they have not as yet shone brightly as divines in our English church, such deficiency may be attributed more to the jealousy of the parsons of that church than to their own incapacity.
End of Chapter 5, Part 1.
Read by Faith Abiola-Ellison, London 2024.
Chapter 5, Part 2.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope.
Chapter 5, Part 2.
There are, they say, 70,000 coloured people in the island, and not more than 15,000 white people. As the former increase in intelligence, it is not to be supposed that they will submit to the latter, nor are they at all inclined to submission. But they have still an uphill battle before them. They are by no means humble in their gait, and their want of meekness sets their white neighbours against them. They are always proclaiming by their voice and look that they are as good as the white man. But they are always showing by their voice and look also that they know that this is a false boast. And then they are by no means popular with the Negro. A Negro, as a rule, will not serve a mulatto when he can serve a European or a white Creole. He thinks that the mulatto is too near akin to himself to be worthy of any respect. In his passion, he calls him a nigger and protests that he is not and never will be like Buckraman. The Negroes complain that the coloured men are sly and cunning, that they cannot be trusted as masters, that they tyrannise, bully and deceive. In short, that they have their own Negro faults. There may doubtless be some truth in this, They have still a portion of their lesson to learn, perhaps the greater portion. I affirm merely that the lesson is being learnt. A race of people with its good and ill qualities is not formed in a couple of centuries. And if it be fated that the Anglo-Saxon race in these islands is to yield place to another people and to abandon its ground, having done its appointed work, surely such a decree should be no cause of sorrow. To have done their appointed work and done it well, should not this be enough for any men? But there are they who protest that such ideas as these, with reference to this semi-African people, are unpatriotic, are unworthy of any Englishman who should foster the ascendancy of his own race and his own country. Such men will have it as an axiom that when an Englishman has been master once, he should be master always, that his dominion should not give way to strange hands, or his ascendancy yield itself to strange races. It is unpatriotic, forsooth, to suggest that these tawny children of the sun should get the better of their British lords and rule the roast themselves. Even were it so, should it even be granted that such an idea is unpatriotic, one would then be driven back to ask whether patriotism be a virtue. It is at any rate a virtue in consequence only of the finite aspirations of mankind. To love the universe which God has made, were man capable of such love, would be a loftier attribute than any feeling for one's own country. The Gentile was as dear as the Jew, the Samaritans as much prized as they of Galilee, or as the children of Judah. The present position and prospects of the children of Great Britain are sufficiently noble and sufficiently extended. One need not begrudge to others their limited share in the population and government of the world's welfare. While so large a part of North America and Australia remain still savage, waiting for the white man's foot, waiting in fact for the foot of the Englishman, there can be no reason why we should doom our children to swelter and grow pale within the tropics. A certain work has been ours to do there. A certain amount of remaining work it is still probably our lot to complete. But when that is done, when civilization, commerce and education shall have been spread, when sufficient of our blood shall have been infused into the veins of those children of the sun, then I think we may be ready, without stain to our patriotism, to take off our hats and bid farewell to the West Indies. And be it remembered that I am here speaking of the general ascendancy, not of the political power of these coloured races. It may be that after all we shall still have to send out some white governor with a white aide-de-camp and a white private secretary, some 3 or 4 unfortunate white men to support the dignity of the throne of Queen Victoria's great-grandchild's grandchild. Such may be or may not be. To my thinking, it would be more for our honour that it should not be so. If the honour, glory and well-being of the child be dear to the parents, Great Britain should surely be more proud of the United States than of any of her colonies. We Britishers have a noble mission. The word, I know, is unpopular, for it has been foully misused, but it is in itself a good word, and none other will supply its place. We have a noble mission, but we are never content with it. It is not enough for us to beget nations, civilized countries, and instruct in truth and knowledge the dominant races of the coming ages. all this will not suffice unless also we can maintain a king over them. Well, is it to us, or even to them, who may be their king or ruler, or, to speak with a nearer approach to sense, from what source they be governed, so long as they be happy, prosperous, and good? And yet there are men mad enough to regret the United States. Many men are mad enough to look forward with anything but composure to the inevitable, happily inevitable day when Australia shall follow in the same path. We have risen so high that we may almost boast to have placed ourselves above national glory. The welfare of the coming world is now the proper care of the Anglo-Saxon race. The coloured people, I have said, have made their way into society in Jamaica. That is, they have made a certain degree of impression on the millstone, which will therefore soon be perforated through and through, and then crumble to pieces like pumice stone. Nay, they have been, or are, judges, attorneys general, prime ministers, leaders of the opposition and what not. The men have so far made their way. The difficulty now is with the women. And in high questions of society, here is always the stumbling block. All manners of men can get themselves into a room together without difficulty, and can behave themselves with moderate forbearance to each other when in it. But there are points on which ladies are harder than steel, stiffer than the brocaded silks, more obdurate than whalebone. He wishes me to meet Mrs. So-and-so, a lady said to me, speaking of her husband, because Mr. So-and-so is a very respectable, good sort of man. I have no objection whatever to Mr. So-and-so. If I begin with her, I know there will be no end. Probably not, I said. When you once commence, you will doubtless have to go on in the good path. I confess that the last words were said sotto voce. On that occasion, the courage was wanting in me to speak out my mind. The lady was very pretty, and I could not endure to be among the unfavoured ones. That is just what I have said to Mr. But he never thinks about such things. He is so very imprudent. If I ask Mrs. So-and-so here, how can I keep out Mrs. Such-a-one? They are both very respectable, no doubt. But what were their grandmothers? Ah, if we were to think of their grandmothers, it would doubtless be a dark subject. But what, O lady, of their grandchildren? That may be the most important and also most interesting side from whence to view the family. These people marry now, another lady said to me, a lady not old exactly, but old enough to allude to such a subject, and in the tone of her voice I thought I could catch an idea that she conceived them in doing so to be trenching on the privileges of their superiors. But their mothers and grandmothers never thought of looking to that at all. Are we to associate with the children of such women and teach our daughters that vice is not to be shunned? Ah, dear lady, not old, but sufficiently old. This statement of yours is only too true. Their mothers and grandmothers did not think much of matrimony, had but little opportunity of thinking much of it, but with whom did the fault chiefly lie? These very people of whom we are speaking, would they not be your cousins but for the lack of matrimony? Your uncle, your father, your cousins, your grandfather, nay, your very brother. Are they not the true criminals in this matter? They who have lived in this unhallowed state with women of a lower race. For the sinners themselves, of either sex, I would not ask your pardon. but you might forgive the children's children. The life of coloured women in Jamaica some years since was certainly too often immoral. They themselves were frequently illegitimate, and they were not unwilling that their children should be so also. To such a one it was preferable to be a white man's mistress than the wife of such as herself. And it did not bring on them the same disgrace, this kind of life, as it does on women in England, or even, I may say, on women in Europe, nor the same bitter punishment. Their master, though he might be stern enough and a tyrant, as the owner of slaves living on his own little principality might probably be, was kinder to her than to the other females around her, and in a rough sort of way was true to her. He did not turn her out of the house, and she found it to be promotion to be the mother of his children and the upper servant in his establishment. And in those days still so near to us, the coloured woman was a slave herself, unless specially manumitted either in her own generation or in that immediately above her. It is from such alliances as these that the coloured race of Jamaica has sprung. But all this, if one cannot already boast that it is changed, is quickly changing. Matrimony is in vogue, and the coloured women know their rights and are inclined to claim them. Of course, among them, as among us at home, and among all people, there are various ranks. There are but few white labourers in Jamaica, and but few Negroes who are not labourers. But the coloured people are to be found in all ranks, from that of Prime Minister, for they have a Prime Minister in Jamaica, down to the worker in the cane fields. Among their women, many are now highly educated, for they send their children to English schools. Perhaps if I were to say fashionably educated, I might be more strictly correct. They love dearly to shine, to run over the piano with quick and loud fingers, to dance with skill, which they all do, for they have good figures and correct ears, to know and display the little tricks and graces of English ladies, such tricks and graces as are to be learned between 15 and 17 at Ealing, Clapham, Hornsey. But the coloured girls of a class below these, perhaps I should say 2 classes below them, are the most amusing specimens of Jamaica ladies. I endeavoured to introduce my readers to one at Port Antonio. They cannot be called pretty, for the upper part of the face almost always recedes, but they have good figures and well-turned limbs. They are singularly free from mauvaise honte, and yet they are not impertinent or ill-mannered. They are gracious enough with the pale faces when treated graciously, but they can show a very high spirit if they fancy that any slight is shown to them. They delight to talk contemptuously of niggers. Those people are dirty niggers, and nasty niggers, and mere niggers. I have heard this done by one of whom I had absolutely taken for a Negro, and who was not using loud abusive language, but gently speaking of an inferior class. With these, as indeed with coloured people of a higher grade, the greater difficulty is with their language. They cannot acquire the natural English pronunciation. As far as I remember, I have never heard but 2 Negroes who spoke unbroken English, and the lower classes of the coloured people, though they are not equally deficient, are still very incapable of plain English articulation. The th is to them as to foreigners, an insuperable difficulty. Even Josephine, it may be remembered, was hardly perfect in this respect.
End of Chapter 5, Part 2.
Read by Faith Abiola-Ellison, London 2024. Chapter 6 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 6. Jamaica. White Men. It seems to us natural that white men should hold ascendancy over those who are black or coloured. Although we have emancipated our own slaves and done so much to abolish slavery elsewhere, nevertheless, we regard the Negro as born to be a servant. We do not realise it to ourselves that it is his right to share with us the high places of the world, and that it should be an affair of individual merit whether we wait on his beck or he on ours. We have never yet brought ourselves so to think, and probably never shall. They still are to us a servile race. Philanthropical abolitionists will no doubt deny the truth of this, but I have no doubt that the conviction is strong with them, could they analyse their own convictions, as it is with others. Where white men and black men are together, the white will order and the black will obey, with an obedience more or less implicit according to the terms on which they stand. When those terms are slavery, the white men order with austerity, and the black obey with alacrity. But such terms have been found to be prejudicial to both. Each is brutalised by the contact. The black man becomes brutal and passive as a beast of burden. The white man becomes brutal and ferocious as a beast of prey. But there are various other terms on which they may stand as servants and masters. There are those well understood terms which regulate employment in England and elsewhere, under which the poor man's time is his money, and the rich man's capital his certain means of obtaining labour. As far as we can see, these terms, if properly carried out, are the best which human wisdom can devise for the employment and maintenance of mankind. Here in England they are not always properly carried out. At an occasional spot or two, things will run rusty for a while. There are strikes, and there are occasional gluts of labour, very distressing to the poor man, and occasional gluts of the thing laboured, very embarrassing to the rich man. But on the whole, seeing that after all the arrangement is only human, here in England it does work pretty well. We intended, no doubt, when we emancipated our slaves in Jamaica, that the affair should work in the same way there. But the terms there, at present, are as far removed from the English system as they are from the Cuban, and are almost as abhorrent to justice as slavery itself, as abhorrent to justice, though certainly not so abhorrent to mercy and humanity. What would a farmer say in England if his ploughman declined to work and protested that he preferred going to his master's granary and feeding himself and his children on his master's corn? "Master, no, I be's a tired, thick day, and dunna mind to do no work." Then the poorhouse, my friend, the poorhouse. And hardly that. Starvation first, and nakedness, and all manner of misery. In point of fact, our friend, the ploughman, must go and work, even though his over-laboured bones be tired, as no doubt they often are. He knows it, and does it, and in his way is not discontented. And is not this God's ordinance? His ordinance in England and elsewhere, but not so apparently in Jamaica. There we had a devil's ordinance in those days of slavery, and having rid ourselves of that, we have still a devil's ordinance of another sort. It is not perhaps very easy for men to change devil's work into heavenly work at once. The ordinance that at present we have, existing there, is that far niente, one of lying in the sun and eating yams, of eating not your own yams, you lazy, do-nothing, thieving darky, but my yams, mine, who am being ruined, root and branch, stock and barrel, house and homestead, wife and bairns, because you won't come and work for me when I offer you due wages, you thieving, do-nothing, lazy nigger. Hush, will say my angry philanthropist. For the sake of humanity, hush. Will coarse abuse and the calling of names avail anything? Is he not a man and a brother? No, my angry philanthropist, while he will not work and will only steal, he is neither the one nor the other in my estimation. As for him being a brother, that, we may say, is fudge, and I will call no professional idler a man. But the abuse above given is not intended to be looked on as coming out of my own mouth, and I am not, therefore, to be held responsible for the wording of it. It is inserted there with small inverted commas, as you see, to show the language with which our angry white friends in Jamaica speak of the extraordinary condition in which they have found themselves placed. Slowly, with delay that has been awfully ruinous, they now rethink themselves of immigration from the coast of Africa, immigration from China, coolie immigrants from Hindustan. When Trinidad and Guiana have helped themselves, then Jamaica bestirs itself. And what then? Then the Negroes bestir themselves. For heaven's sake, let us be looked to. Are we not to be protected from competition? If labourers be brought here, will not these white people again cultivate their grounds? Shall we not be driven from our squatting patches? Shall we not starve? Or almost worse than that, shall we not again fall under Adam's curse? Shall we not again be slaves in reality, if not in name? Shall we not have to work? The Negro's idea of emancipation was, and is, emancipation not from slavery, but from work. To lie in the sun and eat breadfruit and yams is his idea of being free. Such freedom as that has not been intended for man in this world, and I say that Jamaica, as it now exists, is still under a devil's ordinance. One cannot wonder that the white man here should be vituperative in his wrath. First came emancipation. He bore that with manful courage, for it must be remembered that even in that he had much to bear. The price he got for his slave was nothing as compared with that slave's actual value, and slavery to him was not repugnant as it is to you and me. One's trade is never repugnant to one's feelings, but so much he did bear with manly courage. He could no longer make slave-grown sugar, but he would not at any rate be compelled to compete with those who could. The protective duties would save him there. Then free trade became the fashion, and protective duties on sugar were abolished. I beg it may not be thought that I am an advocate for such protection. The West Indians were, I think, thrown over in a scurvy manner because they were thrown over by their professed friends. But that was, we all know, the way with Sir Robert Peel. Well, free trade in sugar became the law of the land, and then the Jamaica planter found the burden too heavy for his back. The money which had flown in so freely came in such small driblets that he could make no improvement. Portions of his estate went out of cultivation, and then the Negro, who should have tilled the remainder, squatted on it and said, "No, massa, me no walkie today." And now, to complete the business, now that Jamaica is at length looking in earnest for immigration, it has long been looking for immigration with listless earnest, the planter is told that the labour of the black man must be protected. If he be vituperative, who can wonder at it? To speak the truth, he is somewhat vituperative. The white planter of Jamaica is sore and vituperative and unconvinced. He feels that he has been ill-used and forced to go to the wall, and that now he is there, he is meanly spoken of as though he were a bore and a nuisance, as one of whom the Colonial Office would gladly rid itself, if it knew how. In his heart of hearts there dwells a feeling that after all slavery was not so vile an institution, that devil, as well as some others, has been painted too black. In those old days the work was done, the sugar was made, the workmen were comfortably housed and fed, and perhaps on his father's estate were kindly treated. At any rate, such is his present memory. The money came in, things went on pleasantly, and he cannot remember that anybody was unhappy. But now, can it be wondered at that in his heart of hearts he should still have a sort of yearning after slavery? In one sense, at any rate, he has been ill-used. The turn in the wheel of fortune has gone against him, as it went against the hand-loom weavers when machinery became the fashion. Circumstances, rather than his own fault, have brought him low. Well-disciplined energy in all the periods of his adversity might perhaps have saved him, as it has saved others, but there has been more against him than against others. As regards him himself, the old-fashioned Jamaica planter, the pure-blooded white owner of the soil, I think that his day in Jamaica is done. The glory, I fear, has departed from his house. The hand-loom weavers have been swept into infinite space, and their children now poke the engine fires or piece thread standing in a factory. The children of the old Jamaica planter must also push their fortunes elsewhere. It is 1,000 pities, for he was, I may still say is, the prince of planters, the true aristocrat of the West Indies. He is essentially different as a man from the somewhat purse-proud Barbadian, whose estate of 200 acres has perhaps changed hands half a dozen times in the last 50 years, or the thoroughly mercantile sugar manufacturer of Guiana. He has so many of the characteristics of an English country gentleman that he does not strike an Englishman as a strange being. He has pedigree, and his family house and his domain around him. He shoots and fishes, and some few years since, in the good days, he even kept a pack of hounds. He is in the commission of the peace, and as such has much to do. A planter in Demerara may also be a magistrate, probably is so, but the fact does not come forward as a prominent part of his life's history. In Jamaica, too, there is scope for a country gentleman. They have their counties and their parishes. In Barbados, they have nothing but their sugar estates. They have county society, local balls, local race meetings. They have local politics, local quarrels, and strong old-fashioned local friendships. In all these things, one feels oneself to be much nearer to England in Jamaica than in any other of the West Indian islands. All this is beyond measure pleasant, and it is 1,000 pities that it should not last. I fear, however, that it will not last, that, indeed, it is not now lasting. That dear lady's unwillingness to obey her lord's behests, when he asked her to call on her brown neighbour, nay, the very fact of the lord's request, both go to prove that this is so. The lady felt that her neighbour was cutting the very ground from under her feet. The Lord knew, quote, that old times were changed, old manners gone, end quote. The game was almost up when he found himself compelled to make such a request. At present, when the old planter sits on the magisterial bench, a coloured man sits beside him, one probably on each side of him. At road sessions he cannot carry out his little project because the coloured men outvote him. There is a vacancy for his parish in the House of Assembly. The old planter scorns the House of Assembly and will have nothing to do with it. A coloured man is therefore chosen and votes away the white man's taxes, and then things worse and worse arise. Not only coloured men get into office, but black men also. What is our old aristocratic planter to do with a Negro churchwarden on one side and a Negro coroner on another? Quote, fancy what our state is, unquote, a young planter said to me. Quote, I dare not die, for fear I should be sat upon by a black man, end quote. I know that it will be thought by many, and probably said by some, that these are distinctions to which we ought not to allude. But without alluding to them in one's own mind, it is impossible to understand the state of the country, and without alluding to them in speech, it is impossible to explain the state of the country. The fact is that in Jamaica, at the present day, the coloured people do stand on strong ground, and that they do not so stand with the goodwill of the old aristocracy of the country. They have forced their way up, and now loudly protest that they intend to keep it. I think they will keep it, and that on the whole it will be well for us Anglo-Saxons to have created a race capable of living and working in the climate without inconvenience. It is singular, however, how little all this is understood in England. There it is conceived that white men and coloured men, white ladies and coloured ladies, meet together and amalgamate without any difference. The Duchess of this and Lord that are very happy to have at their tables some intelligent dark gentleman, or even a well-dressed Negro, though he may not perhaps be very intelligent. There is some little excitement in it, some change from the common, and perhaps also an easy opportunity of practising on a small scale those philanthropic views which they preach with so much eloquence. When one hobnobs over a glass of champagne with a dark gentleman, he is in some sort a man and a brother. But the Duchess and the Lord think that because the dark gentleman is to their taste, he must necessarily be as much to the taste of the neighbours among whom he has been born and bred, of those who have been accustomed to see him from his childhood. There never was a greater mistake. A coloured man may be a fine prophet in London, but he will be no prophet in Jamaica, which is his own country. No prophet, at any rate, among his white neighbours. I knew a case in which a very intelligent, nay, I believe a highly educated young coloured gentleman was sent out by certain excellent philanthropic bigwigs to fill an official situation in Jamaica. He was a stranger to Jamaica, never having been there before. Now, when he was so sent out, the home bigwigs alluded to intimated to certain other bigwigs in Jamaica that their dark protégé would be a great acquisition to the society of the place. I mention this to show the ignorance of those London bigwigs, not as to the capability of the young gentleman, which probably was not overrated, but as to the manners and life of the place. I imagine that the gentleman has hardly once found himself in that society which it was supposed he would adorn. The time, however, will probably come, and he and others of the same class will have sufficient society of their own. I have said elsewhere that the coloured people in Jamaica have made their way into society, and in what I now say I may seem to contradict myself. Into what may perhaps be termed public society they have made their way. Those who have seen the details of colonial life will know that there is a public society to which people are admitted and not admitted according to their acknowledged rights. Governors' parties, public balls, and certain meetings which are semi-official and semi-social are of this nature. A governor in Jamaica would, I imagine, not conceive himself to have the power of excluding coloured people from his table, even if he wished it. But in Barbados, I doubt whether a governor could, if he wished it, do the reverse. So far, coloured people in Jamaica have made their footing good, and they are gradually advancing beyond this. But not the less, as a rule, are they disliked by the old white aristocracy of the country, in a strong degree by the planters themselves, but in a much stronger by the planters' wives. So much for my theory as to the races of men in Jamaica, and as to the social condition of the white and coloured people with reference to each other. Now I would say a word or two respecting the white man as he himself is, without reference either to his neighbour or to his prospects. A better fellow cannot be found anywhere than a gentleman of Jamaica, or one with whom it is easier to live on pleasant terms. He is generally hospitable, affable, and generous, easy to know, and pleasant when known, not given perhaps to much deep erudition, but capable of talking with ease on most subjects of conversation, fond of society and of pleasure, if you choose to call it so, but not generally addicted to low pleasures. He is often witty and has a sharp side to his tongue, if occasion be given him to use it. He is not generally, I think, a hard-working man. Had he been so, the country perhaps would not have been in its present condition. But he is bright and clever, and in spite of all that he has gone through, he is at all times good-humoured. No men are fonder of the country to which they belong, or prouder of the name of Great Britain, than these Jamaicans. It has been our policy, and, as regards our larger colonies, the policy I have no doubt has been beneficial, to leave our dependencies very much to themselves, to interfere in the way of governing as little as might be, and to withdraw as much as possible from any participation in their internal concerns. This policy is anything but popular with the white aristocracy of Jamaica. They would fain, if it were possible, dispense altogether with their legislature and be governed altogether from home. In spite of what they have suffered, they are still willing to trust the statesmen of England, but are most unwilling to trust the statesmen of Jamaica. Nothing is more peculiar than the way in which the word, quote, home, unquote, is used in Jamaica, and indeed all through the West Indies. With the white people, it always signifies England, even though the person using the word has never been there. I could never trace the use of the word in Jamaica as applied by white men or white women to the home in which they lived, nor even though that home had been the dwelling of their fathers, as well of themselves. The word, quote, home, unquote, with them is sacred and means something holier than a habitation in the tropics. It refers always to the old country. In this respect, as in so many others, an Englishman differs greatly from a Frenchman. Though our English, as a rule, are much more given to colonize than they are, though we spread ourselves over the face of the globe, while they have established comparatively but few settlements in the outer world, nevertheless, when we leave our country, we almost always do so with some idea, be it ever so vague, that we shall return to it again, and again make it our home. But the Frenchman divests himself of any such idea. He also loves France, or at any rate loves Paris, but his object is to carry his Paris with him, to make a Paris for himself, whether it be in a sugar island among the Antilles, or in a trading town upon the Levant. And in some respects the Frenchman is the wiser man. He never looks behind him with regret. He does his best to make his new house comfortable. The spot on which he fixes is his home, and so he calls it, and so regards it. But with an Englishman in the West Indies, even with an English Creole, England is always his home. If the people in Jamaica have any prejudice, it is on the subject of heat. I suppose they have a general idea that their island is hotter than England, but they never reduce this to an individual idea respecting their own habitation. "Come and dine with me," a man says to you. "I can give you a cool bed." The invitation at first sounded strange to me, but I soon got used to it. I soon even liked it, though I found too often that the promise was not kept. How could it be kept while the quicksilver was standing at 85 in the shade? And each man boasts that his house is 10 degrees cooler than that of his neighbours. And each man, if you contest the point, has a reason to prove why it must be so. But a stranger, at any rate round Kingston, is apt to put the matter in a different light. One place may be hotter than another, but cool is a word which he never uses. On the whole, I think that the heat of Kingston, Jamaica, is more oppressive than that of any other place among the British West Indies. When one gets down to the Spanish coast, then indeed one can look back even to Kingston with regret.
End of chapter 6. Read by Faith Abiola-Ellison, London 2024.
Section 11 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Jamaica, sugar. That Jamaica was a land of wealth, rivaling the East in its means of riches, nay, excelling it as a market for capital, as a place in which money might be turned, and that it now is a spot on the earth almost more poverty-stricken than any other, so much is known almost to all men. That this change was brought about by the manumission of the slaves, which was completed in 1838, of that also the English world is generally aware. And there, probably, the usual knowledge about Jamaica ends. And we may also say that the solicitude of Englishmen at large goes no further. The families who are connected with Jamaica by ties of interest are becoming fewer and fewer. Property has been abandoned as good for nothing and nearly forgotten, or has been sold for what wretched trifle it would fetch, or left to an overseer, who is hardly expected to send home proceeds, is merely ordered imperatively to apply for no subsidies. Fathers no longer send their younger sons to make their fortunes there. Young English girls no longer come out as brides. Dukes and earls do not now govern the rich gem of the West, spending their tens of thousands in royal magnificence and laying by other tens of thousands for home consumption. In lieu of this, some governor by profession, unfortunate for the moment, takes Jamaica with a groan as a stepping stone to some better Barataria, New Zealand perhaps, or Fraser River, and by strict economy tries to save the price of his silver forks. Equerries, aides-de-camp, and private secretaries no longer flaunt it about Spanish Town. The flaunting about Spanish Town is now of a dull sort. Ichabod, the glory of that house is gone. The palmy days of that island are over. Those who are failing and falling in the world excite but little interest, and so it is at present with Jamaica. From time to time we hear that properties which used to bring £5,000 a year are not now worth £500 in fee simple. We hear it, think our stars that we have not been brought up in the Jamaica line, and there's an end of it. If we have young friends whom we wish to send forth into the world, we search the maps with them at our elbows, but we put our hands over the West Indies, over the first fruits of the courage and skill of Columbus, as a spot tabooed by Providence. Nay, if we could, we would fain forget Jamaica altogether. But there it is, a spot on the earth not to be lost sight of or forgotten altogether. Let us wish it ever so much. It belongs to us and must be in some sort thought of and managed, and if possible, governed. Though the utter sinking of Jamaica under the sea might not be regarded as a misfortune, it is not to be thought of that it should belong to others than Britain. How should we look at the English politician who would propose to sell it to the United States, or beg Spain to take it as an appendage to Cuba? It is one of the few sores in our huge and healthy carcass, and the sore has been now running so long that we have almost given over asking whether it be curable. This, at any rate, is certain. It will not sink into the sea, but will remain there, inhabited, if not by white men, then by colored men or black, and must unfortunately be governed by us English. We have indulged our antipathy to cruelty by abolishing slavery. We have made the peculiar institution an impossibility under the British Crown. But in doing so, we overthrew one particular interest, and alas, we overthrew also, and necessarily so, the holders of that interest. As for the 20 millions which we gave to the slave owners, it was at best but as though we had put down awls and lasts by Act of Parliament, and giving the shoemakers the price of their tools, told them they might make shoes as they best could without them, failing any such possibility, that they might live on the price of their lost articles, while the shoemakers did their best, and continued their trade in shoes under much difficulty. But then we have had another antipathy to indulge, and have indulged it, our antipathy to protection. We have abolished the duty on slave-grown sugar, and the shoemakers, who have no awls and lasts, have to compete sadly with their happy neighbors, possessed of these useful shoemaking utensils. Make no more shoes, but make something in lieu of shoes, we say to them. The world wants not shoes only, make hats. Give up your sugar and bring forth produce that does not require slave labor. Could the men of Jamaica with one voice speak out such words as the experience of the world might teach them, they would probably answer thus: yes, in 200 years or so we will do so long it will take to alter the settled trade and habit of a community. In the meantime, for ourselves, our living selves, our late luxurious homes, our idle, softly nurtured Creole wives, our children coming and to come, for ourselves, what immediate compensation do you intend to offer us, Mr. Bull? Mr. Bull, with sufficient anger at such importunity, with sufficient remembrance of his late 20 millions of pounds sterling, with some plain allusions to that payment, buttons up his breeches pocket and growls angrily. Abolition of slavery is good, and free trade is good. Such little insight as a plain man may have into the affairs around him seems to me to suffice for the expression of such opinion. Nor will I presume to say that those who proposed either the one law or the other were premature. To get a good law passed and out of hand is always desirable. There are from day to day so many new impediments, but the law having been passed, we should think somewhat of the sufferers. Planters in Jamaica assert that when the abolition of slavery was hurried on by the termination of the apprentice system before the time first stipulated, they were promised by the government at home that their interests should be protected by high duties on slave-grown sugar. That such pledge was ever absolutely made, I do not credit, but that, if made, it could be worth anything, no man looking to the history of England could imagine. What minister can pledge his successors? In Jamaica it is said that the pledge was given and broken by the same man, by Sir Robert Peel. But when did Sir Robert Peel's pledge in one year bind even his own conduct in the next? The fact perhaps is this, that no one interest can ever be allowed to stand in the way of national progress. We could not stop machinery for the sake of the handloom weavers. The poor handloom weavers felt themselves aggrieved, knew that the very bread was taken from their mouths, their hard-earned cup from their lips. They felt, poor weavers, that they could not take themselves in middle life to poking fires and greasing wheels. Time, the eater of things, has now pretty well eaten the handloom weavers, them and their miseries. Must it not be so also with the Jamaica planters? In the meantime, the sight as regards the white man is a sad one to see, and almost the sadder in that the last 3 or 4 years have been in a slight degree prosperous to the Jamaica sugar grower, so that this question of producing sugar in that island at a rate that will pay for itself is not quite answered. The drowning man still clings by a rope's end, though it be but by half an inch, and that held between his teeth. Let go, thou unhappy one, and drown thyself out of the way. Is it not thus that Great Britain, speaking to him from the high places in Exeter Hall, shouts to him in his death struggles? Are Englishmen in general aware that half the sugar estates in Jamaica, and I believe more than half the coffee plantations, have gone back into a state of bush? That all this land, rich with the richest produce only some 30 years since, has now fallen back into wilderness? That the world has hereabouts so retrograded? That chaos and darkness have re-swallowed so vast an extent of the most bountiful land that civilization had ever mastered, and that, too, beneath the British government? And of those who are now growing canes in Jamaica, a great portion are gentlemen who have lately bought their estates for the value of the copper in the sugar boilers, and of the metal in the rum stills. If to this has been added anything like a fair value for wheels in the machinery, the estate has not been badly sold. Some estates there are, and they are not many, which are still worked by the agents, attorneys is the proper word, of rich proprietors in England, of men so rich that they have been able to bear the continual drain of properties that for years have been always losing, of men who have had wealth and spirit to endure this. It is hardly necessary to say that they are few, and that many whose spirit has been high, but wealth insufficient, have gone grievously to the wall in the attempt. And there are still some who, living on this spot, have hitherto pulled through it all, who have watched houses falling and the wilderness progressing, and have still stuck to their homes and their work. Men whose properties for 10 years, counting from the discontinuance of protection, have gradually grown less and less beneath their eyes, till utter want has been close to them. And yet they have held on. In the good times they may have made 500 hogsheads of sugar every year. It has come to that with them that in some years they have made but 30, but they have made that 30 and still held on. All honor at least to them. For their sake, if for that of no others, we would be tempted to pray that these few years of their prosperity may be prolonged and grow somewhat fatter. The exported produce of Jamaica consists chiefly of sugar and rum. The article next in importance is coffee. Then they export also logwood, arrowroot, pimento, and ginger, but not in quantities to make them of much national value. Mahogany is also cut here, and fustic, but sugar and rum are still the staples of the island. Now all the world knows that rum and sugar are made from the same plant. And yet everyone will tell you that the cane can hardly be got to thrive in Jamaica without slave labor. Will tell you also that the land of Jamaica is so generous that it will give forth many of the most wonderful fruits of the world, almost without labor. Putting these two things together, would not any simple man advise them to abandon sugar? Ah, he would be very simple if he were to do so with a voice that could make itself well heard, and should dare to do so in Jamaica. Men there are generally tolerant of opinion on most matters, and submit to be talked to on their own shortcomings and colonial mismanagement with a decent grace. You may advise them to do this, and counsel them to do that, referring to their own immediate concerns, without receiving that rebuke which your interference might probably deserve. But do not try their complaisance too far. Do not advise them to give over making sugar. If you give such advice in a voice loud enough to be heard, the island will soon be too hot to hold you. Sugar is loved there, whether wisely loved or not. If not wisely, then too well. When I hear a Jamaica planter talking of sugar, I cannot but think of Burns and his muse that had made him poor and kept him so. And the planter is just as ready to give up his canes as the poet was to abandon his song. The production of sugar and the necessary concomitant production of rum, for in Jamaica the two do necessarily go together, is not, one would say, an alluring occupation. I do not here intend to indulge my readers with a detailed description of the whole progress, from the planting or rattuning of the cane till the sugar and the rum are shipped. Books there are, no doubt, much wiser than mine, in which the whole process is developed. But I would wish this much to be understood, that the sugar planter, as things at present are, must attend to and be master of, and practically carry out three several trades. He must be an agriculturalist and grow his cane, and like all agriculturists, must take his crop from the ground and have it ready for use, as the wheat grower does in England and the cotton grower in America. But then he must also be a manufacturer, and that in a branch of manufacture which requires complicated machinery. The wheat grower does not grind his wheat and make it into bread, nor does the cotton grower fabricate calico. But the grower of canes must make sugar. He must have his boiling houses and trash houses, his water power and his steam power. He must dabble in machinery, and in fact be a Manchester manufacturer as well as a Kent farmer. And then, over and beyond this, he must be a distiller. The sugar leaves him fit for your puddings, and the rum fit for your punch, always excepting the slight article of adulteration, which you are good enough to add afterwards yourselves. Such a complication of trades would not be thought very alluring to a gentleman farmer in England. And yet the Jamaica proprietor holds faithfully by his sugar canes. It has been said that sugar is an article which for its proper production requires slave labor. That this is absolutely so is certainly not the fact, for very good sugar is made in Jamaica without it. That thousands of pounds could be made with slaves, where only hundreds are made, or, as the case may be, are lost, without it, I do not doubt. The complaint generally resolves itself to this, that free labor in Jamaica cannot be commanded, that it cannot be had always, and up to a certain given quantity at a certain moment, that labor is scarce, and therefore high-priced, and that labor being high-priced, a Negro can live on half a day's wages, and will not therefore work the whole day, will not always work any part of the day at all, seeing that his yams, his breadfruit, and his plantains are ready to his hands. But the slaves, oh, those were the good times. I have in another chapter said a few words about the Negroes as at present existing in Jamaica. I also shall say a few words as to slavery elsewhere, and I will endeavor not to repeat myself. This much, however, is at least clear to all men, that you cannot eat your cake and have it. You cannot abolish slavery to the infinite good of your souls, your minds, and intellects, and yet retain it for the good of your pockets. Seeing that these men are free, it is worse than useless to begrudge them the use of their freedom. If I have means to lie in the sun and meditate idle, why, O my worthy taskmaster, should you expect me to pull out at thy behest long reels of cotton, long reels of law jargon, long reels of official verbosity, long reels of gossamer literature? Why, indeed, not having means so to lie, I do pull out the reels, taking such wages as I can get, and am thankful. But my friend and brother over there, my skin-polished, shining, oil-fat Negro, is a richer man than I. He lies under his mango tree and eats the luscious fruit in the sun. He sends his black urchin up for a breadfruit, and behold, the family table is spread. He pierces a cocoa nut, and lo, there is his beverage. He lies on the grass, surrounded by oranges, bananas, and pineapples. O my hard taskmaster of the sugar mill, is he not better off than thou? Why should he work at thy order? No, massa, me weak in me belly. Me no worky today. Me no like worky, just little moment. Yes, Sambo has learned to have his own way, though hardly learned to claim his right without lying. That this is all bad, bad nearly as bad as can be, bad perhaps as anything short of slavery, all men will allow. It will be quite as bad in the long run for the Negro as for the white man. Worse, indeed, for the white man will by degrees wash his hands of the whole concern. But as matters are, one cannot wonder that the black man will not work. The question stands thus: cannot he be made to do so? Can it not be contrived that he shall be free, free as is the Englishman, and yet compelled, as is the Englishman, to eat his bread in the sweat of his brow? I utterly disbelieve in statistics as a science, and am never myself guided by any long-winded statement of figures from a chancellor of the exchequer or such like bigwig. To my mind, it is an hallucination. Such statements are ignis fatui. Figures, when they go beyond 6 in numbers, represent to me not facts but dreams, or sometimes worse than dreams. I have therefore no right myself to offer statistics to the reader, but it was stated in the census taken in 1844 that there were 16,000 white people in the island and about 300,000 blacks. There were also about 70,000 colored people. Putting aside for the moment the latter as a middle class and regarding the black as the free servants of the white, one would say that labor should not be so deficient. But what if your free servants don't work, unfortunately know how to live without working? The political question that presses upon me in viewing Jamaica is certainly this: will the growth of sugar pay in Jamaica, or will it not? I have already stated my conviction that a change is now taking place in the very blood and nature of the men who are destined to be the dominant classes in these western tropical latitudes. That the white man, the white Englishman, or white English Creole, will ever again be a thoroughly successful sugar grower in Jamaica, I do not believe. That the brown man may be so is very probable, but great changes must first be made in the countries around him. While the peculiar institution exists in Cuba, Brazil, Puerto Rico, and the southern states, it cannot, I think, come to pass. A plentiful crop in Cuba may in any year bring sugar to a price which will give no return whatever to the Jamaica grower. A spare crop in Jamaica itself will have the same result, and there are many causes for spare crops. Drought, for instance, and floods, and abounding rats, and want of capital to renew and manure the plants. At present, the trade will only give in good years a fair profit to those who have purchased their land almost for nothing. A trade that cannot stand many misfortunes can hardly exist prosperously. This trade has stood very many, but I doubt whether it can stand more. The peculiar institution, however, will not live forever. The time must come when abolition will be popular even in Louisiana, and when it is law there, it will be the law in Cuba also. If that day shall have arrived before the last sugar mill in the island shall have been stopped, Jamaica may then compete with other free countries. The world will not do without sugar, let it be produced by slaves or freemen. But though a man may venture to foretell the abolition of slavery in the States, and yet call himself no prophet, he must be a wiser man than I who can foretell the time. It will hardly be tomorrow, nor yet the next day. It will scarcely come so that we may see it. Before it does come, it may easily be that the last sugar mill in poor Jamaica will in truth have stopped. End of section 11. Section 12 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Jamaica, Emperor Soulouque. We all remember the day when Mr. Smith landed at New Haven and took up his abode quietly at the inn there. Poor Mr. Smith! In the ripeness of time, he has betaken himself a stage further on his long journey, traveling now probably without disguise, either that of a citizen king or of a citizen Smith. And now, following his illustrious example, the ex-Emperor Soulouque has sought the safety always to be found on English territories by sovereigns out of place. In January 1859, His Highness landed at Kingston, Jamaica, having made his town of Port-au-Prince and his kingdom of Haiti somewhat too hot to hold him. All the world probably knows that King Soulouque is a black man. One blacker never endured the meridian heat of a tropical sun. The island, which was christened Hispaniola by Columbus, has resumed its ancient name of Haiti. It is, however, divided into two kingdoms, two republics, one may now say. That to the east is generally called Saint Domingo, having borrowed the name given by Columbus to a town. This is by far the larger, but at the same time the poorer division of the island. That to the west is now called Haiti, and over this territory Soulouque reigned as emperor. He reigned as emperor, and was so styled, having been elected as president, in which little change in his state he has been imitated by a neighbor of ours with a success almost equal to his own. For some dozen years the success of Soulouque was very considerable. He has had a dominion which has been almost despotic, and has, so rumor says, invested some 300,000 or 400,000 pounds in European funds. In this latter point his imitator has, I fear, hardly equaled him. But a higher ambition fired the bosom of Soulouque, and he sighed after the territories of his neighbors, not generously to bestow them on other kings, but that he might keep them on his own behoof. Soulouque desired to be emperor of the whole island, and he sounded his trumpet and prepared his arms. He called together his army and put on the boots of bombasts. He put on the boots of bombasts and bade his men meet him at the barley mow or elsewhere. But it seems that his men were slow in coming to the rendezvous. Nothing that Soulouque could say, nothing that he could do, no admonitions through his sternest government ministers, no reading of the Mutiny Act by his commanders and generals, would induce them actually to make an assault at arms. Then Soulouque was angry, and in his anger he maltreated his army. He put his men into pits and kept them there without food, left them to be eaten by vermin, to be fed upon while they could not feed, and played, upon the whole, such a melodrama of autocratic tricks and fantasies as might have done honor to a white Nero. Then at last black human nature could endure no more, and Soulouque, dreading a pit for his own majesty, was forced to run. In one respect he was more fortunate than Mr. Smith. In his dire necessity an English troopship was found to be at hand. The Melbourne was steaming home from Jamaica, and the officer in command, having been appealed to for assistance, consented to return to Kingston with the royal suite. This she did, and on the 22nd of January, Soulouque, with his wife and daughter, his prime minister, and certain coal-black maids of honor, was landed at the quays. When under the aegis of British protection, the ex-emperor was of course safe, but he had not exactly chosen a bed of roses for himself in coming to Jamaica. It might be probable that a bed of roses was not easily to be found at the moment. At Kingston there were collected many Haitians who had either been banished by Soulouque in the plenitude of his power, or had run from him as he was now running from his subjects. There were many whose brothers and fathers had been destroyed in Haiti, whose friends had perished under the hands of the tyrant's executioner, for whom pits would have been prepared had they not vanished speedily. These refugees had sought safety also in Jamaica, and for them a day of triumph had now arrived. They were not the men to allow an opportunity for triumph to pass without enjoying it. These were mostly brown men, men of a mixed race, men and indeed women also. With Soulouque and his government such had found no favor. He had been glad to welcome white residents in his kingdom, and of course had rejoiced in having black men as his subjects. But of the colored people he had endeavored in every way to rid himself. He had done so to a great extent, and many of them were now ready to welcome him at Kingston. Kingston does not rejoice in public equipages of much pretensions, nor are there to be hired many carriages fit for the conveyance of royalty, even in its decadence. 2 small, wretched vehicles were, however, procured, such as ply in the streets there, and carry passengers to the Spanish Town Railway at 6d. a head. In one of these sat Soulouque and his wife, with a British officer on the box beside the driver, and with 2 black policemen hanging behind. In another, similarly guarded, were packed the Countess Olive, that being the name of the ex-emperor's daughter, and her attendants. And thus, traveling by different streets, they made their way to their hotel. One would certainly have wished, in despite of those wretched pits, that they had been allowed to do so without annoyance, but such was not the case. The banished Haitians had it not in their philosophy to abstain from triumphing on a fallen enemy. They surrounded the carriages with a dusky cloud, and received the fugitives with howls of self-congratulations at their abasement. Nor was this all. When the royal party was duly lodged at the Date Tree Tavern, the ex-Haitians lodged themselves opposite. There they held a dignity ball in token of their joy, and for 3 days maintained their position in order that poor Soulouque might witness their rejoicings. "They have said a mass over him, the wretched being," said the landlady of my hotel to me triumphantly. "Said a mass over him?" "Yes, the black nigger, king indeed, said a mass over him, 'cause he's down. Thank God for that, and pray God keep him so. Him king indeed, the black nigger, all which could not have been comfortable for poor Soulouque." The royal party had endeavored in the first instance to take up their quarters at this lady's hotel, or lodging-house, as they are usually called, but the patriotic sister of Mrs. Seacole would listen to no such proposition. "I won't keep a house for black men," she said to me. "As for kings, I would despise myself to have a black king. As for that black beast and his black women, bah!" Now this was certainly magnanimous, for Soulouque would have been prepared to pay well for his accommodation. But the ordinary contempt which the colored people have for Negroes was heightened in this case by the presumption of black royalty, perhaps also by loyalty. "Queen Victoria is my king," said Mrs. Seacole's sister. I must confess that I endeavored to excite her loyalty rather than her compassion. A few friends were to dine with me that day, and where would have been my turtle soup had Soulouque and his suite taken possession of the house? The deposed tyrant, when he left Haiti, published a short manifesto in which he set forth that he, Faustin I, having been elected by the free suffrages of his fellow countrymen, had endeavored to govern them well, actuated by a pure love of his country, that he had remained at his post as long as his doing so had been pleasing to his countrymen, but that now, having discovered by sure symptoms that his countrymen desired to see him no longer on the throne, he voluntarily and immediately abdicated his seat. From henceforth he could only wish well to the prosperity of Haiti. Free suffrages of his people. Ah me! Such farces strike us but as farces when Haiti and such like lands are concerned, but when they come nearer to us they are very sad. Soulouque is a stout, hale man, apparently of 65 or 68 years of age. It is difficult to judge of the expression of a black man's face unless it be very plainly seen, but it appeared to me to be by no means repulsive. He has been, I believe, some 12 years Emperor of Haiti, and as he has escaped with wealth, he cannot be said to have been unfortunate. End of section 12. Section 13 of the West Indies in the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The West Indies in the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 9. Jamaica Government. Queen, Lords, and Commons, with the full paraphernalia of triple readings, adjournments of the House, and counting out, prevails in Jamaica as it does in Great Britain. By this it will be understood that there is a governor representing the Crown, whose sanction or veto is of course given, as regards important measures, in accordance with instructions from the Colonial Office. The governor has an executive committee, which tallies with our cabinet. It consists at present of 3 members, one of whom belongs to the upper house and 2 to the lower. The governor may appoint a 4th member if it so please him. These gentlemen are paid for their services and preside over different departments, as do our secretaries of state, etc. And there is a most honorable privy council, just as we have at home. Of this latter, the members may or may not support the governor, seeing that they are elected for life. The House of Lords is represented by the Legislative Council. This quasi-peerage is of course not hereditary, but the members sit for life and are nominated by the governor. They are 17 in number. The Legislative Council can of course put a veto on any bill. The House of Assembly stands in the place of the House of Commons. It consists of 47 members, 2 being elected by 19 parishes, and 3 each by 3 other parishes, those, namely, which contain the towns of Kingston, Spanish Town, and Port Royal. In one respect, this House of Commons falls short of the privileges and powers of our House at home. It cannot suggest money bills. No honorable member can make a proposition that so much a year shall be paid for such a purpose. The government did not wish to be driven to exercise the invidious power of putting repeated vetoes on repeated suggestions for semi-public expenditure, and therefore this power has been taken away. But any honorable member can bring before the House a motion to the effect that the governor be recommended himself to propose, by one of the executive committee, such or such a money bill, and then if the governor decline, the House can refuse to pass his supplies and can play the red devil with his excellency, so that it seems to come pretty nearly to the same thing. At home in England, Crown, Lords, and Commons really seem to do very well. Some may think that the system wants a little shove this way, some the other. Reform may or may not be more or less needed, but on the whole we are governed honestly, liberally, and successfully, with at least a greater share of honesty, liberality, and success than has fallen to the lot of most other people. Each of the 3 estates enjoys the respect of the people at large, and a seat, either among the Lords or the Commons, is an object of high ambition. The system may therefore be said to be successful. But it does not follow that because it answers in England, it should answer in Jamaica, that institutions which suit the country which is perhaps in the whole world the furthest advanced in civilization, wealth, and public honesty, should suit equally well an island which is unfortunately very far from being civilized in those good qualities, whose civilization, as regards the bulk of the population, is hardly above that of savages, whose wealth has vanished, and of whose public honesty I will say nothing. Of that I myself will say nothing, but the Jamaicans speak of it in terms which are not flattering to their own land. I do not think that the system does answer in Jamaica. In the first place, it must be remembered that it is carried on there in a manner very different from that exercised in our other West Indian colonies. In Jamaica, any man may vote who pays either tax or rent, but by a late law he must put in his claim to vote on a 10-shilling stamp. There are in round numbers 300,000 blacks, 70,000 colored people, and 15,000 white. It may therefore easily be seen in what hands the power of electing must rest. Now in Barbados, no colored man votes at all. A colored man or Negro is doubtless qualified to vote if he own a freehold, but then care is taken that such shall not own freeholds. In Trinidad, the legislative power is almost entirely in the hands of the Crown. In Guiana, which I look upon as the best governed of them all, this is very much the case. It is not that I would begrudge the black man the right of voting because he is black, or that I would say that he is and must be unfit to vote, or unfit even to sit in a House of Assembly. But the amalgamation as at present existing is bad. The objects sought after by a free and open representation of the people are not gained unless those men are as a rule returned who are most respected in the Commonwealth, so that the body of which they are the units may be respected also. This object is not achieved in Jamaica, and consequently the House of Assembly is not respected. It does not contain the men of most weight and condition in the island, and is contemptuously spoken of even in Jamaica itself, and even by its own members. Some there are, some few, who have gotten themselves to be elected, in order that things which are already bad may not, if such can be avoided, become worse. They, no doubt, are they who best do their duty by the country in which their lot lies. But for the most part, those who should represent Jamaica will not condescend to take part in the debates, nor will they solicit the votes of the Negroes. It would appear from these observations as though I thought that the absolute ascendancy of the white man should still be maintained in Jamaica. By no means. Let him be ascendant who can, in Jamaica or elsewhere, who honestly can. I doubt whether such ascendancy, the ascendancy of Europeans and white Creoles, can be longer maintained in this island. It is not even now maintained, and for that reason chiefly, I hold that this system of lords and commons is not compatible with the present genius of the place. Let colored men fill the public offices and enjoy the sweets of official pickings. I would by no means wish to interfere with any good things which fortune may be giving them in this respect, but I think there would be greater probability of their advancing in their new profession honestly and usefully if they could be made to look more to the colonial office at home and less to the native legislature. At home, no member of the House of Commons can hold a government contract. The members of the House of Assembly in Jamaica have no such prejudicial embargo attached to the honor of their seats. They can hold the government contracts, and it is astonishing how many of them are in their hands. The great point which strikes a stranger is this, that the House of Assembly is not respected in the island. Jamaicans themselves have no confidence in it. If the white men could be polled, the majority, I think, would prefer to be rid of it altogether and to be governed, as Trinidad is governed, by a governor with a council, of course with due power of reference to the colonial office. Let any man fancy what England would be if the House of Commons were ludicrous in the eyes of Englishmen, if men ridiculed or were ashamed of all their debates. Such is the case as regards the Jamaica House of Commons. In truth, there is not room for a machinery so complicated in this island. The handful of white men can no longer have it all their own way. And as for the Negroes, let any warmest advocate of the man and brother position say whether he has come across 3 or 4 of the class who are fit to enact laws for their own guidance and the guidance of others. It pains me to write words which may seem to be opposed to humanity and a wide philanthropy, but a spade is a spade, and it is worse than useless to say that it is something else. The proof of the truth of what I say with reference to this system of lords and commons is to be found in the eating of the pudding. It may not, perhaps, be fair to adduce the prosperity of Barbados and to compare it with the adversity of Jamaica, seeing that local circumstances were advantageous to Barbados at the times of emancipation and equalization of the sugar duties. Barbados was always able to command a plentiful supply of labor. But it is quite fair to compare Jamaica with Guiana or Trinidad. In both these colonies, the Negro was as well able to shirk his work as in Jamaica. And in these two colonies, the Negro did shirk his work, just as he did in Jamaica, and does still to a great extent. The limits of these colonies are as extensive as Jamaica is, and the Negro can squat. They are as fertile as Jamaica is, and the Negro can procure his food almost without trouble. But not the less is it a fact that the exportation of sugar from Guiana and Trinidad now exceeds the amount exported in the time of slavery, while the exportation from Jamaica is almost as nothing. But in Trinidad and Guiana, they have no House of Commons, with Mr. Speaker, 3 readings, motions for adjournment, and unlimited powers of speech. In those colonies, the governments, acting with such assistance as was necessary, have succeeded in getting foreign labor. In Jamaica, they have as yet but succeeded in talking about it. In Guiana and Trinidad, they make much sugar and boast loudly of making more. In Jamaica, they make but very little and have not self-confidence enough left with them to make any boast whatsoever. With all the love that an Englishman should have for a popular parliamentary representation, I cannot think it adapted to a small colony, even were that colony not from circumstances so peculiarly ill-fitted for it as is Jamaica. In Canada and Australia, it is no doubt very well. The spirit of a fresh and energetic people struggling on into the world's eminence will produce men fit for debating, men who can stand on their legs without making a house of legislature ridiculous. But what could lords and commons do in Malta or in Jersey? What would they do in the Scilly Islands? What have they been doing in the Ionian Islands? And alas, what have they done in Jamaica? Her roads are almost impassable. Her bridges are broken down. Her coffee plantations have gone back to bush. Her sugar estates have been sold for the value of the sugar boilers. Kingston as a town is the most deplorable that man ever visited, unless it be that Spanish town is worse. And yet they have lords and commons with all but unlimited powers of making motions. It has availed them nothing, and I fear will avail them nothing. This I know may be said, that be the lords and commons there for good or evil, they are to be moved neither by men nor gods. It is, I imagine, true that no power known to the British Empire could deprive Jamaica of her constitution. It has had some kind of a House of Assembly since the time of Charles II, nay, I believe, since the days of Cromwell, which by successive doctoring has grown to be such a parody as it now is on our home mode of doing business. How all this may now be altered and brought back to reason, perhaps no man can say. Probably it cannot be altered till some further smash shall come, but it is not on that account the less objectionable. The House of Assembly and the Chamber of the Legislative Council are both situated in the same square with the governor's mansion in Spanish Town. The desolateness of this place I have attempted to describe elsewhere, and yet, when I was there, Parliament was sitting. What must the place be during the 9 months when Parliament does not sit? They are yellow buildings, erected at considerable expense, and not without some pretense. But nevertheless they are ugly. Ugly from their color, ugly from the heat, and ugly from a certain heaviness which seems natural to them and to the place. The house itself, in which the 47 members sit, is comfortable enough, and not badly adapted for its purposes. The speaker sits at one end, all in full fig, with a clerk at the table below. Opposite to him, 2/3 down the room, a low bar, about 4 feet high, runs across it. As far as this, the public are always admitted, and when any subject of special interest is under discussion, 12 or 15 persons may be seen there assembled. Then there is a side room opening from the house, into which members take their friends. Indeed, it is, I believe, generally open to anyone wearing a decent coat. There is the Bellamy of the establishment, in which honorable members take such refreshment as the warmth of the debate may render necessary. Their tastes seem to me to be simple, and to addict themselves chiefly to rum and water. I was throwing away my cigar as I entered the precincts of the house. "Oh, you can smoke," said my friend to me. "Only when you stand at the doorway, don't let the speaker's eye catch the light, but it won't much matter." So I walked on and stood at the side door, smoking my cigar indeed, but conscious that I was desecrating the place. I saw 5 or 6 colored gentlemen in the house and 2 Negroes, sitting in the house as members. As far as the 2 latter men were concerned, I could not but be gratified to see them in the fair enjoyment of the objects of a fair ambition. Had they not, by efforts of their own, made themselves greatly superior to others of their race, they would not have been there. I say this, fearing that it may be thought that I begrudge a black man such a position. I begrudge the black men nothing that they could honestly lay hands on, but I think that we shall benefit neither them nor ourselves by attempting with a false philanthropy to make them out to be other than they are. The subject under debate was a railway bill. The railway system is not very extended in the island, but there is a railway, and the talk was of prolonging it. Indeed, the House, I believe, had on some previous occasion decided that it should be prolonged, and the present fight was as to some particular detail. What that detail was, I did not learn, for the business being performed was a continual series of motions for adjournment carried on by a victorious minority of 3. It was clear that the conquered majority of, say, 30 was very angry. For some reason, appertaining probably to the tactics of the House, these 30 were exceedingly anxious to have some special point carried and put out of the way that night, but the 3 were inexorable. 2 of the 3 spoke continually and ended every speech with a motion for adjournment. And then there was a disagreement among the 30. Some declared all this to be bosh, proposed to leave the House without any adjournment, play whist, and let the 3 victors enjoy their barren triumph. Others, made of sterner stuff, would not thus give way. One after another they made impetuous little speeches, then 2 at a time, and at last 3. They thumped the table and called each other pretty names, walked about furiously, and devoted the 3 victors to the infernal gods. And then one of the black gentlemen arose and made a calm, deliberate little oration. The words he spoke were about the wisest which were spoken that night, and yet they were not very wise. He offered to the House a few platitudes on the general benefit of railways, which would have applied to any railway under the sun, saying that eggs and fowls would be taken to market, and then he sat down. On his behalf, I must declare that there were no other words of such wisdom spoken that night, but this relief lasted only for 3 minutes. After a while, 2 members coming to the door declared that it was becoming unbearable, and carried me away to play whist. "My place is close by," said one, "and if the row becomes hot, we shall hear it. It is dreadful to stay there with such an object, and with the certainty of missing one's object after all." As I was inclined to agree with him, I went away and played whist. But soon a storm of voices reached our ears round the card table. "They are hard at it now," said one honorable member. "That's so-and-so by the screech. The yell might have been heard at Kingston, and no doubt was." "By heavens, they are at it," said another. "Ha, ha, ha. A nice house of assembly, isn't it?" "Will they pitch into one another?" I asked, thinking of scenes of which I had read of in another country, and thinking also, I must confess, that an absolute bodily scrimmage on the floor of the house might be worth seeing. "They often don't do that," said my friend. "They trust chiefly to their voices, but there's no knowing." The temptation was too much for me, so I threw down my cards and rushed back to the assembly. When I arrived, the louder portion of the noise was being made by one gentleman who was walking round and round the chamber, swearing in a loud voice that he would resign the very moment the speaker was seated in the chair, for at that time the House was in committee. The louder portion of the noise, I say, for 2 other honorable members were speaking, and the rest were discussing the matter in small parties. "Shameful, abominable, scandalous, rascally," shouted the angry gentleman over and over again as he paced round and round the chamber. "I'll not sit in such a house. No man should sit in such a house. By G blank, I'll resign as soon as I see the speaker in that chair. Sir, come and have a drink of rum and water." In his angry wanderings, his steps had brought him to the door at which I was standing, and these last words were addressed to me. "Come and have a drink of rum and water," and he seized me with a hospitable violence by the arm. I did not dare to deny so angry a legislator, and I drank the rum and water. Then I returned to my cards. It may be said that nearly the same thing does sometimes occur in our own House of Commons, always omitting the threats of resignation and the drink. With us at home, a small minority may impede the business of the House by adjournments, and members sometimes become loud and angry. But in Jamaica, the storm raged in so small a teapot. The railway extension was to be but for a mile or two, and I fear would hardly benefit more than the eggs and fowls for which the dark gentleman pleaded. In heading this chapter, I have spoken of the government, and it may be objected to me that in writing it I have written only of the legislature, and not at all of the mode of governing. But in truth, the mode of government depends entirely on the mode of legislature. As regards the governor himself and his ministers, I do not doubt that they do their best, but I think that their best might be much better if their hands were not so closely tied by this teapot system of Queen, Lords, and Commons. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Applegate. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 10. Cuba, Part 1. Cuba is the largest and the most westerly of the West Indian islands. It is in the shape of a half-moon, and, with one of its horns, nearly lies across the mouth of the Gulf of Mexico. It belongs to the Spanish crown, of which it is by far the most splendid appendage. So much for facts, geographical and historical. The journey from Kingston to Cienfuegos, of which I have said somewhat in my first chapter, was not completed under better auspices than those which witnessed its commencement. That perfidious bark, built in the eclipse, was bad to the last, and my voyage took 9 days instead of 3. My humble stock of provisions had long been all gone, and my patience was nearly at as low an ebb. Then, as a finale, the Cuban pilot who took us in hand as we entered the port ran us on shore just under the Spanish fort, and there left us. From this position it was impossible to escape, though the shore lay close to us, inasmuch as it is an offense of the gravest nature to land in those ports without the ceremony of a visit from the medical officer, and no medical officer would come to us there. And then 2 of our small crew had been taken sick, and we had before us in our mind's eye all the pleasures of quarantine. A man, and especially an author, is thankful for calamities if they be of a tragic dye. It would be as good as a small fortune to be left for 3 days without food or water, or to run for one's life before a black storm on unknown seas in a small boat. But we had no such luck as this. There was plenty of food, though it was not very palatable, and the peril of our position cannot be insisted on, as we might have thrown a baby on shore from the vessel, let alone a biscuit. We did what we could to get up a catastrophe among the sharks by bathing off the ship's sides, but even this was in vain. 1 small shark we did see, but in lieu of it eating us, we ate it. In spite of the popular prejudice, I have to declare that it was delicious. But at last I did find myself in the hotel at Cienfuegos, and here I must say a word in praise of the civility of the Spanish authorities of that town, and indeed of those gentlemen generally wherever I chanced to meet them. They welcome you with easy courtesy, offer you coffee or beer, assure you at parting that their whole house is at your disposal, and then load you, at least they so loaded me, with cigars. "My friend," said the captain of the port, holding in his hand a huge parcel of these articles, each about 7 inches long, "I wish I could do you a service. It would make me happy forever if I could truly serve you. Senor, the service you have done me is inestimable in allowing me to make the acquaintance of Don, but at least accept these few cigars." And then he pressed the bundle into my hand, and pressed his own hand over mine. "Smoke one daily after dinner, and when you procure any that are better, do a fastidious old smoker the great kindness to inform him where they are to be found." This treasure, to which his fancy alluded, but in the existence of which he will never believe, I have not yet discovered. Cienfuegos is a small, new town on the southern coast of Cuba, created by the sugar trade and devoted, of course, to commerce. It is clean, prosperous, and quickly increasing. Its streets are lighted with gas, while those in the Havana still depend upon oil lamps. It has its opera, its governor's house, its alameda, its military and public hospital, its marketplace and railway station, and, unless the engineers deceive themselves, it will, in time, have its well. It has also that institution which, in the eyes of travelers, ranks so much above all others, a good and clean inn. My first object after landing was to see a slave sugar estate. I had been told in Jamaica that to effect this required some little management, that the owners of the slaves were not usually willing to allow strangers to see them at work, and that the manufacture of sugar in Cuba was as a rule kept sacred from profane eyes. But I found no such difficulty. I made my request to an English merchant at Cienfuegos, and he gave me a letter of introduction to the proprietor of an estate some 15 miles from the town, and by their joint courtesy I saw all that I wished. On this property, which consisted altogether of 1,800 acres, the greater portion of which was not yet under cultivation, there were 600 acres of cane pieces. The average year's produce was 1,800 hogsheads, or 3 hogsheads to the acre. The hogshead was intended to represent a ton of sugar when it reached the market, but judging from all that I could learn, it usually fell short of it by more than a hundredweight. The value of such a hogshead at Cienfuegos was about £25. There were 150 Negro men on the estate, the average cash value of each man being £350. Most of the men had their wives. In stating this, it must not be supposed that either I or my informant insist much on the validity of their marriage ceremony. Any such ceremony was probably of rare occurrence. During the crop time, at which period my visit was made, and which lasts generally from November till May, the Negroes sleep during 6 hours out of the 24, have 2 for their meals, and work for 16. No difference is made on Sunday. Their food is very plentiful and of a good and strong description. They are sleek and fat and large, like well-preserved brewers' horses, and with reference to them, as also with reference to the brewers' horses, it has probably been ascertained what amount of work may be exacted so as to give the greatest profit. During the remainder of the year, the labor of the Negroes averages 12 hours a day, and 1 day of rest in the week is usually allowed to them. I was, of course, anxious to see what was the nature of the coercive measures used with them, but in this respect my curiosity was not indulged. I can only say that I saw none, and saw the mark and signs of none. No doubt the whip is in use, but I did not see it. The gentleman whose estate I visited had no notice of our coming, and there was no appearance of anything being hidden from us. I could not, however, bring myself to inquire of him as to their punishment. The slaves throughout the island are always, as a rule, baptized. Those who are employed in the town and as household servants appear to be educated in compliance with, at any rate, the outward doctrines of, the Roman Catholic Church. But with the great mass of the Negroes, those who work on the sugar canes, all attention to religion ends with their baptism. They have the advantage, whatever it may be, of that ceremony in infancy, and from that time forth they are treated as the beasts of the stall. From all that I could hear, as well as from what I could see, I have reason to think that, regarding them as beasts, they are well treated. Their hours of labor are certainly very long, so long as to appear almost impossible to a European workman. But under the system, such as it is, the men do not apparently lose their health, though no doubt they become prematurely old, and as a rule die early. The property is too valuable to be neglected or ill-used. The object, of course, is to make that property pay, and therefore a present healthy condition is cared for. But long life is not regarded. It is exactly the same with horses in this country. When all has been said that can be said in favor of the slave owner in Cuba, it comes to this, that he treats his slaves as beasts of burden, and so treating them does it skillfully and with prudence. The point which most shocks an Englishman is the absence of all religion, the ignoring of the black man's soul. But this, perhaps, may be taken as an excuse that the white men here ignore their own souls also. The Roman Catholic worship seems to be at a lower ebb in Cuba than almost any country in which I have seen it. It is singular that no priest should even make any effort on the subject with regard to the Negroes, but I am assured that such is the fact. They do not wish to do so, nor will they allow of anyone asking them to make the experiment. One would think that had there been any truth or any courage in them, they would have declared the inutility of baptism, and have proclaimed that Negroes have no souls, but there is no truth in them, neither is there any courage. The works at the Cuban sugar estate were very different from those I had seen at Jamaica. They were on a much larger scale, in much better order, overlooked by a larger proportion of white men, with a greater amount of skilled labor. The evidences of capital were very plain in Cuba, whereas the want of it was frequently equally plain in our own island. Not that the planters in Cuba are, as a rule themselves, very rich men. The estates are deeply mortgaged to the different merchants at the different ports, as are those in Jamaica to the merchants of Kingston. These merchants in Cuba are generally Americans, Englishmen, Germans, Spaniards from the American republics, anything but Cubans. And the slave owners are but the go-betweens, who secure the profits of the slave trade for the merchants. My friend at the estate invited us to a late breakfast after having shown me what I came to see. "You have taken me so unawares," said he, "that we cannot offer you much except a welcome." Well, it was not much. For Cuba, perhaps. A delicious soup, made partly of eggs, a bottle of excellent claret, a pâté de foie gras, some game deliciously dressed, and half a dozen kinds of vegetables. That was all. I had seen nothing among the slaves which in any way interfered with my appetite, or with the cup of coffee and cigar which came after the little nothings above mentioned. We then went down to the railway station. It was a peculiar station, I was told, and the tickets could not be paid for till we reached Cienfuegos. But lo, on arriving at Cienfuegos, there was nothing more to pay. "It has all been done," said someone to me. If one was but convinced that those sleek, fat, smiling bipeds were but two-legged beasts of burden, and nothing more. All would have been well at the estate which we visited. All Cuba was, of course, full of the late message from the President of the United States, which at the time of my visit was some 2 months old there. The purport of what Mr. Buchanan said regarding Cuba may perhaps be expressed as follows. Circumstances and destiny absolutely require that the United States should be the masters of that island. That we should take it by filibustering or violence is not in accordance with our national genius. It will suit our character and honesty much better that we should obtain it by purchase. Let us therefore offer a fair price for it. If a fair price be refused, that of course will be a casus belli. Spain will then have injured us, and we may declare war. Under these circumstances, we should probably obtain the place without purchase, but let us hope better things. This is what the President has said, either in plain words or by inference equally plain. It may easily be conceived with what feeling such an announcement has been received by Spain and those who hold Spanish authority in Cuba. There is an outspoken insolence in the threat which, by a first-class power, would itself have been considered a cause for war. But Spain is not a first-class power, and like the other weak ones of the earth, must either perish or live by adhering to and obeying those who will protect her. Though too ignoble to be strong, she has been too proud to be obedient, and as a matter of course, she will go to the wall. A scrupulous man who feels that he would fain regulate his course in politics by the same line as that used for his ordinary life cannot but feel angry at the loud tone of America's audacious threat. But even such a one knows that that threat will sooner or later be carried out, and that humanity will benefit by its accomplishment. Perhaps it may be said that scrupulous men should have but little dealing in state policy. The plea under which Mr. Buchanan proposes to quarrel with Spain if she will not sell that which America wishes to buy is the plea under which Ahab quarreled with Naboth. A man is individually disgusted that a president of the United States should have made such an utterance. But looking at the question in a broader point of view, in one which regards future ages rather than the present time, one can hardly refrain from rejoicing at any event which will tend to bring about that which in itself is so desirable. End of section 14. Section 15 of The West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Applegate. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 10. Cuba, Part 2. We reprobate the name of filibuster and have a holy horror of the trade. And it is perhaps fortunate that with us the age of individual filibustering is well nigh gone by. But it may be fair for us to consider whether we have not, in our younger days, done as much in this line as have the Americans. Whether Clive, for instance, was not a filibuster, or Warren Hastings. Have we not annexed and maintained and encroached, protected and assumed, and taken possession in the East, doing it all, of course, for the good of humanity? And why should we begrudge the same career to America? That we do begrudge, it is certain. That she purchased California and took Texas went at first against the grain with us, and Englishmen, as a rule, would wish to maintain Cuba in the possession of Spain. But what Englishman who thinks about it will doubt that California and Texas have thriven since they were annexed, as they never could have thriven while forming part of the Mexican Empire, or can doubt that Cuba, if delivered up to the States, would gain infinitely by such a change of masters. Filibustering, called by that or some other name, is the destiny of a great portion of that race to which we Englishmen and Americans belong. It would be a bad profession, probably, for a scrupulous man. With the unscrupulous man, what stumbling blocks there may be between his deeds and his conscience is for his consideration and for God's judgment. But it will hardly suit us as a nation to be loud against it. By what other process have poor and weak races been compelled to give way to those who have power and energy? And who have displaced so many of the poor and weak, and spread abroad so vast an energy, such an extent of power as we, of England? The truth may perhaps be this, that a filibuster needs expect no good word from his fellow mortals till he has proven his claim to it by success. From such information as I could obtain, I am of opinion that the Cubans themselves would be glad enough to see the transfer well effected. How, indeed, can it be otherwise? At present they have no national privilege except that of undergoing taxation. Every office is held by a Spaniard. Every soldier in the island, and they say that there are 25,000, must be a Spaniard. The ships of war are commanded and manned by Spaniards. All that is shown before their eyes of brilliancy and power and high place is purely Spanish. No Cuban has any voice in his own country. He can never have the consolation of thinking that his tyrant is his countryman, or reflect that under altered circumstances it might possibly have been his fortune to tyrannize. What love can he have for Spain? He cannot even have the poor pride of being slave to a great lord. He is the lackey of a reduced gentleman, and lives on the vails of those who despise his master. Of course the transfer would be grateful to him, but no Cuban will himself do anything to bring it about. To wish is one thing, to act is another. A man standing behind his counter may feel that his hand is restricted on every side, and his taxes alone unrestricted. But he must have other than Hispano-Creole blood in his veins if he do more than stand and feel. Indeed, wishing is too strong a word to be fairly applicable to his state of mind. He would be glad that Cuba should be American, but he would prefer that he himself should lie in a dormant state while the dangerous transfer is going on. I have ventured to say that humanity would certainly be benefited by such a transfer. We, when we think of Cuba, think of it almost entirely as a slave country, and indeed in this light, and in this light only, it is peculiar, being the solitary land into which slaves are now systematically imported out of Africa. Into that great question of guarding the slave coast, it would be futile here to enter. But this, I believe, is acknowledged, that if the Cuban market be closed against the trade must perish of exhaustion. At present, slaves are brought into Cuba in spite of us, and, as we all know, can be brought in under the American stars and stripes. But no one accuses the American government of systematically favoring an importation of Africans into their own states. When Cuba becomes one of them, the trade will cease. The obstacle to that trade, which is created by our vessels of war on the coast of Africa, may or may not be worth the cost. But no man who looks into the subject will presume to say that we can be as efficacious there as the Americans would be if they were the owners of the present slave market. I do not know whether it be sufficiently understood in England that though slavery is an institution of the United States, the slave trade, as commonly understood under that denomination, is as illegal there as in England. That slavery itself would be continued in Cuba under the Americans, continued for a while, is of course certain. So is it in Louisiana and the Carolinas. But the horrors of the Middle Passage, the kidnapping of Negroes, the African wars which are waged for the sake of prisoners, would of necessity come to an end. But this slave trade is as opposed to the laws of Spain and its colonies as it is to those of the United States or of Great Britain. This is true, and were the law carried out in Cuba as well as it is in the United States, an Englishman would feel disinclined to look on with calmness at the violent dismemberment of the Spanish Empire. But in Cuba the law is broken systematically. The Captain General in Cuba will allow no African to be imported into the island, except for a consideration. It is said that the present Captain General receives only a gold doubloon, or about £3 12 shillings, on every head of wool so brought in, and he has therefore the reputation of being a very moderate man. O'Donnell required twice as large a bribe. Valdez would take nothing, and he is spoken of as the foolish governor. Even he, though he would take no bribe, was not allowed to throw obstacles in the way of the slave trade. That such a bribe is usually demanded, and as a matter of course paid, is as well known, aye, much better known, than any other of the island port duties. The fact is so notorious to all men that it is almost as absurd to insist on it as it would be to urge that the income of the Queen of England is paid from the taxes. It is known to everyone, and among others is known to the government of Spain. Under these circumstances, who can feel sympathy with her, or wish that she would retain her colony? Does she not daily show that she is unfit to hold it? There must be some stage in misgovernment which will justify the interference of bystanding nations in the name of humanity. That rule in life which forbids a man to come between a husband and his wife is a good rule, but nevertheless, who can stand by, quiescent, and see a brute half murder the poor woman whom he should protect? And in other ways, and through causes also, humanity would be benefited by such a transfer. We in England are not very fond of a republic. We would hardly exchange our throne for a president's chair, or even dispense at present with our House of Peers or our bench of bishops. But we can see that men thrive under the stars and stripes, whereas they pine beneath the red and yellow flag of Spain. This, it may be said, is attributable to the race of men rather than to the government. But the race will be improved by the infusion of new blood. Let the world say what chance there is of such improvement in the Spanish government. The trade of the country is falling into the hands of foreigners, into those principally of Americans from the States. The Havana will soon become as much American as New Orleans. It requires but little of the spirit of prophecy to foretell that the Spanish rule will not be long obeyed by such people. On the whole, I cannot see how Englishmen can refrain from sympathizing with the desire of the United States to become possessed of this fertile island. As far as we ourselves are concerned, it would be infinitely for our benefit. We can trade with the United States when we can hardly do so with Spain. Moreover, if Jamaica and the smaller British islands can ever again hold up their heads against Cuba as sugar-producing colonies, it will be when the slave trade has been abolished. Till such time, it can never be. And then, where are our professions for the amelioration, and especially for the Christianity of the human race? I have said what is the religious education of the slaves in Cuba. I may also say that in this island no place of Protestant worship exists or is possible. The Roman Catholic religion is alone allowed, and that is at its very lowest point. The old women of both sexes go to Mass, a Spaniard told me, and the girls when their clothes are new. But above all things, it behooves us to rid ourselves of the jealousy which I fear we too often feel towards American pretension. Jonathan is getting bumptious, we are apt to say. He ought to have this and that other punishment according to the taste of the offended Englishman. Jonathan is becoming bumptious, no doubt. Young men of genius, when they succeed in life at comparatively early years, are generally afflicted more or less with this disease. But one is not inclined to throw aside as useless the intellect, energy, and genius of youth, because it is not accompanied by modesty, grace, and self-denial. Do we not, in regard to all our friends, take the good that we find in them, aware that in the very best there will be some deficiency to forgive? That young barrister who is so bright, so energetic, so useful, is perhaps soi-disant more than a little. One cannot deny it, but age will cure that. Have we a right to expect that he should be perfect? And are the Americans the first bumptious people on record? Has no other nation assumed itself to be in advance of the world, to be the apostle of progress, the fountain of liberty, the rock-spring of manly work? If the Americans were not bumptious, how unlike would they be to the parent that bore them? The world is wide enough for us and for our offspring, and we may be well content that we have it nearly all between us. Let them fulfill their destiny in the West, while we do so in the East. It may be that there also we may establish another child who, in due time, shall also run alone, shall also boast somewhat loudly of its own doings. It is a proud reflection that we alone, of all people, have such children. A proud reflection, and a joyous one, though the weaning of the baby will always be in some respects painful to the mother. Nowhere have I met a kinder hospitality than I did at Cienfuegos, whether from Spaniards, Frenchmen, Americans, or Englishmen. For at Cienfuegos there are men of all these countries. But I must specify my friend Mr. Why should such a man be shut up for life at such an outlandish place? Full of wit, singing an excellent song, telling a story better, I think, than any other man to whom I have ever listened, speaking 4 or 5 languages fluently, pleasant in manner, hospitable in heart, a thorough good fellow at all points. Why should he bury himself at Cienfuegos? Auri sacrifamis. It is the presumable reason for all such burials. English reader, shouldst thou find thyself at Cienfuegos in thy travels, it will not take thee long to discover my friend. He is there known to everyone. It will only concern thee to see that thou art worthy of his acquaintance. From Cienfuegos I went to the Havana, the metropolis, as all the world knows, of Cuba. Our route lay by steamer to Batavano, and thence by railway. The communication round Cuba, that is, from port to port, is not ill-arranged or ill-conducted. The boats are American-built and engineered by Englishmen or Americans. Breakfast and dinner are given on board, and the cost is included in the sum paid for the fare. The provisions are plentiful and not bad if oil can be avoided. As everything is done to foster Spain, Spanish wine is always used, and Spanish ware, and above all things, Spanish oil. Now, Spain does not send her best oil to her colonies. I heard great complaint made of the fares charged on board these boats. The fares, when compared with those charged in America, doubtless are high, but I do not know that anyone has a right to expect that he shall travel as cheaply in Cuba as in the States. I had heard much of the extravagant charges made for all kinds of accommodation in Cuba, at hotels, in the shops, for traveling, for chance work, and the general wants of a stranger. I found these statements to be much exaggerated. Railway traveling by the first class is about 3.5 pence a mile, which is about 1 pence a mile more than in England. At hotels, the charge is $2.50 or $3 a day. The former sum is the more general. This includes a cup of coffee in the morning, a very serious meal at 9 o'clock, together with fairly good Catalan wine, dinner at 4 with another cup of coffee, and more wine ad libitum, bed and attendance. Indeed, a man may go out of his hotel without inconvenience, paying nothing beyond the regular daily charge. Extras are dear. I, for instance, having in my ignorance asked for a bottle of champagne, paid for it 17 shillings. A friend dining with one also, or breakfasting, is an expensive affair. The two together cost considerably more than one's own total daily payment. Thus, As one pays at an hotel whether one's dinner be eaten or no, it becomes almost an insane expense for friends at different hotels to invite each other. But let it not be supposed that I speak in praise of the hotels at the Havana. Far be it from me to do so. I only say that they are not dear. I found it impossible to command the luxury of a bedroom to myself. It was not the custom of the country, they told me. If I chose to pay $5 a day, just double the usual price, I could be indulged as soon as circumstances would admit of it, which was intended to signify that they would be happy to charge me for the second bed as soon as the time should come that they had no one else on whom to levy the rate. And the dirt of that bedroom! End of section 15. Section 16 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Applegate. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 10. Cuba, Part 3. I had been unable to get into either of the hotels at the Havana to which I had been recommended, every corner in each having been appropriated, in my grief at the dirt of my abode, and at the too near vicinity of my Spanish neighbor. The fellow occupant of my chamber was from Spain. I complained somewhat bitterly to an American acquaintance, who had, as I thought, been more lucky in his inn. "One companion?" said he. "Why, I have 3. One walks about all night in a bedgown, a second snores, and the other is dying." A friend of mine, an English officer, was at another house. He also was one of 4, and it so occurred that he lost £30 out of his sac de nuit. On the whole, I may consider myself to have been lucky. Labor generally is dear. A workman getting $1 or 4 shillings and 2 pence, where in England a man might earn perhaps half a crown. A porter, therefore, for whom 6 pence might suffice in England, will require a shilling. A volant. I shall have a word to say about volants by and by. For any distance within the walls costs 8 pence. Outside the walls the price seems to be unconscionably higher. Omnibuses, which run over 2 miles, charge some fraction over 6 pence for each journey. I find that a pair of boots cost me 25 shillings. In London they would cost about the same. Those procured in Cuba, however, were worth nothing, which certainly makes a difference. Meat is 8 pence the English pound. Bread is somewhat dearer than in England, but not much. House rent may be taken as being nearly 4 times as high as it is in any decent but not fashionable part of London, and the wages of house servants are twice as high as they are with us. The high prices in the Havana are such, therefore, as to affect the resident rather than the stranger. One article, however, is very costly, but as it concerns a luxury not much in general use among the inhabitants, this is not surprising. If a man will have his linen washed, he will be made to pay for it. There is nothing attractive about the town of Havana, nothing whatever to my mind, if we except the harbor. The streets are narrow, dirty, and foul. In this respect there is certainly much difference between those within and without the wall. The latter are wider, more airy, and less vile. But even in them there is nothing to justify the praises with which the Havana is generally mentioned in the West Indies. It excels in population, size, and no doubt in wealth any other city there. But this does not imply a great eulogium. The 3 principal public buildings are the Opera House, the Cathedral, and the Palace of the Captain General. The former has been nearly knocked down by an explosion of gas, and is now closed. I believe it to be an admirable model for a second-rate house. The cathedral is as devoid of beauty, both externally and internally, as such an edifice can be made. To describe such a building would be an absurd waste of time and patience. We all know what is a large Roman Catholic church, built in the worst taste, and by a combination of the lowest attributes of Gothic and Latin architecture. The palace, having been built for a residence, does not appear so utterly vile, though it is the child of some similar father. It occupies one side of a public square, or plaza, and from its position has a moderately imposing effect. Of pictures in the Havana there are none of which mention should be made. But the glory of the Havana is the Paseo, the glory so called. This is the public drive and fashionable lounge of the town, the Hyde Park, the Bois de Boulogne, the Cascine, the Corso, the Almeida. It is for their hour on the Paseo that the ladies dress themselves, and the gentlemen prepare their jewelry. It consists of a road running outside a portion of the wall, of the extent perhaps of half a mile, and ornamented with seats and avenues of trees, as are the boulevards at Paris. If it is to be compared with any other resort of the kind in the West Indies, it certainly must be owned there is nothing like it. But a European, on first seeing it, cannot understand why it is so eulogized. Indeed, it is probable that if he first goes thither alone, as was the case with me, he will pass over it, seeking for some other paseo. But then, the glory of the paseo consists in its volantes. As one boasts that one has swum in a gondola, so will one boast of having sat in a volante. It is the pride of Cuban girls to appear on the paseo in these carriages on the afternoons of holidays and Sundays, and there is certainly enough of the picturesque about the vehicle to make it worthy of some description. It is the most singular of carriages, and its construction is such as to give a flat contradiction to all an Englishman's preconceived notions respecting the power of horses. The volante is made to hold 2 sitters, though there is sometimes a low middle seat which affords accommodation to a third lady. We will commence the description from behind. There are 2 very huge wheels, rough, strong, high, thick, and of considerable weight. The axles generally are not capped, but the nave shines with coarse polished metal. Supported on the axletree, and swinging forward from it on springs, is the body of the cabriolet, such as ordinary cabriolets used to be, with the seat, however, somewhat lower, and with much more room for the feet. The back of this is open, and generally a curtain hangs down over the open space. A metal bar, which is polished so as to look like silver, runs across the footboard and supports the feet. The body, it must be understood, swings forward from these high wheels, so that the whole of the weight, instead of being supported, hangs from it. Then there are a pair of shafts, which, counting from the back of the carriage to the front, where they touch the horse at the saddle, are about 14 feet in length. They do not go beyond the saddle, or the tug, depending from the saddle in which they hang. From this immense length it comes to pass that there is a wide interval, exceeding 6 feet, between the carriage and the horse's tail, and it follows also from the construction of the machine that a large portion of the weight must rest on the horse's back. In addition to this, the unfortunate horse has ordinarily to bear the weight of a rider, for with a volante your servant rides and does not drive you. With the fashionable world on the paseo, a second horse is used, what we should call an outrider, and the servant sits on this. But as regards those which ply in the town, there is but 1 horse. How animals can work beneath such a yoke was to me unintelligible. The great point in the volante of fashion is the servant's dress. He is always a Negro, and generally a large Negro. He wears a huge pair, not of boots, for they have no feet to them, of galligaskins, I may call them, made of thick, stiff leather, but so as to fit the leg exactly. The top of them comes some 9 inches above the knee, so that when one of these men is seen seated at his ease, the point of his boot nearly touches his chin. They are fastened down the sides with metal fastenings, and at the bottom there is a huge spur. The usual dress of these men, over and above their boots, consists of white breeches, red jackets ornamented with gold lace, and broad-rimmed straw hats. Nothing can be more awkward, and nothing more barbaric than the whole affair, but nevertheless there is about it a barbaric splendor which has its effect. The great length of the equipage and the distance of the horse from its work is what chiefly strikes an Englishman. The carriage usually holds, when on the paseo, 2 or 3 ladies. Their great object, evidently, has been to expand their dresses so that they may group well together, and with a good result as regards color. It must be confessed that in this respect they are generally successful. They wear no headdress when in their carriages, and indeed may generally be seen out of doors with their hair uncovered. Though they are of Spanish descent, the mantilla is unknown here, nor could I trace much similarity to Spanish manner in other particulars. The ladies do not walk like Spanish women, at least not like the women of Andalusia, with whom one would presume them to have had the nearest connection. The walk of the Andalusian women surpasses that of any other, while the Cuban lady is not graceful in her gait. Neither can they boast the brilliantly dangerous beauty of Seville. In Cuba they have good eyes, but rarely good faces. The forehead and the chin, too, generally recede, leaving the nose with a prominence that is not agreeable. But as my gallantry has not prevented me from speaking in this uncourteous manner of their appearance, my honesty bids me add that what they lack in beauty they make up in morals, as compared with their cousins in Europe. For traveling en garçon, I should probably prefer the south of Spain. But were I doomed to look for domesticity in either clime, and God forbid that such doom should be mine, I might perhaps prefer a Cuban mother for my children. But the volante is held as very precious by the Cuban ladies. The volante itself, I mean, the actual vehicle. It is not entrusted, as coaches are with us, to the dusty mercies of a coach-house. It is ordinarily kept in the hall, and you pass it by as you enter the house. But it is by no means uncommon to see it in the dining-room. As the rooms are large and usually not full of furniture, it does not look amiss there. The amusements of the Cubans are not very varied, and are innocent in their nature, for the gambling as carried on there I regard rather as a business than as amusement. They greatly love dancing, and have dances of their own, and music of their own, which are peculiar and difficult to a stranger. Their tunes are striking and very pretty. They are fond of music generally, and maintain a fairly good opera company at the Havana. In the plaza there, the square, namely, in front of the Captain General's house, a military band plays from 8 to 9 every evening. The place is then thronged with people, but by far the majority of them are men. It is the custom at all the towns in Cuba for the family, when at home, to pass their evening seated near the large, low, open window of their drawing-rooms, and as these windows almost always look into the streets, the whole internal arrangement is seen by everyone who passes. These windows are always protected by iron bars, as though they were the windows of a prison. In other respects they are completely open. 4 chairs are to be seen ranged in a row, and 4 more opposite to them, running from the window into the room, and placed close together. Between these is generally laid a small piece of carpet. The majority of these chairs are made to rock, for the Creole lady always rocks herself. I have watched them going through the accustomed motion with their bodies, even when seated on chairs with stern, immovable legs. This is the usual evening living place of the family, and I never yet saw an occupant for one of these chairs with a book in her hand or in his. I asked an Englishman, a resident in the Havana, whether he had ever done so. "A book?" he answered. "Why, the girls can't read, in your sense of the word reading." The young men, and many of those who are no longer young, spend their evenings, and apparently a large portion of their days, in eating ices and playing billiards. The accommodation in the Havana for these amusements is on a very large scale. The harbor at the Havana is an interesting sight. It is in the first place very picturesque, which to the ordinary visitor is the most important feature. But it is also commodious, large, and safe. It is approached between two forts. That to the westward, which is the principal defense, is called the Morro. Here also stands the lighthouse. No Englishman omits to hear, as he enters the harbor, that these forts were taken by the English in Albemarle's time. Now, it seems to me, they might very easily be taken by anyone who chose to spend on them the necessary amount of gunpowder, but then I know nothing about forts. This special one of the Morro I did take, not by gunpowder, but by stratagem. I was informed that no one was allowed to see it since the open defiance of the island contained in the last message of the United States' president. But I was also informed, whisperingly in the ear, that a request to see the lighthouse would be granted, and that as I was not an American, the fort should follow. It resulted in a little black boy taking me over the whole edifice, an impudent little black boy who filled his pockets with stones and pelted the sentries. The view of the harbor from the lighthouse is very good, quite worth the trouble of a visit. The fort itself I did not understand, but a young English officer who was with me pooh-poohed it as a thing of nothing. But then young English officers pooh-pooh everything. Here again I must add that nothing can exceed the courtesy of all Spanish officials if they could only possess honesty and energy as well as courtesy. By far the most interesting spot in the Havana is the quay, to which the vessels are fastened endways, the bow usually lying against the quay. In other places the side of the vessel is, I believe, brought to the wharf. Here there are signs of true life. One cannot but think how those quays would be extended, and that life increased if the place were in the hands of other people. I have said that I regarded gambling in Cuba not as an amusement, but an occupation. The public lotteries offer the daily means to everyone for gratifying this passion. They are maintained by the government and afforded a profit, I am told, of something over $1 million per annum. In all public places, tickets are hawked about. One may buy a whole ticket, half, a quarter, an eighth, or a 16th. It is done without any disguise or shame, and the institution seemed, I must say, to be as popular with the Europeans living there as with the natives. In the eyes of an Englishman new from Great Britain, with his prejudices still thick upon him, this great national feature loses some of its nobility and grandeur. This, together with the bribery, which is so universal, shows what is the spirit of the country. For a government supported by the profits of a gambling hell, and for a governor enriched by bribes on slaves illegally imported, what Englishman can feel sympathy? I would fain hope that there is no such sympathy felt in England. I have been answered, when expressing indignation at the system, by a request that I would first look at home, and have been so answered by Englishmen. How can you blame the Captain General, they have said, when the same thing is done by the French and English consuls throughout the islands? That the French and English consuls do take bribes to wink at the importation of slaves, I cannot and do not believe, but Caesar's wife should not even be suspected. I found it difficult to learn what is exactly the present population of Cuba. I believe it to be about 1,300,000, and of this number about 600,000 are slaves. There are many Chinese now in the island employed as household servants, or on railways, or about the sugar works. Many are also kept at work on the cane pieces, though it seems that for this labor they have hardly sufficient strength. These unfortunate, deluded creatures receive, I fear, very little better treatment than the slaves. My best wish for the island is that it may speedily be reckoned among the annexations of the United States. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in September 2024. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 11. The Passage of the Windward Islands. In the good old days, when men called things by their proper names, those islands which run down in a string from north to south, from the Virgin Islands to the mouth of the Orinoco River, were called the Windward Islands, the Windward or Caribbean Islands. They were also called the Lesser Antilles. The Leeward Islands were, and properly speaking are, another cluster lying across the coast of Venezuela, of which Curaçao is the chief. Oruba and Margarita also belong to this lot, among which England, I believe, never owned any. Footnote. The Greater Antilles are Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti, and Puerto Rico, though I am not quite sure whether Puerto Rico does not more properly belong to the Virgin Islands. The scattered assemblage to the north of the Greater Antilles are the Bahamas, at one of the least considerable of which, San Salvador, Columbus first landed. Those now named, I believe, comprise all the West India Islands. End footnote. But nowadays we Britishers are not content to let the Dutch and others keep a separate name for themselves. We have therefore divided the Lesser Antilles, of which the greater number belong to ourselves, and call the northern portion of these the Leeward Islands. Among them Antigua is the chief, and is the residence of a governor supreme in this division. After leaving St. Thomas, the first island seen of any note is St. Christopher, commonly known as St. Kitts, and Nevis is close to it. Both these colonies are prospering fairly. Sugar is exported, now I am told in increasing, though still not in great quantities, and the appearance of the cultivation is good. Looking up the side of the hills, one sees the sugar canes apparently in cleanly order, and they have an air of substantial comfort. Of course, the times are not so bright as in the fine old days previous to emancipation, but nevertheless matters have been on the mend, and people are again beginning to get along. On the journey from Nevis to Antigua, Montserrat is sighted, and a singular island rock called the Redonda is seen very plainly. Montserrat, I am told, is not prospering so well as St. Kitts or Nevis. These islands are not so beautiful, not so greenly beautiful, as are those further south to which we shall soon come. The mountains of Nevis are certainly fine as they are seen from the sea, but they are not, or do not seem to be, covered with that delicious tropical growth which is so lovely in Jamaica and Trinidad, and, indeed, in many of the smaller islands. Antigua is the next, going southward. This was, and perhaps is, an island of some importance. It is said to have been the first of the West Indian colonies which itself advocated the abolition of slavery, and to have been the only one which adopted complete emancipation at once, without any intermediate system of apprenticeship. Antigua has its own bishop, whose diocese includes also such of the Virgin Islands as belong to us, and the adjacent islands of St. Kitts, Nevis, and Montserrat. Neither is Antigua remarkable for its beauty. It is approached, however, by an excellent and picturesque harbour, called English Harbour, which in former days was much used by the British Navy. Indeed, I believe it was at one time the headquarters of a naval station. Premising, in the first place, that I know very little about harbours, I would say that nothing could be more secure than that. Whether or no it may be easy for sailing vessels to get in and out with certain winds, that indeed may be doubtful. St. John's, the capital of Antigua, is 12 miles from English Harbour. I was in the island only 3 or 4 hours and did not visit it. I am told that it is a good town, or city I should rather say, now that it has its own bishop. In all these islands they have queen, lords, and commons in one shape or another. It may, however, be hoped, and I believe trusted, that for the benefit of the communities matters chiefly rest in the hands of the first of the 3 powers. The other members of the legislature, if they have in them anything of wisdom to say, have doubtless an opportunity of saying it, perhaps also an opportunity when they have nothing of wisdom. Let us trust, however, that such opportunities are limited. After leaving Antigua, we come to the French island of Guadeloupe, and then passing Dominica, of which I will say a word just now, to Martinique, which is also French. And here we are among the rich green wild beauties of these thrice beautiful Caribbean islands. The mountain grouping of both these islands is very fine, and the hills are covered up to their summits with growth of the greenest. At both these islands one is struck with the great superiority of the French West Indian towns to those which belong to us. That in Guadeloupe is called Basse-Terre, and the capital of Martinique is Saint-Pierre. These towns offer remarkable contrasts to Roseau and Port Castries, the chief towns in the adjacent English islands of Dominica and St. Lucia. At the French ports one is landed at excellently contrived little piers, with proper apparatus for lighting and well-kept steps. The quays are shaded by trees, the streets are neat and in good order, and the shops show that ordinary trade is thriving. There are water conduits with clear streams through the towns, and everything is ship-shape. I must tell a very different tale when I come to speak of Dominica and St. Lucia. The reason for this is, I think, well given in a useful guide to the West Indies, published some years since under the direction of the Royal Mail Steam Packet Company. Speaking of Saint-Pierre in Martinique, the author says, "The streets are neat, regular, and cleanly. The houses are high and have more the air of European houses than those of the English colonies. Some of the streets have an avenue of trees which overshadow the footpath, and on either side are deep gutters down which the water flows. There are 5 booksellers' houses, and the fashions are well displayed in other shops. The French colonists, whether Creoles or French, consider the West Indies as their country." Footnote. It should be understood that a Creole is a person born in the West Indies, of a race not indigenous to the islands. There may be white Creoles, colored Creoles, or black Creoles. People talk of Creole horses and Creole poultry, those namely which have not been themselves imported, but which have been bred from imported stock. The meaning of the word Creole is, I think, sometimes misunderstood. End footnote. They cast no wistful looks towards France. They marry, educate, and build in and for the West Indies, and for the West Indies alone. In our colonies it is different. They are considered more as temporary lodging places, to be deserted as soon as the occupiers have made money enough by molasses and sugar to return home. All this is quite true. There is something very cheering to an English heart in that sound, and reference to the word home, in that great disinclination to the idea of lifelong banishment. But nevertheless, the effect as shown in these islands is not satisfactory to the amour-propre of an Englishman. And it is not only in the outward appearance of things that the French islands excel those belonging to England, which I have specially named. Dominica and St. Lucia export annually about 6,000 hogsheets of sugar each. Martinique exports about 60,000 hogsheets. Martinique is certainly rather larger than either of the other two, but size has little or nothing to do with it. It is anything rather than want of fitting soil which makes the produce of sugar so inconsiderable in Dominica and St. Lucia. These French islands were first discovered by the Spaniards, but since that time they, as well as the 2 English islands above named, have passed backwards and forwards between the English and French, till it was settled in 1814 that Martinique and Guadeloupe should belong to France, and Dominica and St. Lucia, with some others, to England. It certainly seems that France knew how to take care of herself in the arrangement. There is another little island belonging to France, at the back of Guadeloupe to the westward, called Marie-Galante, but I believe it is but of little value. To my mind, Dominica, as seen from the sea, is by far the most picturesque of all these islands. Indeed, it would be difficult to beat it either in color or grouping. It fills one with an ardent desire to be off and rambling among those green mountains, as if one could ramble through such wild bush country, or ramble at all with the thermometer at 85. But when one has only to think of such things without any idea of doing them, neither the bushes nor the thermometer are considered. One is landed at Dominica on a beach. If the water be quiet, one gets out dry shod by means of a strong jump. If the surf be high, one wades through it. If it be very high, one is of course upset. The same things happen at Jacmel in Haiti. But then Englishmen look on the Haitians as an uncivilized, barbarous race. Seeing that Dominica lies just between Martinique and Guadeloupe, the difference between the English beach and surf and the French piers is the more remarkable. And then, the perils of the surf being past, one walks into the town of Roseau. It is impossible to conceive a more distressing sight. Every house is in a state of decadence. There are no shops that can properly be so called. The people wander about chattering, idle and listless. The streets are covered with thick, rank grass. There is no sign either of money made or of money making. Everything seems to speak of desolation, apathy, and ruin. There is nothing, even in Jamaica, so sad to look at as the town of Roseau. The greater part of the population are French in manner, religion, and language, and one would be so glad to attribute to that fact this wretched look of apathetic poverty, if it were only possible. But we cannot do that after visiting Martinique and Guadeloupe. It may be said that the French people will not thrive under British rule, but if so, what of Trinidad? This look of misery has been attributed to a great fire which occurred some 80 years since, but when due industry has been at work, great fires have usually produced improved towns. Now 80 years have afforded ample time for such improvement if it were forthcoming. Alas, it would seem that it is not forthcoming. It must, however, be stated in fairness that Dominica produces more coffee than sugar, and that the coffee estates have latterly been the most thriving. Singularly enough, her best customer has been the neighboring French island of Martinique, in which some disease has latterly attacked the coffee plants. We then reach St. Lucia, who is also very lovely as seen from the sea. This, too, is an island French in its language, manners, and religion, perhaps more entirely so than any other of the islands belonging to ourselves. The laws even are still French, and the people are, I believe, blessed, with no lords and commons. If I understand the matter rightly, St. Lucia is held as a colony or possession conquered from the French, and is governed, therefore, by a quasi-military governor with the aid of a council. It is, however, in some measure dependent on the governor of Barbados, who is again one of your supreme governors. There has, I believe, been some recent change which I do not pretend to understand. If these changes be not completed, and if it would not be presumptuous in me to offer a word of advice, I would say that in the present state of the island, with a Negro Gallic population who do little or nothing, it might be as well to have as much as possible of the Queen, and as little as possible of the Lords and Commons. To the outward physical eye, St. Lucia is not so triste as Dominica. There is good landing there, and the little town of Castries, though anything but prosperous in itself, is prosperous in appearance as compared with Roseau. St. Lucia is peculiarly celebrated for its snakes. One cannot walk 10 yards off the road, so one is told, without being bitten. And if one be bitten, death is certain, except by the interposition of a single individual of the island who will cure the sufferer, for a consideration. Such, at least, is the report made on this matter. The first question one should ask on going there is as to the whereabouts and usual terms of that worthy and useful practitioner. There is, I believe, a great deal that is remarkable to attract the visitor among the mountains and valleys of St. Lucia. And then, in the usual course, running down the island, one goes to that British advanced post, Barbados. Barbados that lies out to windward, guarding the other islands, as it were. Barbados that is and ever was entirely British. Barbados that makes money and is in all respects so respectable a little island. King George need not have feared at all, nor yet need Queen Victoria. If anything goes wrong in England, Napoleon coming there, not to kiss Her Majesty this time, but to make himself less agreeable, let Her Majesty come to Barbados, and she will be safe. I have said that Jamaica never boasts, and have on that account complained of her. Let such complaint be far from me when I speak of Barbados. But shall I not write a distinct chapter as to this most respectable little island, an island that pays its way? St. Vincent is the next in our course, and this too is green and pretty, and tempting to look at. Here also the French have been in possession, but comparatively for a short time. In settling this island, the chief difficulty the English had was with the old native Indians, who more than once endeavoured to turn out their British masters. The contest ended in their being effectually turned out by those British masters, who expelled them all bodily to the island of Ruatan in the Bay of Honduras, where their descendants are now giving the Anglo-American diplomatists so much trouble in deciding whose subjects they truly are. May we not say that, having got rid of them out of St. Vincent, we can afford to get rid of them altogether? Kingston is the capital here. It looks much better than either Roseau or Castries, though by no means equal to Basse-Terre or Saint-Pierre. This island is said to be healthy, having in this respect a much better reputation than its neighbour St. Lucia, and as far as I could learn, it is progressing slowly, but progressing, in spite even of the burden of queens, lords, and commons. The lords and commons are no doubt considerably modified by official influence. And then the traveller runs down the Grenadines, a pretty cluster of islands lying between St. Vincent and Grenada, of which Becca and Cariacou are the chief. They have no direct connection with the mail steamers, but are, I believe, under the governor of Barbados. They are very pretty, though not, as a rule, very productive. Of one of them I was told that the population were all females. What a paradise of houris, if it were but possible to find a good Mohammedan in these degenerate days. Grenada will be the last upon the list, for I did not visit or even see Tobago, and of Trinidad I have ventured to write a separate chapter, in spite of the shortness of my visit. Grenada is also very lovely, and is, I think, the headquarters of the world for fruit. The finest mangoes I ever ate I found here, and I think the finest oranges and pineapples. The town of St. George's, the capital, must at one time have been a place of considerable importance, and even now it has a very different appearance from those that I have just mentioned. It is more like a goodly English town than any other that I saw in any of the smaller British islands. It is well built, though built up and down steep hills, and contains large and comfortable houses. The marketplace also looks like a marketplace, and there are shops in it, in which trade is apparently carried on, and money made. Indeed, Grenada was once a prince among these smaller islands, having other islands under it, with a governor supreme, instead of tributary. It was fertile also, and productive, in every way of importance. But now here, as in so many other spots among the West Indies, we are driven to exclaim, Ichabod! The glory of our Grenada has departed, as has the glory of its great namesake in the Old World. The houses, though so goodly, are but as so many alhambras, whose tenants now are by no means great in the world's esteem. All the hotels in the West Indies are, as I have said, or shall say in some other place, kept by ladies of colour, in the most part by ladies who are no longer very young. They are generally called familiarly by their double name, Betsy Austen, for instance, and Caroline Lee. I went to the house of some such lady in St. George's, and she told me a woeful tale of her miseries. She was Kitty something, I think, soon apparently to become Kitty of another world. An hotel, she said. No, she kept no hotel nowadays. What use was there for a hotel in St. George's? She kept a lodging-house, though for the matter of that no lodgers ever came nigh her. That little granddaughter of hers sometimes sold a bottle of ginger-beer, that was all. It must be hard for living eyes to see one's trade die off in that way. There is a feminine accomplishment so much in vogue among the ladies of the West Indies, one practised there with a success so specially brilliant as to make it deserving of a special notice. This art is one not wholly confined to ladies, although, as in the case with music, dancing, and cookery, it is to be looked for chiefly among the female sex. Men indeed do practise it in England, the West Indies, and elsewhere, and as Thalberg and Sawyer are greatest among pianists and cooks, so perhaps are the greatest adepts in this art to be found among the male practitioners, elsewhere, that is, than in the West Indies. There are to be found ladies never equalled in this art by any effort of manhood. I speak of the science of flirting. And be it understood that here among these happy islands no idea of impropriety, perhaps remembering some of our starched people at home, I should say criminality, is attached to the pursuit. Young ladies flirt as they dance and play, or eat and drink, quite as a matter of course. There is no undutiful, unfilial idea of waiting till mamma's back be turned, no uncomfortable fear of papa, no longing for secluded corners so that the world should not see. The doing of anything that one is ashamed of is bad. But as regards flirting, there is no such doing in the West Indies. Girls flirt not only with the utmost skill, but with the utmost innocence also. Fanny Gray, with her 12 admirers, required no retired corners, no place apart from father, mother, brothers, or sisters. She would perform with all the world around her as some other girl would sing, conscious that in singing she would neither disgrace herself nor her masters. It may be said that the practice of this accomplishment will often interfere with the course of true love. Perhaps so, but I doubt whether it does not as often assist it. It seems to me that young ladies do not hang on hand in the West Indies. Marriages are made up there with apparently great satisfaction on both sides, and then the flirting is laid aside, put by at any rate till the days of widowhood, should such evil days come. The flirting is as innocent as it is open, and is confined to ladies without husbands. It is confined to ladies without husbands, but the victims are not bachelors alone. No position or age or state of health secures a man from being drawn, now into one and now into another Circean circle, in which he is whirled about, sometimes in a most ridiculous manner, jostled among a dozen neighbors, left without power to get out or to plunge further in, pulled back by a skirt at any attempt to escape, repulsed in the front at every struggle made to fight his way through. Rolling about in these Charybdis pools are, perhaps, oftenest to be seen certain wearers of red coats, wretches girt with tight sashes and with gilding on their legs and backs. To and fro they go, bumping against each other without serious injury, but apparently in great discomfort. And then there are black-coated strugglers, with white neckties, very valiant in their first efforts, but often to be seen in deep grief, with heads thoroughly submersed. And you may see grey-haired sufferers with short necks, making little useless puffs which would be so impotent were not Circe merciful to those short-necked grey-haired sufferers. If there were, as perhaps there should be, a college in the West Indies, with fellowships and professorships, established with the view of rewarding proficiency in this science, Fanny Gray should certainly be elected warden or principal or provost of this college. Her wondrous skill deserves more than mere praise, more than such slight glory as my ephemeral pages can give her. Pretty, laughing, brilliant, clever Fanny Gray, whose cheeks ever were so pink, whose teeth so white, whose eyes so bright, whose curling locks so raven black. And then whoever smiled as she smiled? or frowned as she can frown. Sharply go those brows together, and down beneath the gurgling pool sinks the head of the red-coated wretch, while with momentary joy up pops the head of another, who is received with a momentary smile. Yes, O my reader, it is too true, I also have been in that pool, making indeed no wilful struggles, attempting no Leander feat of swimming, sucked in as my steps unconsciously strayed too near the dangerous margin, sucked in and then buffeted about, not altogether unmercifully, when my inaptitude for such struggling was discovered. Yes, I have found myself choking in those Charybdis waters, have glanced into the Circe cave. I have been seen in my insane struggles. But what shame of that? All around me, from the old patriarch dean of the island to the last subaltern fresh from Chatham, were there as well as I. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 12. British Guiana, Part 1. When I settle out of England and take to the colonies for good and all, British Guiana shall be the land of my adoption. If I call it Demerara, perhaps I shall be better understood. At home there are prejudices against it, I know. They say that it is a low, swampy, muddy strip of alluvial soil, infested with rattlesnakes, gallinippers, and mosquitoes as big as turkey-cocks, that yellow fever rages there perennially, that the heat is unendurable, that society there is as stagnant as its waters, that men always die as soon as they reach it, and when they live are such wretched creatures that life is a misfortune. Calumny reports it to have been ruined by the abolition of slavery. Milk of human kindness would forbid the further exportation of Europeans to this white man's grave, and philanthropy, for the good of mankind, would wish to have it drowned beneath its own rivers. There never was a land so ill spoken of, and never one that deserved it so little. All the above calumnies I contradict, and as I lived there for a fortnight, would it could have been a month, I expect to be believed. If there were but a snug secretaryship vacant there, and these things in Demerara are very snug, how I would invoke the goddess of patronage, how I would nibble round the officials of the Colonial Office, how I would stir up my friends' friends to write little notes to their friends. For Demerara is the Elysium of the tropics, the West Indian happy valley of Rasselas, the one true and actual utopia of the Caribbean seas, the transatlantic Eden. The men in Demerara are never angry, and the women are never cross. Life flows along on a perpetual stream of love, smiles, champagne, and small talk. Everybody has enough of everything. The only persons who do not thrive are the doctors, and for them, as the country affords them so little to do, the local government no doubt provides liberal pensions. The form of government is a mild despotism, tempered by sugar. The governor is the father of his people, and the governor's wife the mother. The colony forms itself into a large family, which gathers itself together peaceably under parental wings. They have no noisy sessions of Parliament as in Jamaica, no money squabbles as in Barbados. A clean bill of health, a surplus in the colonial treasury, a rich soil, a thriving trade, and a happy people, these are the blessings which attend the fortunate man who has cast his lot on this prosperous shore. Such is Demerara as it is made to appear to a stranger. That custom which prevails there of sending to all newcomers a deputation with invitations to dinner for the period of his sojourn is an excellent institution. It saves a deal of trouble in letters of introduction, economizes one's time, and puts one at once on the most favoured nation footing. Some may fancy that they could do better as to the bestowal of their evenings by individual diplomacy, but the matter is so well arranged in Demerara that such people would certainly find themselves in the wrong. If there be a deficiency in Georgetown, it is hardly necessary to explain that Georgetown is the capital of the province of Demerara, and that Demerara is the centre province in the colony of British Guiana, or that there are 3 provinces, Berbice, Demerara, and Essequibo, so called from the names of the 3 great rivers of the country. But if there be a deficiency in Georgetown, it is in respect to cabs. The town is extensive, as will by and by be explained, and though I would not so far militate against the feelings of the people as to say that the weather is ever hot, I should be ungrateful as well as incredulous were I to do so, nevertheless, about noonday, one's inclination for walking becomes subdued. Cabs would certainly be an addition to the luxuries of the place. But even these are not so essential as might at the first sight appear, for an invitation to dinner always includes an offer of the host's carriage. Without a carriage, no one dreams of dragging on existence in British Guiana. In England, one would as soon think of living in a house without a fireplace or sleeping in a bed without a blanket. For those who wander abroad in quest of mountain scenery, it must be admitted that this colony has not much attraction. The country certainly is flat. By this I mean to intimate that go where you will, travel thereabouts as far as you may, the eye meets no rising ground. Everything stands on the same level. But then, what is the use of mountains? You can grow no sugar on them, even with ever so many coolies. They are big, brown, valueless things, cumbering the face of the creation. Very well for autumn idlers when they get to Switzerland, but utterly useless in a colony which has to count its prosperity by the number of its hogsheads. Jamaica has mountains, and look at Jamaica. Yes, Demerara is flat, and Berbice is flat, and so is Essequibo. The whole of this land is formed by the mud which has been brought down by these great rivers and by others. The Corentyne is the most easterly, separating our colony from Dutch Guiana, or Suriname. Then comes the Berbice. The next, counting only the larger rivers, is the Demerara. Then, more to the west, the Essequibo, and running into that, the Mazzaroni and the Cayuni. And then, northwest along the coast, the Pomeroon. And lastly of our own rivers, the Guiana, though I doubt whether for absolute purposes of colonization we have ever gone so far as this. And beyond that are rolled in slow but turbid volume the huge waters of the Orinoco. On its shores we make no claim. Though the delta of the Orinoco is still called Guiana, it belongs to the Republic of Venezuela. These are our boundaries along the South American shore, where hereabouts, as all men know, looks northward, with an easterly slant towards the Atlantic. Between us and our Dutch friends on the right hand, the limits are clear enough. On the left hand, matters are not quite so clear with the Venezuelans. But to the rear there is an eternity of sugar capability in mud running back to unknown mountains, the wildernesses of Brazil, the River Negro and the tributaries of the Amazon, an eternity of sugar capability to which England's colony can lay claim if only she could manage so much as the surveying of it. "Sugar?" said an enterprising Demerara planter to me. "Are you talking of sugar?" Give me my heart's desire in coolies, and I will make you 1,000,000 of hogsheads of sugar without stirring from the colony. Now, the world's supply some 12 years ago was about 1,000,000 hogsheads. It has since increased maybe by 1/10. What a land, then, is this of British Guiana, flowing with milk and honey, with sugar and rum. 1,000,000 hogsheads can be made there, if only we had the coolies. I state this on the credit of my excellent enterprising friend. But then, the coolies. Guiana is an enormous extent of flat mud, the alluvial deposit of those mighty rivers which, for so many years, have been scraping together earth in those wild, unknown upland countries, and bringing it down conveniently to the seaboard, so that the world might have sugar to its tea. I really think my friend was right. There is no limit to the fertility and extent of this region. The only limit is in labour. The present culture only skirts the seaboard and the riversides. You will hardly find an estate, I do not think that you can find one, that has not a water frontage. This land formerly belonged to the Dutch, and by them was divided out into portions which on a map have about them a Euclidical appearance. Let A, B, C, D be a right-angled parallelogram, of which the sides A, B, and C, D are 3 times the length of the other sides, A, C, and B, D. 'Tis thus you would describe a Demerara property, and the QED would have reference to the relative quantities of sugar, molasses, and rum producible therefrom. But these strips of land, though they are thus marked out on the maps with 4 exact lines, are presumed to run back to any extent that the owner may choose to occupy. He starts from the water and is bounded on each side. But backwards he may cultivate canes up to the very Andes, if only he could get coolies. Oh, ye soft-hearted, philanthropic gentry of the Anti-Slavery Society, only think of that! 1,000,000 hogsheads of sugar, and you like cheap sugar yourselves, if you will only be quiet or talk on subjects that you understand. The whole of this extent of mud, beyond the present very limited sugar-growing limits, is covered by timber. One is apt to think of an American forest as being as magnificent in its individual trees as it is huge in its extent of surface, but I doubt much whether this is generally the case. There are forest giants, no doubt, but indigenous primeval wood is, I take it, for the most part, a disagreeable, scrubby, bushy, sloppy, unequal, inconvenient sort of affair, to walk through which a man should be either an alligator or a monkey, and to make much way he should have a touch of both. There be no forest glades there in which uncivilized Indian lovers walk at ease, with their arms round each other's naked waists. No soft grass beneath the well-trimmed trunk on which to lie and meditate poetical. But mosquitoes abound there, and grass flies, which locate themselves beneath the toenails, and marabunters, a villainous species of wasp, and gallinippers, the grandfathers of mosquitoes, and from thence up to the zagua and the boa constrictor, all nature is against a cool, comfortable ramble in the woods. But I must say a word about Georgetown, and a word also about New Amsterdam, before I describe the peculiarities of a sugar estate in Guiana. A traveller's first thought is about his hotel, and I must confess, much as I love Georgetown, and I do love Georgetown, that I ought to have coupled the hotel with the cabs and complained of a joint deficiency. The Clarendon, the name at any rate is good, is a poor affair, but poor as it is the best. It is a rickety, ruined, tumble-down wooden house, into which at first one absolutely dreads to enter, lest the steps should fail and let one through into unutterable abysses below. All the houses in Georgetown are made of wood and therefore require a good deal of repair and paint. And all the houses seem to receive this care, except the hotel. Ah, Mrs. Lenny, Mrs. Lenny! Before long, you and your guests will fall prostrate and be found buried beneath a pile of dust and a colony of cockroaches. And yet it goes against my heart to abuse the inn, for the people were so very civil. I shall never forget that big black chambermaid. How she used to curtsy to me when she came into my room in the morning with a huge tub of water on her head. That such a weight should be put on her poor black skull, a weight which I could not lift, used to rend my heart with anguish. But that, so weighted, she should think that manners demanded a curtsy? Poor, courteous, overburdened maiden. "Don't, Sally, don't curtsy," I would cry. "Yes, massa," she would reply, and curtsy again, oh, so painfully. The tub of water was of such vast proportions. It was big enough for me to wash in. This house, as I have said, was all in ruins, and among other ruined things was my bedroom door lock. The door could not be closed within except by the use of a bolt, and without the bolt would swing wide open to the winds, exposing my arrangements to the public and disturbing the neighbourhood by its jarring. In spite of the inconvenient difficulty of ingress, I was forced to bolt it. At 6 every morning came Sally with the tub, knocking gently at the door with that ponderous tub upon her skull. What could a man do when so appealed to, but rush quickly from beneath his mosquito curtains to her rescue? So it was always with me. But having loosed the bolt, time did not suffice to enable me to take my position again beneath the curtain. A jump into bed I might have managed, but then the mosquito curtain. So, under those circumstances, finding myself at the door in my déshabillé, I could only open it and then stand sheltered behind it, as behind a bulwark, while Sally deposited her burden. But no. She curtsied, first at the bed, and seeing that I was not there, turned her head and tub slowly round the room till she perceived my whereabouts. Then gently but firmly drawing away the door till I stood before her plainly discovered in my nightdress, she curtsied again. She knew better than to enter a room without due salutation to the guest, even with a tub of water on her head. Poor Sally! Was I not dressed from my chin downwards, and was that not enough for her? On y soit qui mal y pense. After that, how can I say aught against the hotel? And when I complained loudly of the holes in the curtain, the mosquitoes having driven me to very madness, did they not set to work, Sunday as it was, and make me a new curtain? Certainly without avail, for they so hung it that the mosquitoes entered worse than ever, but the intention was no less good. And that waiter, David, was he not for good nature the pink of waiters? "David, this house will tumble down. I know it will, before I leave it. The stairs shook terribly as I came up." "Oh, no, massa." And David laughed benignly. "It no tumble down last week, and therefore it no tumble down next." It did last my time, and therefore I will say no more. Georgetown, to my eyes, is a prepossessing city, flat as the country round it is, and deficient as it is, as are all the West Indies, in anything like architectural pretension. The streets are wide and airy. The houses, all built of wood, stand separately, each a little off the road, and though much has not been done in the way of their gardens, for till the great coming influx of coolies, all labour is engaged in making sugar, yet there is generally something green attached to each of them. Down the centre of every street runs a wide dyke. Of these dykes I must say something further when I come to speak again of the sugar doings, for their importance in these provinces cannot well be overrated. The houses themselves are generally without a hall. By that I mean that you walk directly into some sitting room. This, indeed, is general through the West Indies. And now that I bethink me of the fact, I may mention that a friend of mine in Jamaica has no door whatsoever to his house. All ingress and egress is by the windows. My bedroom had no door, only a window that opened. The sitting rooms in Georgetown open through to each other, so that the wind, let it come which way it will, may blow through the whole house. For though it is never absolutely hot in Guiana, as I have before mentioned, nevertheless a current of air is comfortable. One soon learns to know the difference of windward and leeward when living in British Guiana. The houses are generally of 3 stories, but the 2 upper only are used by the family. Outer steps lead up from the little front garden, generally into a veranda, and in this veranda a great portion of their life is led. It is cooler than the inner rooms. Not that I mean to say that any rooms in Demerara are ever hot. We all know the fine burst with which Scott opens a certain canto in one of his poems. Breathes there the man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, "This is my own, my native land"? If such there breathe, go mark him well. At any rate, there breathes no such man in this pleasant colony. A people so happily satisfied with their own position I never saw elsewhere, except at Barbados. And how could they fail to be satisfied looking at their advantages? 1,000,000 hogsheads of sugar to be made when the coolies come. They do not, the most of them, appeal to the land as being that of their nativity, but they love it no less as that of their adoption. "Look at me," says one. "I have been 30 years without leaving it, and have never had a headache." I look and see a remarkably hale man, of 40 I should say, but he says 50. "That's nothing," said another, who certainly may be somewhat stricken in years. "I have been here 55 years, and was never ill but once, when I was foolish enough to go to England. Ah! I shall never forget it. Why, sir, there was frost in October." "Yes," I said, "and snow in May sometimes. It is not all sunshine with us, whatever it may be with you." "Not that we have too much sunshine," interposed a lady. "You don't think we have, do you?" "Not in the least. Who could ask more, madam, than to bask in such sunshine as yours, from year's end to year's end?" "And is commerce tolerably flourishing?" I asked of a gentleman in trade. "Flourishing, sir? If you want to make money, here's your ground. Why, sir, here, in this wretched little street, there has been more money turned in the last 10 years than, and he rummaged among the half-crowns in his breeches pocket for a simile, as though not a few of the profits spoken of had found their way thither. "Do you ever find it dull here?" I asked of a lady, perhaps not with very good taste, for we Englishmen have sometimes an idea that there is perhaps a little sameness about life in a small colony. "Dull? No. What should make us dull? We have a great deal more to amuse us than most of you have at home." This perhaps might be true of many of us. "We have dances and dinner parties and private theatricals, and then Mrs. was the governor's wife, and all eulogiums on society in Georgetown always ended with a eulogium upon her. I went over to the hospital with the doctor there, for even in Demerara they require a hospital for the Negroes. "And what is the prevailing disease of the colony?" I asked him. "Dropsy with the black men," he answered, "and brandy with the white." "You don't think much of yellow fever?" I asked him. "No, very little. It comes once in 6 or 7 years, and like influenza or cholera at home, it requires its victims. What is that to consumption, whose visits with you are constant, who daily demands its hecatombs? We don't like yellow fever, certainly, but yellow fever is not half so bad a fellow as the brandy bottle. Should this meet the eye of any reader in this colony who needs medical advice, he may thus get it, of a very good quality and without fee. On the subject of brandy I say nothing myself, seeing how wrong it is to kiss and tell. End of part 1. End of section 18. Section 19. Of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 12. British Guiana, Part 2. Excepting as regards yellow fever, I do not imagine that Demerara is peculiarly unhealthy, and as regards yellow fever, I am inclined to think that His Satanic Majesty has in this instance been painted too black. There are many at home, in England, who believe that yellow fever rages every year in some of these colonies, and that half the white population of the towns is swept off by it every August. As far as I can learn, it is hardly more fatal at one time of the year than at another. It returns at intervals, but by no means regularly or annually. Sometimes it will hang on for 16 or 18 months at a time, and then it will disappear for 5 or 6 years. Those seem to be most subject to it who have been out in the West Indies for a year or so. After that, persons are not so liable to it. Sailors and men whose work keeps them about the seaboard and wharves seem to be in the greatest danger. White soldiers also, when quartered in unhealthy places, have suffered greatly. They who are thoroughly acclimatized are seldom attacked, and there seems to be an idea that the white Creoles are nearly safe. I believe that there are instances in which coloured people and even Negroes have been attacked by yellow fever, but such cases are very rare. Cholera is the Negro's scourge. Nor do I think that this fever rages more furiously in Demerara than among the islands. It has been very bad in its bad times at Kingston, Jamaica, at Trinidad, at Barbados, among the shipping at St. Thomas, and nowhere worse than at the Havana. The true secret of its fatality I take to be this, that the medical world has not yet settled what is the proper mode of medical treatment. There are, I believe, still 2 systems, each directly opposite to the other, but in the West Indies they call them the French system and the English. In a few years, no doubt, the matter will be better understood. From Georgetown, Demerara, to New Amsterdam, Berbice, men travel either by steamer along the coast or by a mail phaeton. The former goes once a week to Berbice and back, and the latter 3 times. I went by the mail phaeton and returned by the steamer. And here, considering the prosperity of the colony, the well-being and comfort of all men and women in it, the go-ahead principles of the place, and the coming 1,000,000 hogsheads of sugar, the millennium of a West Indian colony, considering all these great existing characteristics of Guiana, I must say that I think the governor ought to look to the mail phaeton. It was a woeful affair, crumbling to pieces along the road in the saddest manner, very heart-rending to the poor fellow who had to drive it, and body-rending to some of the 5 passengers who were tossed to and fro as every fresh fragment deserted the parent vehicle with a jerk. And then, when we had to send the axle to be mended, that staying on the road for 2 hours and a half among the mosquitoes, oi, oi, oh, oh! It grieves me to mention this, seeing that rose colour was so clearly the prevailing tint in all matters belonging to Guiana, and I would have forgiven it had the phaeton simply broken down on the road, All sublunar phaetons are subject to such accidents. Why else should they have been named after him of the heavens, who first suffered from such mishaps? But this phaeton had broken down before it commenced its journey. It started on a system of ropes, bandages, and patches, which were disgraceful to such a colony and such a governor, and I should intromit a clear duty were I to allow it to escape the gibbet. But we did reach New Amsterdam not more than 5 hours after time. I have but very little to say of the road except this, that there is ample scope for sugar and ample room for coolies. Every now and then we came upon Negro villages. All villages in this country must be Negro villages, one would say, except the few poor remaining huts of the Indians, which are not encountered on the white man's path. True, but by a Negro village I mean a site which is now the freehold possession of Negroes, having been purchased by them since the days of emancipation, with their own money and for their own purposes, so that they might be in all respects free to live in idleness, or to do such work as an estated man may choose to do for himself, his wife, his children, and his property. There are many such villages in Guiana, and I was told that when the arrangements for the purchases were made, the dollars were subscribed by the Negroes so quickly and in such quantities that they were taken to the banks in wheelbarrows. At any rate, the result has been that tracts of ground have been bought by these people and are now owned by them in fee simple. It is grievous to me to find myself driven to differ on such points as these from men with whose views I have up to this period generally agreed. But I feel myself bound to say that the freeholding Negroes in Guiana do not appear to me to answer. In the first place, it seems that they have found great difficulty in dividing the land among themselves. In all such combined actions, some persons must be selected as trustworthy, and those who have been so selected have not been worthy of the trust. And then the combined action has ceased with the purchase of the land, whereas, to have produced good, it should have gone much further. Combined draining would have been essential. Combined working has been all but necessary. Combined building should have been adopted. But the Negroes, the purchase once made, would combine no further. They could not understand that unless they worked together at draining, each man's own spot of ground would be a swamp. Each would work a little for himself, but none would work for the community. A Negro village, therefore, is not a picturesque object. They are very easily known. The cottages or houses, for some of them have aspired to strong, stable, two-storied, slated houses, stand in extreme disorder, one here and another there, just as individual caprice may have placed them. There seems to have been no attempt at streets or lines of buildings, and certainly not at regularity in building. Then there are no roads, and hardly a path to each habitation. As the ground is not drained, in wet weather the whole place is half drowned. Most of the inhabitants will probably have made some sort of dike for the immediate preservation of their own dwellings. But as those dikes are not cut with any common purpose, they become little more than overflowing ponds, among which the Negro children crawl and scrape in the mud, and are either drowned or escape drowning, as Providence may direct. The spaces between the buildings are covered with no verdure. They are mere muddy patches, and are cracked in dry weather, wet, slippery, and filthy in the rainy seasons. The plantation grounds of these people are outside the village, and afford, I am told, cause for constant quarrelling. They do, however, also afford means of support for the greater part of the year, so that the Negroes can live, some without work, and some by working 1 or 2 days in the week. It may perhaps be difficult to explain why a man should be expected to work if he can live on his own property without working and enjoy such comforts as he desires. And it may be equally difficult to explain why complaint should be made as to the wretchedness of any men who do not themselves feel that their own state is wretched. But nevertheless, on seeing what there is here to be seen, it is impossible to withstand the instinctive conviction that a village of freeholding Negroes is a failure, and that the community has not been served by the process, either as regards themselves or as regards the country. Late at night we did reach New Amsterdam and crossed the broad Berbice after dark in a little ferry boat, which seemed to be perilously near the water. At 10 o'clock I find myself at the hotel and pronounce it to be, without hesitation, the best inn, not only in that colony, but in any of these western colonies belonging to Great Britain. It is kept by a Negro, one Mr. Paris Brittain, of whom I am informed that he was once a slave. Oh, si sic omnes. But as regards my experience, he is merely the exception which proves the rule. I am glad, however, to say a good word for the energies and ambition of one of the race, and shall be glad if I can obtain for Mr. Paris Brittain an innkeeper's immortality. His deserts are so much the greater in that his scope for displaying them is so very limited. No man can walk along the broad Strand Street of New Amsterdam and then up into its parallel street, so back towards the starting point and down again to the sea, without thinking of Knickerbocker and Rip Van Winkle. The Dutchman who built New Amsterdam and made it once a thriving town must be still sleeping, as the New York Dutchman once slept, waiting the time when an eruption from Paramaribo and Suriname shall again restore the place to its old possessors. At present, life certainly stagnates at New Amsterdam. 3 persons in the street constitute a crowd, and 5 collected for any purpose would form a goodly club. But the place is clean and orderly, and the houses are good and in good repair. They stand, as do the houses in Georgetown, separately, each surrounded by its own garden or yard, and are built with reference to the wished-for breeze from the windows. The estates up the Berbice River and the Kanji Creek, which runs into it, are, I believe, as productive as those on the coast or on the Demerara or Essequibo rivers, and are as well cultivated. But their owners no longer ship their sugars from New Amsterdam. The bar across the Berbice River is objectionable, and the trade of Georgetown has absorbed the business of the colony. In olden times, Berbice and Demerara were blessed each with its own governor, and the 2 towns stood each on its own bottom as 2 capitals. But those halcyon days, halcyon for Berbice, are gone, and Rip Van Winkle, with all his brethren, is asleep. I should have said, in speaking of my journey from Demerara to Berbice, that the first 15 miles were performed by railway. The colony would have fair grounds of complaint against me, were I to omit to notice that it has so far progressed in civilization as to own a railway. As far as I could learn, the shares do not at present stand at a high premium. From Berbice I returned in a coasting steamer. It was a sleepy, dull, hot journey, without subject of deep interest. I can only remember of it that they gave us an excellent luncheon on board, and luncheons at such times are very valuable in breaking the tedium of the day. And now a word as to the 1,000,000 hogsheads of sugar and as to the necessary coolies. Guiana has some reason to be proud, seeing that at present it beats all the neighbouring British colonies in the quantity of sugar produced. I believe that it also beats them all as to the quantity of rum, though Jamaica still stands first as to the quality. In round numbers, the sugar exported from Guiana may be stated at 70,000 hogsheads. Barbados exports about 50,000, Trinidad and Jamaica under 40,000. No other British West Indian colony gives 15,000, but Guadeloupe and Martinique, 2 French islands, produce, one over 50,000 and the other nearly 70,000 hogsheads. In order to make this measurement intelligible, I may explain that a hogshead is generally said to contain a ton weight of sugar, but that, when reaching the market, it very rarely does come up to that weight. I do not give this information as statistically correct, but as being sufficiently so as to guide the ideas of a man only ordinarily anxious to be acquainted in an ordinary manner with what is going on in the West Indies. I would not, therefore, recommend any member of Parliament to quote the above figures in the House. Some 12 years ago, the whole produce of sugar in the West Indies, including Guiana and excluding the Spanish islands, was 275,000 hogsheads. The amount which I have above recapitulated, in which the smaller islands have been altogether omitted, exceeds 310,000. It may therefore be taken as a fact that, on the whole, the evil days have come to their worst, and that the tables are turned. It must, however, be admitted that the above figures tell more for French than for English prosperity. In these countries, sugar and labour are almost synonymous. At any rate, they are convertible substances. In none of the colonies named, except Barbados, is the amount of sugar produced limited by any other law than the amount of labour to be obtained, and in none of them, with that one exception, can any prosperity be hoped for, excepting by means of immigrating labour. What I mean to state is this, that the extent of native work which can be obtained by the planters and landowners at terms which would enable them to grow their produce and bring it to the market, does not in any of these colonies suffice for its success. It can be worth no man's while to lay out his capital in Jamaica, in Trinidad, or in Guiana, unless he has reasonable hope that labouring men will be brought into these countries. The great West Indian question is now this: is there reasonable ground for such hope? The Anti-Slavery Society tells us that we ought to have no such hope, that it is simply hoping for a return of slavery, that black or coloured labourers brought from other lands to the West Indies cannot be regarded as free men, that labourers so brought will surely be ill used, and that the native Negro labourer requires protection. As to that question of the return to slavery, I have already said what few words I have to offer. In one sense, no dependent man working for wages can be free. He must abide by the terms of his contract. But in the usually accepted sense of the word freedom, the coolie or Chinaman immigrating to the West Indies is free. As to the charge of ill usage, it appears to me that these men could not be treated with more tenderness, unless they were put separately, each under his own glass case, with a piece of velvet on which to lie. In England we know of no such treatment for field labourers. On their arrival in Demerara, they are distributed among the planters by the governor, to each planter according to his application, his means of providing for them, and his willingness and ability to pay the cost of the immigration by yearly instalments. They are sent to no estate till a government officer shall have reported that there are houses for them to occupy. There must be a hospital for them on the estate, and a regular doctor with a sufficient salary. The rate of their wages is stipulated, and their hours of work. Though the contract is for 5 years, they can leave the estate at the end of the first 3, transferring their services to any other master, and at the end of the 5 years they are entitled to a free passage home. If there be no hardship in all this to the emigrating coolie, it may, perhaps, be thought that there is hardship to the planter who receives him. He is placed very much at the mercy of the governor, who, having the power of giving or refusing coolies, becomes despotic. And then, when this stranger from Hindustan has been taught something of his work, he can himself select another master, so that one planter may bribe away the labourers of another. This, however, is checked to a certain degree by a regulation which requires the bribing interloper to pay a portion of the expense of immigration. As to the native Negro requiring protection that is against competitive labour, the idea is too absurd to require any argument to refute it. As it at present is, the competition having been established, and being now in existence to a certain small extent, these happy Negro gentlemen will not work on an average more than 3 days a week, nor for above 6 hours a day. I saw a gang of 10 or 12 Negro girls in a cane piece lying idle on the ground, waiting to commence their week's labour. It was Tuesday morning. On the Monday they had of course not come near the field. On the morning of my visit they were lying with their hoes beside them, meditating whether or no they would measure out their work. The planter was with me, and they instantly attacked him. "No, massa, we no workee, money no nuff," said one. 4 bits no pay at all, said another. 5 bits, massa, and we gin morrow early. It is hardly necessary to say that the gentleman refused to bargain with them. "They'll measure their work tomorrow," said he. "On Thursday they will begin, and on Friday they will finish for the week." "But will they not look elsewhere for other work?" I asked. "Of course they will," he said. "Occupy a whole day in looking for it, but others cannot pay better than I do, and the end will be as I tell you. Poor young ladies, it will certainly be cruel to subject them to the evil of competition in their labour." In Guiana the bull has been taken by the horns, as in Jamaica it unfortunately has not, and the first main difficulties of immigration have, I think, been overcome. For some years past, both from India and from China, labourers have been brought in freely, and during the last 12 months the number has been very considerable. The women also are coming now as well as the men, and they have learned to husband their means and put money together. End of Part 2. End of Section 19. Section 20 of The West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 12, British Guiana, Part 3. As to the native Negro requiring protection that is against competitive labour, the idea is too absurd to require any argument to refute it. As it at present is, the competition having been established, and being now in existence to a certain small extent, these happy Negro gentlemen will not work on an average more than 3 days a week, nor for above 6 hours a day. I saw a gang of 10 or 12 Negro girls in a cane piece lying idle on the ground, waiting to commence their week's labour. It was Tuesday morning. On the Monday they had of course not come near the field. On the morning of my visit they were lying with their hoes beside them, meditating whether or no they would measure out their work. The planter was with me, and they instantly attacked him. "No, massa, we no workee, money no nuff," said one. 4 bits no pay at all, said another. 5 bits, massa, and we gin morrow early. It is hardly necessary to say that the gentleman refused to bargain with them. "They'll measure their work tomorrow," said he. "On Thursday they will begin, and on Friday they will finish for the week." "But will they not look elsewhere for other work?" I asked. "Of course they will," he said. "Occupy a whole day in looking for it, but others cannot pay better than I do, and the end will be as I tell you. Poor young ladies, it will certainly be cruel to subject them to the evil of competition in their labour." In Guiana, the bull has been taken by the horns, as in Jamaica it unfortunately has not, and the first main difficulties of immigration have, I think, been overcome. For some years past, both from India and from China, labourers have been brought in freely, and during the last 12 months the number has been very considerable. The women also are coming now as well as the men, and they have learned to husband their means and put money together. Such an affair as this, the regular exodus, that is, of a people to another land, has always progressed with great rapidity when it has been once established. The difficulty is to make a beginning. It is natural enough that men should hesitate to trust themselves to a future of which they know nothing, and as natural that they should hasten to do so when they have heard of the good things which Providence has in store for them. It required that some few should come out and prosper and return with signs of prosperity. This has now been done, and as regards Guiana, it will not, I imagine, be long before Negro labour is, if not displaced, made, at any rate, of secondary consequence in the colony. As far as the workmen are concerned, the 1,000,000 hogsheads will, I think, become a possibility, though not perhaps in the days of my energetic, hopeful friend. Both the coolies and the Chinamen have aptitude in putting money together, and when a man has this aptitude, he will work as long as good wages are to be earned. Crescit amor numi quantum ipsa, etc. We teach our children this lesson, intending them to understand that it is pretty nearly the worst of all amours, and we go on with the irritamenta malorum till we come to the spernere fortior. It is all, however, of no use. Naturam expellus furca. But the result is still the same. Nature knows what she is about. The love of money is a good and useful love. What would the world now be without it? Or is it even possible to conceive of a world progressing without such a love? Show me 10 men without it, and I will show you 9 who lack zeal for improvement. Money, like other loved objects, women for instance, should be sought for with honour, won with a clean conscience, and used with a free hand. Provided it be so guided, the love of money is no ignoble passion. The Negroes, as a class, have not this aptitude. Consequently, they lie in the sun and eat yams, and give no profitable assistance towards that saccharine millennium. Spernere fortior. That big black woman would so say, she who is not contented with 4 bits, if her education had progressed so far. And as she said it, how she would turn up her African nose, and what contempt she would express with her broad eyes. Doubtless, she does so express herself among her Negro friends in some nigger patois, penere foreshore. If so, her philosophy does but little to assist the world, or herself. There is another race of men, and of women too, who have been and now are of the greatest benefit to this colony, and with them the spernere fortior is by no means a favourite doctrine. There are the Portuguese who have come to Demerara from Madeira. I believe that they are not to be found in any of the islands, but here in Guiana they are in great numbers and thrive wonderfully. At almost every corner of 2 streets in Georgetown is to be seen a small shop, and those shops are, I think, without exception, kept by Portuguese. Nevertheless, they all reached the Demerara River in absolute poverty, intending to live on the wages of field labour, and certainly prepared to do their work like men. As a rule, they are a steady, industrious class, and have proved themselves to be good citizens. In the future amalgamation of races, which will take place here as elsewhere in the tropics, the Portuguese Madeira element will not be the least efficient. I saw the works on 3 or 4 sugar estates in Demerara, and though I am neither a sugar grower nor a mechanic, I am able to say that the machinery and material of this colony much exceed anything I have seen in any of our own West Indian islands, and in the point of machinery equals what I saw in Cuba. Everything is done on a much larger scale, and in a more proficient manner than at Barbados, we will say. I instance Barbados because the planters there play so excellent a melody on their own trumpets. In that island, not 1 planter in 5, not 1, I believe, in 15, has any steam appliance on his estate. They trust to the wind for their motive power, as did their great-great-grandfather. But there is steam on every estate in Guiana. The vacuum pan and the centrifugal machine for extracting the molasses are known only by name in Barbados, whereas they are common appliances in Demerara. There, 200 hogsheads is a considerable produce for one planter. Here they make 800 hogsheads, 1,000, and 1,200. A Barbados man will reply to this that the thing to be looked to is the profit, or what he will call the clearance. The sugar-consuming world, however, will know nothing about this, will hear nothing of individual profits, but it will recognise the fact that the Demerara sugar is of a better quality than that which comes from Barbados, and will believe that the merchant or planter who does not use the latest appliances of science, whether it be in manufacture or agriculture, will before long go to the wall. Looking over a sugar estate and sugar works is an exciting amusement, certainly, but nevertheless it palls upon one at last. I got quite into the way of doing it, and used to taste the sugars and examine the crystals, make comparisons and pronounce, I must confess as regards Barbados, a good deal of adverse criticism. But this was merely to elicit the true tone of Barbadian eloquence, the long-drawn nasal fecundity of speech which comes forth so fluently when their old windmills are attacked. But the amusement, as I have said, does pall upon one. In spite of the difference of the machinery, the filtering bags and centrifugals in one, the Gadsden pans in another, and the simple oscillators in a third, the Barbados estate stands for the third, one does get weary of walking up to a sugar battery and looking at the various heated cauldrons, watching till even the inexperienced eye perceives that the dirty liquor has become brown sugar as it runs down from a dipper into a cooling vat. I wonder whether I could make the process in any simple way intelligible, or whether in doing so I should afford gratification to a single individual. Were I myself reading such a book of travels, I should certainly skip such description. Reader, do thou do likewise. Nevertheless, it shall not exceed 3 or 4 pages. The cane must first be cut. As regards a planted cane, that is the first crop from the plant, for there are such things as ratoons, of which a word or two will be found elsewhere. As regards the planted cane, the cutting, I believe, takes place after about 14 months' growth. The next process is that of the mill. The juice, that is, has to be squeezed out of it. The cane should not lie above 2 days before it is squeezed. It is better to send it to the mill the day after it is cut, or the hour after, in fact, as soon indeed as may be. In Demerara they are brought to the mill by water always, in Barbados by carts and mules, in Jamaica by wagons and oxen, so also in Cuba. The mill consists of 3 rollers, which act upon each other like cogwheels. The canes are passed between 2, an outside one, say, and a centre one, and the refuse stalk, or trash, so called in Jamaica, or magasse, so called in Barbados and Demerara, comes out between the same centre one and the other outside roller. The juice, meanwhile, is strained down to a cistern or receptacle below. These rollers are quite close, so that it would seem to be impossible that the cane should go through, but it does go through with great ease if the mill be good and powerful, but frequently with great difficulty if the mill be bad and not powerful, for which latter alternative vide Barbados. The canes give from 60 to 70% of juice, sometimes less than 60, not often over 70. The juice, which is then of a dirty yellow colour and apparently about the substance of milk, is brought from the mill through a pipe into the first vat, in which it is tempered. This is done with lime, and the object is to remedy the natural acidity of the juice. In this first vat it is warmed, but not more than warmed. It then runs from these vats into boilers, or at any rate into receptacles in which it is boiled. These in Barbados are called taches, At each of these a man stands with a long skimmer, skimmering the juice, as it were, and scraping off certain scum which comes to the top. There are from 3 to 7 of these tashes, and below them, last of all, is the boiler, the veritable receptacle in which the juice becomes sugar. In the tashes, especially the first of them, the liquor becomes dark green in colour. As it gets nearer the boiler, it is thicker and more clouded, and begins to assume its well-known tawny hue. Over the last boiler stands the man who makes the sugar. It is for him to know what heat to apply and how long to apply it. The liquor now ceases to be juice and becomes sugar. This is evident to the eye and nose, for though the stuff in the boiler is, of course, still liquid, it looks like boiled melted sugar, and the savour is the savour of sugar. When the time has come and the boiling is boiled, a machine suspended from on high and called a dipper is let down into the cauldron. It nearly fits the cauldron, being as it were in itself a smaller cauldron going into the other. The sugar naturally runs over the side of this and fills it, some little ingenuity being exercised in the arrangement. The dipper full of sugar is then drawn up on high. At the bottom of it is a valve, so that on the pulling of a rope the hot liquid runs out. This dipper is worked like a crane, and is made to swing itself from over the boiler to a position in which the sugar runs from it through a wooden trough to the flat open vats in which it is cooled. But at this part of the manufacture there are various different methods. According to that which is least advanced, the sugar is simply cooled in the vat, then put into buckets in a half-solid state, and thrown out of the buckets into the hogsheads. According to the more advanced method, it runs from the dipper down through filtering bags, is then pumped into a huge vacuum pan, a utensil like a kettle drum turned topsy-turvy, a kettle drum that is large enough to hold 6 tons of sugar. Then it is reheated and then put into open round boxes called centrifugals, the sides of which are made of metal pierced like gauze. These are whisked round and round by steam power at an enormous rate, and the molasses flies out through the gauze, leaving the sugar dry and nearly white. It is then fit to go into the hogshead, and fit also to be shipped away. But in the simpler process, the molasses drains from the sugar in the hogshead. To facilitate this, as the sugar is put into the cask, reeds are stuck through it, which communicate with holes at the bottom, so that there may be channels through which the molasses may run. The hogsheads stand upon beams lying a foot apart from each other, and below is a dark abyss into which the molasses falls. I never could divest myself of the idea that the negro children occasionally fall through also, and are then smothered and so distilled into rum. There are various other processes, intermediate between the highly civilized vacuum pan and the simple cooling, with which I will not trouble my reader, nor will I go into the further mystery of rum making. That the rum is made from the molasses everyone knows, and from the negro children, as I suspect. The process of sugar making is very rapid if the appliances be good. A planter in Demerara assured me that he had cut his canes in the morning and had the sugar in Georgetown in the afternoon. Fudge, however, was the remark made by another planter, to whom I repeated this. Whether it was fudge or not, I do not know, but it was clearly possible that such should be the case. The manufacture is one which does not require any delay. In Demerara, an acre of canes will on an average give over 1.5 tons of sugar, but an acre of cane ground will not give a crop once in 12 months. 2 crops in 3 years may perhaps be the average. So much for the manufacture of sugar. I hope my account may not be criticised by those who are learned in the art, as it is only intended for those who are utterly unlearned. But if looking over sugar works be at last fatiguing, what shall I say to that labour of going aback, which Guiana planters exact from their visitors. Going aback in Guiana means walking from the house and manufactory back to the fields where the canes grow. I have described the shape of a Demerara estate. The house generally stands not far from the water frontage, so that the main growth of the sugar is behind. This going aback generally takes place before breakfast, but the breakfast is taken at 11, and a Demerara sun is in all its glory for 3 hours before that. Remember also that there are no trees in these fields, no grass, no wild flowers, no meandering paths. Everything is straight and open and ugly, and everything has a tendency to sugar, and no other tendency whatever, unless it be to rum. Sugar canes is the only growth, so that a walk aback, except to a very close inquirer, is not delightful. It must, however, be confessed that the subsequent breakfast makes up for a deal of misery. There is no such breakfast going as that of a Guiana planter. Talk of Scotland? Pooh! But one has to think of that doctor's dictum. The prevalent disease, sir? Brandy. It seems, however, to me to show itself more generally in the shape of champagne. There is one other peculiar characteristic of landed property in this colony which I must mention. All the carriages by water, not only from the works to the town, but from the fields to the works, and even from field to field. The whole country is intersected by drains, which are necessary to carry off the surface waters. There is no natural fall of water, or next to none, and but for its drains and sluices, the land would be flooded in wet weather. Parallel to these drains are canals, there being, as nearly as I could learn, one canal between each 2 drains. These different dykes are to a stranger similar in appearance, but their uses are always kept distinct. Nor do these canals run only between wide fields, or at a considerable distance from each other. They pierce every portion of land, so that the canes when cut have never to be carried above a few yards. The expense of keeping them in order is very great, but the labour of making them must have been immense. It was done by the Dutch. One may almost question whether any other race would have had the patience necessary for such a work. I was told on one estate that there were no less than 63 miles of these cuttings to be kept in order, but the gentleman who told me was he to whom the other gentleman alluded when he used our old friend Mr. Burchell's exclamation. There can be no doubt but these Guiana planters know each other. On the whole, I must express my conviction that this is a fine colony and will become of very great importance. Our great thunderer the other day spoke of the governance of a sugar island as a duty below a man's notice, as being almost worthy of contempt. We cannot all be gods and forge thunderbolts, but we all wish to consume sugar, and if we can do in one of our colonies without slaves what Cuba is doing with slaves, the work, I think, will not be contemptible, nor the land contemptible in which it is done. I do look to see our free Cuba in Guiana, and even have my hopes as to that 1,000,000 of hogsheads. I have said, in speaking of Jamaica, that I thought the Negro had hardly yet shown himself capable of understanding the teaching of the Christian religion. As regards Guiana, what I heard on this matter I heard chiefly from clergymen of the Church of England, and though they would of course not agree with me, for it is not natural that a man should doubt the efficacy of his own teaching, nevertheless what I gathered from them strengthens my former opinions. I do think that the Guiana Negro is in this respect somewhat superior to his brother in Jamaica. He is more intelligent and comes nearer to our idea of a thoughtful being. But still, even here, it seems to me that he never connects his religion with his life, never reflects that his religion should bear upon his conduct. Here, as in the islands, the Negroes much prefer to belong to a Baptist congregation or to a so-called Wesleyan body. That excitement is there allowed to them which is denied in our church. They sing and halloa and scream and have revivals. They talk of their dear brothers and dear sisters, and in their ecstatic howlings get some fun for their money. I doubt also whether those disagreeable questions as to conduct are put by the Baptists, which they usually have to undergo from our clergymen. So-called Wesleyans, I say, because the practice of their worship here is widely removed from the sober gravity of the Wesleyan churches in England. I have said that the form of government in Guiana was a mild despotism tempered by sugar. The governor, it must be understood, has not absolute authority. There is a combined house with a power of voting by whom he is controlled, at any rate in financial matters. But of those votes he commands many as governor, and as long as he will supply coolies quick enough, and coolies mean sugar, he may command them all. We are not particular to a shade, the planters wisely say to him, in what way we are governed. If you have any fads of your own about this or about that, by all means indulge them. Even if you want a little more money, in God's name, take it. But the business of a man's life is sugar. There's the land, the capital shall be forthcoming, whether begged, borrowed, or stolen. Do you supply the labour? Give us coolies enough and we will stick at nothing. We are an ambitious colony. There looms before us a great future. 1,000,000 hogsheads of sugar. The form of government here is somewhat singular. There are 2 houses, Lords and Commons, but not acting separately as ours do. The upper house is the Court of Policy. This consists of 5 official members, whose votes may therefore be presumed to be at the service of the governor, and of 5 elected members. The governor himself, sitting in this court, has the casting vote, but he also has something to say to the election of the other 5. They are chosen by a body of men called kiezers, probably Dutch for choosers. There is a college of kiezers, elected for life by the taxpayers, whose main privilege appears to be that of electing these members of the Court of Policy. But on every occasion they send up 2 names, and the governor selects 1, so that he can always keep out any one man who may be peculiarly disagreeable to him. This Court of Policy acts, I think, when acting by itself, more as a privy council to the governor than as a legislative body. Then there are 6 financial representatives, 2 from Berbice, 1 from town and 1 from country, 2 from Demerara, 1 from town and 1 from country, and 2 from Essequibo, both from the country, there being no town. These are elected by the taxpayers. They are assembled for purposes of taxation only, as far as I understood, and even as regards this they are joined with the Court of Policy, and thus form what is called the Combined Court. The Crown, therefore, has very little to tie its hands, and I think that I am justified in describing the government as a mild despotism tempered by sugar. So much for British Guiana. I cannot end this crude epitome of crude views respecting the colony without saying that I never met a pleasanter set of people than I found there, or ever passed my hours much more joyously. End of part 3. End of section 20.